Good morning, Council. Please come to order. Okay, we are ready to move into agenda item D2, a discussion paper, longline pots for Greenland turbot. We have Mr. Sam Cunningham here to walk us through this agenda item. Good morning, Mr. Cunningham.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Great to see you. So yeah, I'm Sam Cunningham, Council staff. I'm here to present the discussion paper on Bering Sea Greenland turbot, and I'm also joined by Kelly Cates of NPFMC Alaska Region Office. So jumping right in, the Council requested this discussion paper after hearing from the public and the advisory panel that directed fishing for Greenland turbot with hook and line gear is becoming untenable in the Bering Sea due to intense killer whale depredation. And so during this presentation, we'll show evidence of declining utilization of the fishery as well as increased observation and estimates based on observer data of whale depredation on turbot. The question before the Council at this meeting is whether to develop action alternatives that would authorize longline pot gear for directed fishing in the Bering Sea. We'll go over the existing regulations for non-trawl gear, and in terms of participation, we'll go over who is directed fishing for Greenland turbot, where that fishing occurs, and how participation could conceivably change if a new gear is authorized, and if that new gear allows for a bounce back or at least some sort of reversion to previous levels in the directed fishery. We'll also talk about participation in terms of the recent status quo for both non-trawl and trawl participants, and any relevance in action here might have to the private voluntary tag splitting agreement between the trawl and non-trawl sectors that's been in place since 2013. The paper gives some background on all gear and processing types that do or could access the turbot fishery, but the focus of this paper is mainly on the hook and line CP sector, which encompasses the vessels that have been impacted by whale depredation. Those vessels are a subset of the Freezer Longline Coalition Cooperative, or FLC, which is a voluntary cooperative organized around Pacific cod. To support the decision-making conversation at this meeting, sections 3 and 4 of the paper identify a preliminary list of issues to consider. These topics could frame the testimony or your discussion here today, and there are previous topics that would be included in a full analysis. The currently fishing for groundfish with longline pot gear is only authorized in 4 cases. One of those exceptions covers the entire Aleutian Islands management area, which is why this paper is about an authorization just for the Bering Sea. The other exceptions relate to halibut and sablefish. In the simplest of any action alternative that might emerge, the Council would be potentially considering adding a 5th exception to this part of the regulation, and there wouldn't need to be any changes to the BSAI groundfish FMP. And as an aside, as we note in the paper, there are several reasons that non-trawl Greenland turbot can't just be concentrated in the Aleutian. First, the AI TAC is relatively small. It's evidenced by the fact that it wasn't open to directed fishing in 2021. And second, it's the analyst's understanding that turbot caught in the Aleutians tend to have lesser flesh quality. So that, plus the higher cost of operating in the AI, makes the directed fishery less economical. And third, while both single and longline pots are currently authorized in the AI, the ocean currents in that area can make pot fishing at turbot depth impractical. So as it stands now, Greenland turbot are targeted with hook and line gear and trawl gear in the western portion of the Bering Sea. And as I said, single pots are authorized, but they haven't been used. Any vessel fishing for groundfish in federal waters needs a federal fisheries permit and the appropriate gear endorsement, which is free to obtain. And for any BSAI groundfish fishery, vessels also need to have an LLP license as a Bering Sea area endorsement and the endorsement for the appropriate gear, either trawl or non-trawl. And the field of existing LLPs that could potentially participate or be a part of this fishery is narrowed somewhat by the fact that Bering Sea Greenland turbot is, in all practicality, a CP fishery. So a vessel's LLP would also need a CP endorsement. And I'm noting that throughout the paper, we focus on CPs because catcher vessels haven't recently been engaged in directed fishing for turbot, and that makes sense due to the remote location of the grounds and the nature of the product as we understand it. As to the other points listed here, directed fishing for turbot doesn't open until May, and it's primarily fished in the summer, which differs from the January opening date for mini groundfish. And that fact might be relevant to any future timing considerations as the Council thinks about how to track a potential analytical package in terms of when an implementation might first actually affect turbot fishing or how it might fit into the FLC's PCOD calendar. The paper highlights that current non-trawl turbot fleet is a subset of the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands hook and line CP PCOD sector, but that changing the gear authorization could allow non-FLC vessels to access this fishery with longline pot gear should they choose to do so. Vessels with PCOD endorsed LLPs must retain PCOD when that fishery is open and must retain up to the MRA when it isn't. And that's fairly straightforward. And PCOD catch then accrues to the hook and line CP sector. However, there are two other catch accounting scenarios that warrant a mention. First, if a vessel fishing for turbot has hauls that end up in the PCOD target and that vessel's LLP has a pot cod endorsement, then the cod catch would accrue to the BSAI pot cod CP sector. And there's a relatively small number of LLPs that are situated in this way, but they do tend to be among the most likely to fish longline pots for turbot. And the pot cod CP sector's TAC is known to be somewhat strained at this time, so any additional debiting from that allocation could have a noticeable effect on pot cod CPs that don't fish turbot. Second, cod caught on a vessel fishing for turbot that doesn't have a PCOD endorsement would accrue to the combined BSAI hook and line pot cod ICA, and that ICA comes off the top, so if it needs to be increased, it would affect all cod participants. Since this type of vessel would only be retaining catch up to the MRI, and also because all of the non-trawl CPs that have fished turbot in the recent past are PCOD boats in the FLC, this probably wouldn't actually result in a big change in effect, but it is something to consider if the council finds that it expects an action to bring in new non-FLC vessels into the turbot fishery. And then third, one thing that isn't explored in the paper but would be part of the full analysis, and it's mentioned in the written public comments you received, is the extent to which there's PCOD catch on hauls targeting turbot. If the depth of the turbot fishery keeps it fairly distinct from the cod fishery, then the catch accounting effects that I just described would ultimately be less impactful. The third point on this list is pot limits. There are no alternatives to analyze at this point, but given the recent implementation of other actions that involve pots, it seems relevant to note that there is currently not a limit on the number of pots a vessel can deploy in the Bering Sea groundfish fisheries. And when the idea of additional pot gear comes up, it's common to think about the footprint on the fishing grounds and grounds preemption. And we'd expect this to be a topic of public comment and further consideration if action alternatives are analyzed. For now, though, it's just worth noting that there are pot limits in other longline pot fisheries, but they are, as of recently, not being enforced through a pot tag program. And then finally, on this slide, the paper reminds the reader that the trawl and non-trawl sectors have been splitting the Bering Sea turbot TAC through a private voluntary agreement dating back to 2013. The active participants in the turbot fishery are subsets of the FLC cooperative and the Amendment 80 sector, respectively. And the non-trawl participants back in 2012 sought council action to apportion the TAC by gear, but a non-regulatory approach was reached before that was necessary. And so to the extent that a future action might induce additional non-trawl effort, it's worth keeping in mind that the non-trawl component operates under what is effectively a sub-allocation, and a big change in effort, which we don't necessarily see as likely, but still a big change might require some internal re-examination, either within the FLC co-op or with other trawl or non-trawl participants who get involved in the turbot fishery. So turning to evidence, section 2.2 of the paper goes through the history of how the fisheries evolved in terms of fixed gear versus trawl fishing and overall levels of participation. We also note the relevance of this fishery to the CDQ sector, which has been low in terms of a directed fishery, but is still part of their opportunities as owners or lessors in both the trawl and non-trawl sectors. The directed turbot fishery reached a sort of stasis in the context of current biomass levels around or after the time that both FLC and Amendment 80 were set up as cooperatives. And up until the whale depredation has emerged and uniquely affected the non-trawl sector just in the past roughly 4 or 5 years. So this is really evident in tables 2.1 and 2.2 on pages 4 and 7 of the document, showing that hook and line turbot catch has come down sharply in the last 4 years, while trawl catch has hummed along as mainly a secondary species for a subset of Amendment 80 vessels. The basic picture is that there's a subset of the hook and line CP sector that was generating about 10 to 15% of its revenue from turbot, and that amount of revenue has largely become inaccessible to them. And the paper acknowledges general market trends for turbot and Bering Sea flatfish in general, but the point of this agenda item has more to do with whether the non-trawl turbot fishery exists at all, rather than the specifics of how economically advantageous it is at the current moment. And then section 2.3 is dedicated to the evidence we have for the presence of depredating killer whales in the Bering Sea and their impact on the turbot fishery in particular. So beyond looking at fishery performance, we can look at data from the longline survey and from fishery observers. So the first thing you're seeing on this slide is a count of the number of longline survey stations that had killer whale depredation. In the Bering Sea portion of the survey, which happens on odd-numbered years, there are 16 stations, and the Bering Sea stands out among the regions of the survey as having the most sites depredated by killer whales. Figure 2.1 shows that between 9 and 11 of the 16 sites were depredated in each of the odd-numbered years going back to 2013, and then not shown there were 10 depredated in 2009, but previous to that, and in 2011, the number of depredated sites was between 2 and 7 each year. And then the second figure on the slide shows a proportion of gear skates that were depredated on the survey from 1999 to 2021. And you can see that the incidence of depredation got up to about 50% in 2009, and it's more or less leveled off at that point. And I just want to note that Science Center staff gave us some appropriate cautions as to whether or how to apply survey depredation to any broader conclusions about the presence or impact of killer whales. And that's why we also incorporated fishery data on the next slide. But the three caveats that Science Center experts listed for us first are, for methodological reasons, the survey happens in a predetermined space, so it's a relatively small window of time each year. So it's not going to be perfectly representative of what's being encountered in the fishery. Second, the commercial fisheries that are happening alongside the survey vary in time and space and intensity from one year to the next. And since we're talking about intelligent whales, there could be some annual difference in what's attracting their attention while the survey is going on. And then third, I think most fishermen who deal with Alaska whales in the Bering Sea or elsewhere would tell you that they learn where their meals are coming from. So it's not unreasonable to think that a consistently timed and located survey could experience a high amount of depredation relative to other modes of putting non-trawl gear in the water. On this slide, NIMS Fishery Monitoring and Analysis Division helped us look into haul and sub-haul level data in the fishery. And the first table you see here provides an estimate of how many Bering Sea hook and line CP hauls are being impacted by killer whales based on observer data. And you can see a clear jump starting in 2016. We did this in proportional terms based on the actual amount of gear that was monitored, in other words, hooks, to try to smooth over the facts that the amount of fishing effort differs from year to year, and also that not every haul or hook is being monitored for marine mammal interaction. The row I've highlighted is the product of adjusting hauls where observed depredation occurred by the amount of gear that was hauled, and that's not hauls, but hooks again, and extrapolating that to the total number of hauls. So by doing that, you can see both the uptick around 2016, and also you can adjust for the amount of effort. So for instance, 100 depredated hauls in 2012 led to a much lower percentage estimate than 100 hauls in 2018 or 2019. The second table on the slide shows raw CP data on observer notations of killer whales depredating certain species or species groups. And at the very least, we can at least tell that Greenland turbot and their closest cousins in terms of the fishery, Kamchatka and Arrowtooth, are either the preferred choice for killer whales, or they're being caught the most in the areas where depredating whales like to eat. And finally, here, it was notable to us that turbot stood out compared to peacock and sablefish, given that those two species probably account for the highest volume of fish that are on hooks in the fisheries in areas that coincide with turbot. So now I'll run through a list of issues that we as analysts thought rose to the front before the council's given any direction or alternatives to analyze. This is definitely not an exhaustive list, and in a full analysis, we would, of course, shape that by what we learned from stakeholders at this meeting and then the statutory requirements. The first thing we look at is participation in the non-trawl segment of the turbot fishery. We showed you earlier that the number of hook and line CPs targeting turbot dropped about a decade ago and then settled at a low level, about 3 to 5 vessels per year, up until the recent practical halt in the fishery in 2021. So the questions for now are, how do you envision this fishery in the future? Do you expect or do you want to see a reversion to the recent past? Or do you want to allow for a bounce back to higher levels if that becomes both possible and also attractive relative to the impact of whales with a different gear type and then also other fishing opportunities that are out there? So part of that answer depends on the direction we get from the council and how prescriptive any alternatives are in terms of who can use this gear type. And the other part is simply what's the universe of potential participants. So we started there, and at a maximum, there are 77 Bering Sea non-trawl CP licenses. 36 are part of the FLC, and then the other 41 aren't. And we home in a little bit on the likelihood of participation by cutting down to licenses that are endorsed for pot gear in the peacock fishery, and also vessels attached to these licenses that have fished ISQ species, where maybe there could be some synergies with longline pot fishing. And then we also considered crab vessels that would obviously have some existing capabilities with pots, depending on what kind of pots emerge as effective for Bering Sea turbot. We're not forecasting the number of vessels that would get into this fishery, but by identifying factors like vessel size to operate as a CP, and the costs of gear and platform conversion, and the thin market for groundfish CP licenses, we're reasonably confident in saying that a new longline pot fishery isn't likely to attract dozens and dozens of CPs. One data point that we do have is in the monitoring section of this paper, we noted that there are around 5 FLC vessels that are currently set up for pots. And then there are a few non-FLC pot cod CPs that haven't fished turbot before, but obviously are set up for pots. And then there's the unknown of who might enter as a truly new participant. And this meeting today is a good opportunity to hear from stakeholders about what they see on that front, and of course how the size of this fishery as it emerges might interact with others in terms of managing the TAC, taking up fishing grounds with gear, and the mix of bycatch species. The catch accounting bullets in this list is something I covered earlier as it pertains to peacock, and then on the next slide I'm going to talk about bycatch. And non-FLC vessels are induced into the fishery, and if so, at what scale? As I said before, we don't forecast here, but it's probably not going to be a big wave. And then the other aspect of competition then is between the non-trawl and trawl sectors. And there's, again, no gear allocation of turbot TAC, but I mentioned previously that there is a privately agreed voluntary TAC split in place since 2013. And there aren't any means at this point for the analysts to objectively speculate on what new non-trawl gear authorization might mean for that agreement, but I suspect there could be some testimony on that topic. And to that point, on page 13 of the paper, we laid out 3 scenarios, you could call them, that might be a starting point for testimony or for your discussion on that topic. Another key topic when we talk about the general movement towards pot gear throughout Alaska as a region is how that could affect the amount and mix of species that are taken as bycatch. In this discussion paper, we focused on PSC species, so crab, halibut, and salmon. But in a full analysis, we'd also need to think about other commercial and ecosystem species ranging from table fish to grenadier. One thing that's standing in the way of that analysis is that there hasn't been much pot gear fishing in the part of the Bering Sea where the turbot fishery historically occurs. We know that turbot fishing has generally occurred off the Bering Sea slope, with fixed gear vessels typically doing cod fishing up on the shelf, and then the ones that do turbot move into deeper water, generally between the Zimchug Canyon, which I've marked with a red dot in the chart on the slide, and from there up to the international boundary line, although some fishing does take place on the slope south of that canyon too. So what we are able to say about the species that could be caught in pots along with turbot is complicated by the fact that the slope isn't surveyed as often as the shelf, and also that the broader ecosystem is changing, and we might be finding certain species of fish or crab either deeper or farther north than we would expect in some cases. Or also it could be the case where biomass of the species is really increased since the last slope survey occurred, with sablefish being a prime example of that. So we've done the best we can to compare the pot data we have to hook and line fishing that's occurred in this part of the Bering Sea. And for the purposes of the tables in the paper, we're just looking at the management areas that are highlighted in the blue box in the top map on the slide. And those results are shown in the tables 3.1 and 3.2 on pages 15 and 16. So in terms of PFC, we'd be analyzing the likelihood of increased crab bycatch with an eye towards what we might know about crab at turbot depths. And we'll also have to try to understand how a turbot longline pot fishery in this area might interact with halibut. The tables show that there wasn't any halibut in the small amount of pot fishing that we could look at for these areas. And all the pot data we have to look at comes from cod fishing. So there could be several reasons for the lack of halibut in the data. First, it could be that there just wasn't a big sample to look at. Second, the depth where these cod pots were fishing had less overlap with halibut. And that one's not too convincing since cod and halibut are known to be near each other in terms of depth, but it does bring up the question for future analysis of the different depths at which pots are fishing cod or would be fishing for turbot. And then third, vessels directed fishing for cod have a 9-inch maximum tunnel opening restriction, and that might have lessened the chance of catching halibut. And to that point, it's worth noting that vessels with halibut IFQ on board aren't subject to the tunnel size restriction. And then also we note that if a CP is directed fishing for groundfish, regulations don't currently prohibit the retention of halibut, again, if there's unused IFQ on the vessel. And then one other point about halibut is that there is a PSC limit for hook and line gear, and that limit's sub-apportioned through harvest specs into the PCOD directed fishery and to other groundfish fisheries, including turbot. But there isn't a halibut PSC limit for vessels that are using pot gear. And turning back to crab, there aren't hard-capped crab PSC limits for non-trawl vessels. Rather, NPFMC uses its in-season management authority to restrict fishing if the groundfish sector is causing a crab stock to approach an OFL. And the effect of that scenario is slightly complicated by the fact that most crab stocks are managed on a July to June year. So there's some possibility, albeit unlikely, that a groundfish fishery that's deemed to be impacting a crab stock could be paused, but then would be unpaused in July once the OFL resets. And then I should note that we would at least try to understand whether mortality rates for crab that are discarded from groundfish pot gear would be affected in the future, depending on what kind of pots are being used for turbot. And then after the fishery were to get going, what's observed about how that's affected crab handling. And again, we don't know what kind of pots are going to be used, so those would be things that would be difficult to analyze objectively. And then finally, there's a short section on page 18 about specific issues for IFQ species. We already noted the pot tunnel opening restriction, and then the other things mentioned here are about bycatch mortality of halibut in pots versus on hooks, and how vessels would need to report a mixed turbot IFQ trip. And the idea of how to report a mixed trip would be relevant regardless of whether halibut could or couldn't be retained when directed fishing for groundfish, because this is a CP fishery, so a trip and directed fishing at a given time or on a given set aren't as clearly aligned as they would be for a CV fishery. So, Mr. Chair, I can pause there to see if there are any questions, and if not, I'll pass it to Kelly Cates from NIMS, and she'll jump in with a couple slides to get us to the end.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Cunningham. Don't see any questions. Good morning, Ms. Cates.
Good morning. Can you hear me all right?
We can.
All right, then I'll jump right in. So marine mammal considerations. There's one primary area of concern for protected species with this potential action, and that is a potential change in the number of vertical lines deployed by fixed-gear vessels that might increase or decrease the odds of entanglement with protected species. It is likely that the configuration for each gear type would involve 2 vertical lines. However, what is unclear is if a similar number of sets would occur with a switch between hook and line to a long line pot setup. Additionally, there might be a neutral effect to a potential positive effect of reducing the amount of hook and line gear in the water relative to long line pot gear, as long line pot gear might reduce the risk of entanglement to whales that are attracted to hook and line gear by virtue of exposed hooked fish upon which to feed. Fishing with pots reduces the threat of depredation by enclosing the fish where whales cannot access them. Eliminating the opportunity for easy depredation would discourage whales from targeting vessels, which could ultimately decrease the chances of an entanglement event. However, it should be noted this scenario could be complicated by the potential use of slinky pots in a long-line pot setup, as there are currently no studies on how marine mammals may interact with slinky pots. Lastly, an unknown with this potential action is whether a change in line diameter would occur for the configuration of the 2 gear types. A difference in line diameter affects the material performance and breaking strength. The ground line connecting pots in a long line pot setup is generally understood to be a stronger or of a greater diameter than the line from a hook and line setup. Stronger, thicker line might be less likely to break and release an entangled marine mammal, but that effect might be counterbalanced by the fact that thicker line is less likely to wrap tightly around parts of the animal. It is likely that a shift toward long line pot gear would result in heavier ground line being deployed, but the effect of that change on marine mammals is currently unknown. And moving on to monitoring considerations. Catcher process vessels operating in the Bering Sea are typically in the full coverage category for the observer program. All vessels that have fished Greenland turbot during the analyzed period were in the full coverage category, and this potential action is not likely to directly affect observer coverage levels, though the number of deployed days could increase if total fixed gear effort increases. NIMS will consider if existing monitoring requirements are sufficient depending on the future scope of this action. The main enforcement consideration for this potential action is whether observers on catcher processors deploying longline pot gear would have adequate and safe access to unsorted catch, given that catch is brought on board during a pot haul in a different manner than during a hook and line haul. There are some major differences between observer sampling and safety protocols for pot hauls versus hook and line hauls, and these differences are described in the NIMS Observing Sampling Manual. Currently, as many as 5 active SLCC vessels are set up to fish with both pot and hook and line gear and are in compliance with observer protocols for pot gear due to participation in other pot fisheries. Any other hook and line CP that elects to fish longline pot gear could incur costs or need to implement operational modifications to accommodate observers on deck in terms of safety and compliance. Lastly, for catch accounting considerations, it should be noted that catch must be reported by gear type, even if a vessel fishes multiple gear types on the same trip. On catcher processors with full observer coverage, the catch data is already reported by gear type, since observers record the gear deployed at the haul level. Catcher processors fishing multiple gear types would also need to submit separate reports by gear type for their daily production reports and landing reports. If a catcher vessel were to utilize both longline pot gear and hook and line gear on a single trip, the vessel would need to create 2 landing reports at the end of the trip. And no vessel may fish both pots and hooks on the same longline set. NIMS would also like to bring to the Council's attention to the fact that there have been a number of recent and currently proposed pot gear regulation changes. The changes currently contemplated by the Council would apply only to specific fisheries, such as the turbot or IFQ pot fisheries. And with each additional exception to the more broad regulations, this creates complexities and makes it more difficult to interpret the regulations and apply those regulations to a variety of fishing operations in various fisheries. As the Council has expressed a general interest in gear innovation, an option the Council could consider is how these individual changes for specific fisheries are intended to address the more broad requests for simple, less restrictive regulations. And that concludes my portion of the presentation. We can pause for questions, or we can turn it back over to Sam.
Thank you, Ms. Cates. Don't see any questions. So before we go back to Mr. Cunningham, I'd like to remind members of the public to please sign up to testify prior to the staff presentation. And back to you, Mr. Cunningham.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Kelly. So we touched on the list of issues, and I'll just wrap up here with a direct prompt for the Council. At a minimum, all you have to do at this meeting is decide whether a new gear authorization merits full analysis or further discussion papers based on the start we've made with this draft and what you might hear in testimony. And also, given that there hasn't been much pot fishing in the area of interest, it's also a good time for members of the Council and also the public to advise on issues for analysis that weren't identified in the paper, or give perspectives on broader topics like the proliferation of pot gear in general, or bycatch issues that might stem from changing ocean conditions. And then I've also noted for you, since you already received your AP report, to remind you that they did make a motion asking for an analysis with one action alternative, and it had some options regarding the size of pot tunnel openings, and one additional data request that related to a potential, or to gauge whether there is a potential for significant gear conflict between the trawl and non-trawl sectors. So that concludes the presentation, Mr. Chair. We'd be happy to take questions. It's your pleasure.
Thank you, Mr. Cunningham. I just lost internet connection, so if council members do have questions, please jump in.
Mr. Chair, Bill Twite here. I see my hand up, and I'll keep you apprised if other hands go up.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. My connection's back. Did you have a question, Mr. Twite?
I do.
Okay, great.
Thanks. And thanks, Mr. Cunningham and Dr. Cates. I guess I'd like to follow up a little bit on a point that I heard Dr. Cates make right near the end of her portion of the presentation about sort of considering, oh gosh, I can't even recapture her language well, which was quite good, but she was acknowledging that the Council has expressed some interest in the past about more flexible regulations that don't circumscribe the kind of gear innovation that we've been seeing in slinky pots, for instance. And I'm wondering if that were sort of explored as part of this issue, would that complicate this issue a lot, or what would it look like to take a look at what regulations that are maybe less prescriptive would look like at this point?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Mr. Twite. As I understand it, so there are several different exemptions for different fisheries, different gear sectors. And so looking at the broader scope of how all those changes interact with each other and coming up with regulations that could potentially streamline and bring them all into similar compliance, and if that was attached to this action, I do think that would result in this action moving along slower than if it was done separately.
Thanks. Can I follow up a little bit on
Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair, it's Doug Meekum. If I could, Mr. Dwight, just clarify on that point.
Okay, Mr. Meekum.
Yeah, Mr. Dwight raises a good question here. I just wanted to let you know that their intention is to provide a motion of some sort. I haven't seen it yet during staff tasking that would try to address this issue of consistency, conflict, innovation, that kind of thing with respect to POTS, not only just for the innovation question, but enforcement issues and conformity, consistency, conflicts with state water fisheries. And so that the intention is for us to provide that a little bit more clarity around what we're talking about during staff tasking.
Thanks, Mr. Meekum, and thanks, Dr. Cates. I look forward to that discussion.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Meekum and Mr. Dwight. Any more questions for Mr. Cunningham or Dr. Cates? Right. Well, thank you both for the presentation this morning. That will bring us to public comment. Looks like we have 4 members of the public signed up to testify. First up is Arnie Pugavog, then Chad C. and Jim Armstrong, Jason Anderson, and then Joel Peterson. Also keep track here and let you know if your time is up. With that, good morning, Mr. Pugavog.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Great. Good morning. Thank you, members of the council. My name is Arnie Pugavog, and I'm here on behalf of North Star Fishing Company. North Star operates 4 Amendment 80 CPs that fish flatfish in the Bering Sea, including Greenland turbot. And I will provide some brief comments on the discussion paper and the AP motion. North Star is one of the primary Greenland turbot trawl harvesting companies. Like the current fixed-gear vessels that harvest turbot, it's a very important fishery for a small subset of Amendment 80 trawl CPs, including North Star, and we have a decades-long history of participation in this fishery. I want to compliment the analysts for a very thorough paper that really touched on what I think are the most pertinent issues to our company. In my opinion, the key issues are potentially increased participation and competition. I really appreciate the Freezer Longline Coalition reaching out to us about the discussion paper to see what concerns we had, and we are actively discussing potential modifications to our voluntary agreement that might be needed if the council moves forward with this proposal. The discussion paper highlights the potential for increased fixed gear participation, and I think this is the biggest unknown. I agree with FLC and staff that it is unlikely there will be a large influx of fixed gear catcher processors. But given there are currently only 3 or 4 longline CPs that fish turbot, it wouldn't take many new vessels to even double that number. A key issue for us, and highlighted in the discussion paper, is competition on the ground and potential impacts to our voluntary agreement. The longline fishery is currently highly constrained by whale depredation, and if longline pots prove to be an effective gear, will there be an increase in the number of boats on the ground? Turbot is not like other species that are found in high abundance along the Bering Sea slope, like sablefish. Turbot are predominantly caught in relatively small, discrete areas, and there actually isn't a lot of fishing ground. An influx of vessels, particularly new non-FLC CPs, into these areas could lead to gear conflict and ground preemption, as was identified in the paper. One question that the discussion paper raises is that if the fixed gear catch increases, especially by non-FLC vessels, will that put pressure on the fixed gear sector and potentially impact our voluntary agreement? I appreciate that the AP added language to look at historical catch locations and timing, and we will assist the analysts to get this information for our sector. I also appreciate that the AP did a great job in capturing a range of issues and concerns in their motion rationale. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Pugavog. Let's see if there are any. Don't see any hands raising. Thanks for your testimony.
Thank you.
Chad C. and Jim Armstrong.
Mr. Chairman, this is Chad C. Members of Council, I'm the Executive Director of the Freezer Longline Coalition. With me is Jim Armstrong, FLC's Technical Advisor. We will be providing comments on the discussion paper concerning the allowance of longline pots in the Bering Sea Greenland turbot fishery. FLC first requested this discussion paper in April of last year. We did so for two reasons. One, FLC members are historical participants in the turbot fishery. While a small fishery, for participants, it serves as an important source of revenue for these operators and crew, particularly in years of low abundance in the cod fishery where our members principally operate. Table 2.3 in the discussion paper details the revenue dependency of participating freezer longline vessels, showing an average dependency on the turbot fishery of 12%. Two, in recent years, whale depredation of turbot has become so problematic as to shut out any opportunity for vessels to participate in the fishery, longline vessels, that is. This is eliminating fishing opportunity for revenues for operators and crew relying on this fishery. Having exhausted other available options to deter whales from our vessels, we believe that an allowance for longline pod gear will be an effective and really the only way to immediately restore opportunity for fixed gear participants. FLC appreciates the work of the author to put together a comprehensive, well-considered discussion paper looking at this proposed allowance of longline pods. We believe the document provides a clear roadmap for Council to address this issue. We are asking that the issue be moved forward for initial review. The key issue identified in the paper is the question of fishery participation. We highlight in our comments some characteristics of the fishery that might provide more clarity on the level of participation to be expected in the fishery should longline pots be allowed. Some of these include that it is a small fishery prosecuted in a remote location at depths of about 250 to over 400 fathoms. The nature of turbot is such that they require rapid processing to retain quality, historically limiting participation to CP vessels. We expect this will be a matter that is addressed further in the analysis, but we would not anticipate a notable increase in participation outside of existing historical participants. Ultimately, we believe this is an issue that can and should be addressed by Council quickly. The action is limited in scope. There is an immediate need for this action to facilitate participation, and the paper thoroughly identifies the primary issues related to the proposed action. I will now turn my time over to Jim, who will walk through our input on potential impacts of this gear allowance on bycatch and protected species.
Thanks, Chad. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Council. Jim Armstrong for FLC, for the record. I'm not going to go over all the information in our comment letter. I think the statements we make there are pretty straightforward. We'll thank Jerry Hawk, Chief Scientist, for the slope survey for his help with the data. The upshot is that, Greenland turbot is an important fishery for us, and because of whale depredation, the switch to longline pod gear is an established and necessary adaptive measure under the circumstances. An EAA for this would look at impacts to the environment, and we think the times and areas associated with fishing effort, as well as overall catch levels, are going to be what they were for the hook fishery. So really, it comes down to comparing the impacts of pot gear as opposed to hook gear. Both of these gear types are associated with low levels of bycatch and bycatch mortality, but they fish differently. And so what is the impact on bycatch? And same question on impacts to marine mammals and seabirds. So that's what we kind of expanded on in the comment letter. In terms of bycatch, the slope survey shows distributions of various species relative to depth. Snow and tanner crab, halibut, Pacific cod really don't overlap with turbot fishing. With respect to halibut, that lack of overlap is really the basis for the exemption to the 9-inch tunnel restriction that is a needed part of this gear switch. In terms of sablefish, they definitely occur at the depths where turbot are. Will we catch them? Yes. In our hook gear, sablefish discards are about 1.3% of our turbot catches. We think pot gear will present a lower bycatch mortality impact to sablefish relative to hook gear. We can always add escape rings to reduce that even more. I'll note that there are also design features that can greatly reduce the potential for crab bycatch. We don't think bycatch of FMP crab species is going to be an issue, but it might help with some of the non-commercial crab species. For whales, the issue is the number of vertical lines, generally speaking, and basically from discussions with our members, that should be the same number of strings, one buoy at each end, and then after we drop the buoy on usually it's 3 strings. After we drop the buoy on the 3rd string, we head back to the 1st string. So the gear's out there for a matter of hours, not days. In terms of seabirds, we already go to great lengths to minimize impacts during our longline cod fishing. We think pot gear is going to make this much less of an issue. Many thanks to Sam and Kelly for a thorough overview. The nice thing about the discussion paper is that it does a great job identifying the issues that they'll look at in an analysis. So that and the Council's recognition of longline pots as an established solution to the problem we're dealing with gives us hope that the analysis and the subsequent implementation can proceed pretty quickly. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Thank you, Mr. C. and Mr. Armstrong. Ms. Kimball has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. I just had a quick question on that last or near to last point, and it's also raised in the discussion paper about the impact on marine mammals and the assessment that longline pot gear sets would be fished with the same number of vertical lines. And so there's kind of this assumption that we're not likely to increase any entanglement risk because the level of effort would be the same. And I just wondered if you could expand on that a little bit, since my understanding is the whole premise of this action is that we would actually increase sets, we would actually increase effort and allow the longline sector to access this fishery where they haven't been able to previously in recent years. And in addition, that we might be bringing more vessels in the same area to do that. So I guess I just want a little more on your assessment that the level of gear or amount of gear on the water would be the same.
I can take this, Chad. This is Jim.
Sure.
Thank you through the chair. I mean, I think it remains to be seen what comes up in the analysis. I'm sure they'll do a great job, and so they'll have a baseline for comparison. And yeah, I mean, there weren't any vertical lines out there last year because we didn't fish at all. So it sort of is like, what's the baseline for comparison? We were active, more active in the fishery, and whale depredation became more and more of an issue. So I think it's going to, the impact analysis is going to look at that from that perspective of relatively, what does an active fishery look like? And so, but we don't have a history of issues with whale entanglements in the turbot fishery, so I don't anticipate that, that'll be an issue that is raised in the analysis. I don't know if Chad has any other thoughts on that.
Yeah, I just add that I think when we say it's not going to be any difference than with existing gear, it's relative to our historical participation in that fishery with longline gear. So that'd be my take on that.
Thank you.
Kimball, Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. C. and Mr. Armstrong. I think this is the question I'm about to ask is being covered to some extent already, has been covered a little bit in the discussion paper. But Mr. C, I guess I'd like your thoughts on the difference between the FLC and all the other co-ops we deal with. Is that the FLC is a voluntary co-op, not one formed under regulation, and so FLC's ability to control effort at some point in the future is different than any of the co-ops that are formed under regulation. And I'm just wondering about what your reflections are on FLC's ability to control effort as, again, at some point in the future. I think it's very clear in the present that you do encompass the known universe, but potential future entrants, if this indeed turns out to be as successful an adaptation as we're all hoping it will be, how can FLC control future participation in this? Or are you able to? Or will you need some additional consideration of that as we work through this action?
Thanks, Mr. Twight, for the chair. It's a good question. We, as a voluntary co-op that addresses participation in the cod fishery, we certainly don't have any ability to control whether or not someone from outside our sector would participate in this turbot fishery. We, within our own sector, we can address that, but the new participants from outside the fishery certainly would be able to participate without any kind of control from us about how they might participate. But that gets back to the consideration we've given before moving ahead with this paper and this idea of just what that universe might be, and certainly we'll see more of that in the analysis. But that's where we've reached the conclusion that likely additional participants would not be significant enough to raise a concern to the point that we would not want to see this move ahead. There might be some additional participants, but just the nature of the fishery, as has been described, being so remote and the need for it to be a CP fleet makes that universe pretty small. So I think that there's going to be a lot of just self-selection in terms of who is able to participate in this fishery in the future.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Twight. Any further questions? Okay. All right. Thanks again for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Jason Anderson.
Good morning, Council. Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. My name is Jason Anderson. I work for the O'Hara Corporation. We are a family-owned business with 5 trawl catcher processors that participate in the Amendment 80 fishery, and several of our boats are also historical participants in the turbot fishery. My comments are going to be brief, and they're very much aligned with Arnie's earlier. We'd like to thank the analysts first for providing a good initial roadmap in this discussion paper, and also for Chad and FLC for reaching out to us to better understand our any potential concerns that we may have with this action. At this point in the process, we'd just like to better understand the potential impacts of this action to our sector, and have identified a couple of initial concerns that we'd like to see addressed in any subsequent analyses. The first includes potential additional fixed gear participation and the impacts to our harvesting agreement with FLC. The analysis does suggest that there's the potential for 77 additional CP participants, and like Chad and Arnie, we don't think that we're going to see that level of additional participation, but we would like to have the analysis explore a little bit about what the potential universe of additional participants might be. Our second concern includes any change in space and time of the fixed gear fishery that could be possible from a change from hooks to pots, and how that could impact our historical fishery footprint for turbot. We've spoken with Sam, and it sounds like he intends to address both these concerns in the future. And additionally, he's communicated to us that the AP provides adequate guidance in this respect. So, it sounds like we're on the right path. And that concludes my comments. Thanks for your time, and happy to address any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Are there any questions? Okay, don't see any. Thank you for your testimony this morning.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, last up is Joel Peterson.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Okay.
We can. Good morning.
Chairman Canadian Council members, Joel Peterson, Bristol Wave Seafoods, formerly Clipper Seafoods and Bruno Fisheries. Historically, we've had multiple vessels targeting turbot on an annual basis. We've already outfitted 2 boats with slinky pots for sable fishing. We're looking at doing a 3rd vessel this summer. I'd also like to recognize Sam and council staff for the great job putting together a nice, comprehensive and concise document. Also appreciate him turning 25 pages into a 10-minute presentation. I would definitely align myself with Chad and Jim's comments. Also the FLC letter that was submitted. I think they're pretty thorough, so I'll do my best not to be redundant. I don't expect this to be a contentious issue, but if there are any questions about anything related to turbot, the document, any of the FLC comments, I'd be happy to answer those. I do want to emphasize that the problems we are experiencing are severe, and they become increasingly worse over the years. I think the document does a good job illustrating this. Previously we could deploy some more prevention strategies that basically consisted of having one guy exclusively dedicated to whale watch. We put him on the top of the wheelhouse with some binoculars. Normally we could set back, run 20 miles, come back a day later, and the whales would leave us alone. We could get some work done, get some gear hauled. And I'll tell you what, we had our setback process down to a science, so we practiced it intensively. We would have a running line, we'd have our anchor all set up at the haul station. Whales showed up, roller man grabbed the running line tight right into the ground line, cut the gear behind him, throw the anchor. We ready to have guys fitting a buoy line, and the throttles would be down, we'd be running, getting out of there. And it worked well for a while. And, but more recently, whales have become more of a problem. They become more patient. When we return to our gear, they're frequently waiting on the bags, or they show up right when we turn on the hydro to start hauling buoy line. There was a question to me I want to address. Some folks are asking me why we didn't look at an EFP first, and why we went straight to asking for this regulation change. And I'd point out that there's been some strong success using pots, not only in Canada, but also in Russia. In one study, catch rates were reportedly 5 times higher using pots compared to longline gear. I'm running out of time, so I'm going to skip a couple things here. The new participants question that was asked, I just point out that I think there's only 26% utilization of Bering Sea turbot last year. So with that in mind, I think it would be a little bit inappropriate to ask council for some type of a limited access program at this time. It's impossible to know what will happen in the future, but if the fishery does somehow become overcapitalized in the future, I'm confident we have the tools and resources to the council process to address those problems. And then just to recap, in closing, I guess it's been brought to my attention that I'm running out of time. I guess that concludes my comments. Thank you, Chairman Canadian. Happy to take any questions.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Any questions? Okay, I don't see any. Thank you for your testimony this morning. Okay, Council, that concludes public comment. I apologize. I need to step out, so I'm going to turn the meeting over to Mr. Twite at this point, and we'll see if the Council is ready to take action.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Council members, we've had public testimony on this now, and the floor is open for any council members who wish to suggest any action at this point. Mr. Down. Mr. Down, you're on mute.
Okay, unmuted.
Now we got it.
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank the council staff and especially let Mr. Cunningham know how great it is to see him here at the meeting and how much I appreciate his work on on this. I have a motion which I've sent to staff, and if staff has that, they can indicate that they have that and bring it up. And
Mr. Downs, this is Diana Evans. I do not believe we have a copy of that motion. Perhaps you could resend it to us.
yeah, Mr. Co-Chair, can we stand down for maybe 2 to 5 minutes, and I'll get that over to staff. I'm looking at my email. I just need to see what the issue here is with that. So
Certainly, we'll take a 5-minute break. Mr. Down, use the NPFMC admin at NOAA.gov address.
Yes, I did. I do have that. It just somehow it didn't send. It's hung up in my outbox here, so I just need to see why that is. I'll get that solved here in a moment.
Council, we're on a 5-minute break. Council, please come back to order. Mr. Down, I believe they have the motion now, and so the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I will read the motion that's before you. This is on Greenland turbot, longline pots. The council requests staff to initiate an initial review analysis to authorize the use of longline pots in the directed Bering Sea fixed gear Greenland turbot fishery, incorporating the following purpose and need statement and alternatives. Purpose and need: whale depredation is precluded. Directed fishing for Greenland turbot by commercial hook and line gear vessels in the Bering Sea. Participation in this fishery has been a significant source of income for a number of hook and line CP vessels that primarily target Pacific cod. The importance of turbot fishing increased for these vessels as Pacific cod tax in the Bering Sea saw major declines between 2012 and 2021. Although single pot gear is currently authorized for Greenland turbot, single pots have not been deployed because of their inefficiency in the depth and location where the fishery occurs. A regulatory amendment that would allow vessels to use longline pots when fishing for Greenland turbot would likely resolve the depredation problem and allow the fishery to resume. Other benefits of reduced whale depredation on Greenland turbot could include improved catch accounting for managers and data quality for the Greenland turbot stock assessment. Alternative 1, no action. Longline pot gear is not authorized for Greenland turbot in the Bering Sea. Alternative 2, authorizes the use of pot longline gear when directed fishing for Greenland turbot in the Bering Sea subarea. Option 1, exemption from the 9-inch maximum tunnel opening restriction. The 9-inch maximum tunnel opening requirement does not apply to longline pots used to directed fish for Greenland turbot in the Bering Sea sub-area. And that's my motion, Mr. Co-Chair. Thank you very much. With a second, I'll speak to the motion.
Second, Jensen.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen, for the second. Mr. Down, the floor is yours if you wish to speak to your motion.
I do, Mr. Co-Chair. Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Jensen. Second. My motion differs slightly. It's a slightly shorter, more concise version than what you saw at the AP, but the effect is the same. There's nothing I've done here in this motion that differs in effect from the AP motion. The purpose and need statement, I deleted a paragraph that was in the AP motion based on the fact that would come out in the analysis. That would be quite clear. And in the alternatives on the options for exemption from the 9-inch, rather than to specify a 14-inch size in talking with staff at NIMS, it was suggested that we not add any further restrictions to pots that might be difficult for enforcement issues and make changes in the future more difficult. So this is just an exemption on the 9-inch maximum tunnel opening restriction that would allow the opening to be large enough for turbot. The whale depredation has shut down the fixed gear fishery for Greenland turbot along the Bering Sea slope. Other whale deference efforts by fixed gear participants have proven unsuccessful at addressing this issue. This is a problem that the Council helped solve for fish and halibut IFQ fisheries through an allowance for longline pots. Currently, any vessel with a federal fisheries permit for groundfish and necessary non-trawl and area Bering Sea endorsements on its license limitation LLP license may fish single pots for Greenland turbot in the Bering Sea. This would simply add an allowance for longline pots. An analysis will help ensure that longline pots will not be problematic in terms of its impacts to bycatch, marine mammals, and other fisheries. The potential for sablefish bycatch will need to be characterized, including effects on bycatch mortality. Bycatch of crab and Pacific halibut appears to be minimal in the Bering Sea slope areas where the turbot fishery operates, and turbot longline pot fishery could reduce bycatch mortality further relative to hook and line. To better understand whether the allowance of longline pots as legal gear could precipitate gear conflicts and grounds preemption, analysis should include an examination of vessel harvest location and timing to help inform the council whether this action could change spatial and temporal harvesting patterns for the fixed gear sector. Representatives from the Amendment 80 and FLC sectors will need to verify that they understand and accept any changes that may be necessary to their current agreement. The discussion paper thoroughly laid out the issues that will need to be addressed in the analysis. The gear allowance could occur through a fairly straightforward regulatory amendment. If the analysis is prioritized and no unanticipated issues of controversy arise, implementation of the regulatory amendment could proceed fairly quickly. A few other things I just think would be important to mention that was brought up in the analysis and I think is a concern for folks is how the PCOD usage and how that might be PCOD and bycatch in the Greenland turbot fishery might affect other fisheries and the attractiveness of this fishery with has some valuable MRAs and that may attract additional participants. Those things I think will be well analyzed from the comments I've heard from Mr. Cunningham and others in the current paper. I think that there's a good way to make a good identify the differences in the vessels that are in the FLC and non-FLCC CP pot permits that might enter this fishery. We saw that there was some discussion in this on the use of on the concerns for marine mammals and whales and conflicts there, and I think that will be well fleshed out in this analysis and the realization that the Center for Biological Diversity and others have asked for ropeless gear requirements and have some concerns that this should be well addressed in the analysis. There's increases in bycatch that could be possible, and I think that those are well identified here too. I might add octopus is one that has come up and been brought to my attention, but certainly crab and other species that may see a shift when moving to the pots will be analyzed. In addition, there's on grounds preemption, that will be well analyzed. I would remind the council that this is a very small amount of quota we're talking about, several thousand tons, and that this is not an amount of quota that's going to attract a great deal of vessels, nor be able to support a great deal of vessels. And if a great deal of vessels show up, this would be a very, very short fishery. So I think that we can look at things like space and time in the fishery. That was brought up in the AP. That will be brought out not in my motion directly, but I'm certainly bringing it up here in my comments. And the longline for pot gear is currently allowed in the Aleutian area, Aleutian Islands sub area for Greenland turbot. It's allowed for directed fishing for sablefish in the Bering Sea sub area. And it's allowed for fishing IFQ sablefish in the Gulf of Alaska. It's also allowed for IFQ and the CDQ halibut in the Bering Sea. And the folks that have asked us to take a look at this are simply asking for the same deference. I'll conclude my comments there. Mr. Co-Chair, thank you very much to my second, Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Council members, are there questions? I'm not seeing any questions. Let's move on and see if there's any amendments to suggest to the motion on the floor. Nor am I seeing any amendments. So finally, then, let's open up the floor to any comments on the motion. Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. And I'm sorry, I can't get my camera to start. But thank you, Mr. Downs, for your motion. I'm going to support the motion. I think there are some serious concerns in this fishery with the whale depredation issue. And I think the concerns that I have that I'll be watching for in the analysis relate to impacts to the other participants, the trawl fishery, as well as the non-commercial potential bycatch concerns that I noted during the AP report. And as you noted as well, I think those would be included in the analysis anyway. So I look forward to this coming back, and I will support your motion. Thanks again.
At this time, I'm not seeing any additional comments. So, Council, are we ready to vote on this? Is there any objection to the motion on the table? I'm not seeing any council members register any objection. Therefore, the motion passes unanimously. Is there any additional business or any additional comments on this agenda item before we move on? Mr. Down, is that an old hand, or do you have an additional comment?
Just one additional comment. This is an issue that's precluded deer type in the hook and line vessels from participating in the fishery. I think in 2021, the number of vessels went to 0. So this is somewhat of a timely issue. I'm not going to prioritize this over any other issue, but it'd be something I'll be interested in talking about at staff tasking is to the speed at which this might be able to move to open that fishery up. Certainly, I think 2022 is going to be a tough year for these guys and not being able to participate in the fishery. So I just wanted to recognize the fact that there's that they're precluded currently from participating in the fishery, because if you fish currently, you'll probably lose money because all of the whales are taking nearly all their fish. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Any additional business before we close this agenda item? Let's move on to agenda item D3, groundfish management policy review. Ms. Evans, are you ready with a presentation?
Members of the council, this is Diana Evans. Yes, I am ready to walk you through that presentation.
Excellent. The floor is yours.
Okay, just give me a moment to pull it up.
Ms. Evans, before you start, I would like to remind the public that the cutoff time to sign up will be at the end of your presentation, and that sign up is on the e-agenda. And in order to actually testify, you must be connected by phone.
All right. Good morning, members of the council. I'm here to present D3, which is the Groundfish Management Policy Review. And just to give you a little bit of background and refresher on the purpose of this agenda item. The review of our groundfish management policy is a requirement as part of our fishery management plans. It's actually a paragraph within the management policy itself, and you can see a couple of quotes pulled out on the right-hand side there from the management policy that are specific to this periodic review. You used to, initially when the management policy was first put in place in 2004 with the adoption of the recommendations coming out of the Programmatic Supplemental Environmental Impact Statement for the groundfish SMPs. You reviewed this on an annual basis, but now that we are further along with our implementation of this groundfish management policy, you continue to get at every meeting an update during staff tasking agenda item on your progress with or the council actions as they relate back to those management objectives. But we changed the periodicity of this in-depth review of the management policies to a 3-year basis. So you last had this as an official agenda item in February 2019, and 3 years on from now, we're bringing this forward for you again. And there are a few different objectives for focusing on this agenda item. One is to review the policy. We also review the actions with respect to that policy that the council has taken since the last review, noting that the focus here is on groundfish actions. This is specific to the groundfish fishery management plans. So while you have taken other actions that might affect other FMPs like crab or particularly crab FMPs, those would not be reflected as part of this review. And then you also have the opportunity, having completed that review, to determine whether or not you think that management policy and the objectives that are included therein are continue to reflect the management policy that you intend for the groundfish fishery management program, or do you want to make changes? Noting that if you do want to make a change, that will require an FMP amendment and therefore analysis to support those changes. And then you also have the option, as you do at any meeting, but particularly as part of this review item, to consider whether there is an additional council action that you wish to take that would be warranted to further or better implement this policy. So that's the action before you today. Because this is a review of text in the FMP, and that's included in the briefing document that supports this agenda item, this presentation is a little bit text heavy. I am going to try, as I walk you through the management policy statement and the associated goal statements and objectives, to highlight some key themes, but the full text of the management policy is included in your briefing documents. So focusing on the approach statement, the several paragraphs that are part of the policy, it talks about using a precautionary approach, forward-looking conservation measures that address uncertainty based on sound science, looking proactively rather than reactively, and the purpose to ensure the sustainability of fishery resources and also the associated ecosystems. The policy notes that you intend to consider reasonable adaptive management measures as under the framework of the law. You also highlight that you are looking to implement that precautionary adaptive management approach through community or rights-based management options, noting that this language was written in the early 2000s. We might use slightly different terms nowadays. Also, ecosystem-based management principles, and that where appropriate or practicable, you are looking to increase habitat protection and bycatch constraints, and all of that based on the best scientific information available. This sentence sums up a lot of those components of the management policy, noting that given that intent, your fishery management goal is to provide sound conservation of living marine resources, provide for socially and economically viable fisheries and fishing communities, minimize human-caused threats to protected species, maintain a healthy marine resource habitat, and incorporate ecosystem-based considerations into management decisions. And that you intend to do that approach, recognizing the need to balance competing uses and competing goals, and also to involve the public in the decision-making process through the council's open and transparent process. But that's the language of the paragraph of your approach, and then those are further described with 9 specific goal statements and objectives under each of those goal statements. And the next several slides walk through those goal statements. I'm just going to take a moment because they all have a similar format here. So in the center of the slide here, you can see kind of longer text listing the specific text that's associated with each of the objectives that are listed as part of your policy. And that's the language directly from the FMP. On the left-hand side is my shorthand, generally describing at a brief level kind of what that objective contains. So the correct language, the language that governs your actions, is the language in the center, but over to the left is a shorthand just to orient you to what that objective is talking about. And then on the right-hand side, in the blue box, we identify council actions that have been taken over the last 3 years. That's the period that we're looking back in this review, that are specifically related to some of those management objectives. We tried to be as comprehensive as possible in identifying new actions that the council has taken over the last 3 years. We're probably a little less consistent in identifying ongoing actions, and there's certainly lots of elements of the management program that support these objectives that we've highlighted in past reviews or highlighted over the past years that might not appear on that right-hand box, but are still important elements of the program that support those objectives. So this is really trying to focus on new actions or changed actions the council's taken over the last 3 years. All right, with that as context then, I'm going to walk through these 9 goal statements. So the first one is to prevent overfishing, and you have several objectives under that category, looking at setting conservative TACs and ABCs and OFLs, and remembering this is for the groundfish management program, using use of an OY cap, use of species categories. The council actions that you take to support that prevent overfishing set of objectives are your annual specifications process. There are reviews of the program, of the stock assessment program through CIE, Center of Independent Expert Reviews of those stock assessments. There's been some National Standard 1 technical guidance to improve, to make minor changes to the way in which we interpret our specifications process and requirements. And then you did take an action that related to species categories with respect to sculpins. Moving on to the second goal statement, to promote sustainable fisheries and communities. These set of objectives are largely reflective of national standards requirements. And so these considerations are applied in all of the council actions. In the analyses that you see to support your management actions, we include a section that looks at the national standards specifically when you get to final action. That reflects a lot of these same concerns. With respect to the issue of safety, you also get reports from agencies that specifically inform you of safety at sea. The goal statement to preserve the food web includes indicators that relate to, or includes objectives that relate to the development of ecosystem indicators, and you get that through your ecosystem status reports on an annual basis. You've also developed the ecological and socioeconomic profiles that are part of the stock assessments. You have an objective to look at adjusting ABCs for the ecosystem considerations and for uncertainty factors, and you did, your SSC did work on that with the plan teams, looking at the development of risk tables, that's been over the last 3 years. You have an objective to protect forage fish, and you have received a status report on that in the December SAFE report with respect to the forage fish status. And you also have a general objective to incorporate ecosystem-based fishery management considerations, and noting that you have a fishery ecosystem plan for the Bering Sea, and you're actively engaged in work through the task forces associated with that for local knowledge and traditional knowledge and climate change work. You also have an objective to manage incidental catch and reduce bycatch and waste. There are 8 different objectives, so this is split out over 2 slides, but you've spent a lot of attention in the last 3 years focusing on bycatch management. The types of objectives here include incentive programs, research into non-target species, discards. You can see on the right there's the various actions take either on a recurring basis through the annual reports for salmon genetics, etc., or observer programs, plus specific actions relating, for example, to halibut PSC limits, and some other actions with respect to development of electronic monitoring work and sex sorting. Noting that some of the ongoing actions that relate to this agenda item, or the set of objectives rather, through your capture programs that you have in place also meet with some of those objectives to reduce discards that were intended to further those objectives. These other 4 objectives relate to using seasonal and gear restrictions, which the program does. Bycatch accounting, you actually evaluated that in the last cycle with respect to the applicability of the standardized bycatch reporting methodology in the FMP. PSC limits we already talked about, and reducing waste. You have a goal statement that requires you to avoid impacts to seabirds and marine mammals, and the several objectives here with respect to seabirds and listed species, Steller sea lions, marine mammals, and fishery interactions. You have regular cooperation with National Marine Fisheries Service and Fish and Wildlife Service. Through the SSC, you receive updates on marine mammal and fishery interactions and review the conservation status also through your ecosystem committee. And also similarly for seabirds, there's a working group with Fish and Wildlife Service NIMS that the council hears about on an annual basis in April. This is the goal statement that relates to habitat, to reduce and avoid impacts to habitat. And your SSE heard agenda items at this meeting looking ahead to the EFH 5-year review that will come before the council later this year. But that work and development has been ongoing in the past 3 years to improve our ability to identify and designate EFH pursuant to the rules of the Magnuson Act. You've also done work with respect to marine protected area policy and in general identifying the use of MPAs and how they can be used for as tools in our management program. And that's work that's related to the CCC and the America the Beautiful Act, the development of the Atlas of Alaska fishery areas that meet with those criteria. Goal statement to promote equitable and efficient use of fishery resources focuses on objectives that relate to stability and ensuring fair allocation of fishery resources, maintaining the LRP program and looking at rights-based management programs for some or all groundfish fisheries, and then efficient use of resources. And so you have several actions on the right-hand side listed there with either council actions or at least discussion of council actions with respect to that correspond with these objectives. Both your halibut action with respect to PSC limits, looking at some of the cod programs, the CV trawl lap, and some other actions with respect to the Bering Sea peacock fisheries. We have a goal statement to increase Alaska Native consultation, and that focuses both on the incorporation and enhancement of local knowledge and traditional knowledge, as well as Alaska Native participation in the process. You've spent focused attention on that in the past 3 years through your community engagement committee, and then the recommendations that came out of that committee that council adopted. One of those being creating a council staff position as a rural community and tribal liaison, but also through your fishery ecosystem plan and the task force that has been created specifically to look at the question of how better to incorporate local knowledge, traditional knowledge, and subsistence in our council process. And then the final goal statement is to improve data quality, monitoring, and enforcement. Again, there's 8 different objectives here, so it's split over 2 slides, but looks at questions of the observer data, both from the utility of data and costs associated with the data. Those are subjects that you address on a recurring basis, an annual basis through your observer reports, but you've also initiated some specific work with respect to cost efficiencies in the partial coverage sector. Increased data reporting. You just took an action at this meeting related to economic data reports. You also have annual reports on from the economic safe and the ASEPO, a community report associated with that. And then looking at technology to improve monitoring and enforcement. Electronic monitoring development obviously fits within that objective. And the final objectives here are looking at long-term ecosystem monitoring. And we have research priorities associated with that, and we hear actions. Obviously, we had a report at this meeting from Alaska Fisheries Science Center about efforts there. Cooperating with research institutions, your triennial research priority process is the way that we communicate that those research needs to other institutions. Enforceability is one of your objectives, and we have ongoing enforcement precepts that are applied to our actions, try to address that at every council action so that you understand the enforceability aspects of those, and then coordinating with partners, which we do in numerous ways, including at the agency level through reports, and then behind the scenes cooperation with at the staff level, and then at higher levels amongst organizations. So that provides you a review of the management policy and the associated objectives. There's one more section of the briefing report that I wanted to highlight for you. There's 3 appendices, one that summarizes what the programmatic document was and the action that was taken and analyzed to that programmatic, which was finalized in 2004. But the second appendix focuses on the evaluating the continued applicability of the programmatic SEIS. And I just wanted to highlight this briefly for you, noting that the programmatic, even though it was, as I say, finalized in 2004, it was purposely designed as this large overview or broad overview of the groundfish management program. And it was designed to anticipate the need to adapt management to a continually changing environment. So because of that perspective, that broad perspective, 10 years after the PSEIS was finalized, the Council reviewed a supplemental information report that staff had put together to review changes to the FMPs and to address the question of whether the triggers that would require the Council and National Marine Fisheries Service to supplement the EIS had been met. And those conditions relate to whether the program, whether there has been a substantial change to the groundfish management program that's relevant to environmental concerns, or if there's significant new circumstances or information relevant to environmental concerns and bearing on the management of groundfish fisheries or their impacts. And so those questions were specifically looked at through a supplemental information report that the Council reviewed the final version of that in 2014. It was finalized by NIPS in 2015. And through that evaluation, which documented a lot of the changing circumstances or changing environmental circumstances that had occurred in the 2000s, the conclusion was that new circumstances and information at that time were not sufficient to trigger supplementing the programmatic. So recognizing that we're in 2022 and we're coming up to another decade since or in the next couple of years since we did this process of evaluating whether those triggers for supplementing our EIS have been met, it might behoove the Council to think about preparing for another supplemental information report to take account of new circumstances and changes to the program, and just do that evaluation, document that evaluation of the big picture question of whether the programmatic is continuing to support our understanding of the groundfish management programs and their impacts. And with that, final slide here, with respect to your action here today, there is no action required from you except for the review, which you've just undertaken in the staff report presentation here, as well as in the briefing document by looking at the briefing document supplied under this agenda item. If you are interested in taking action, you might consider whether or not, as I said in the beginning, whether or not you want to propose a change to the management policy and objectives, and that would require initiating an analysis to think about how you might want to change that management policy. So that's always within your purview. And then again, if there are specific actions that, upon having received this review, would prompt you to want to initiate in your groundfish management program, obviously you have that ability to do that through this agenda item. You have that ability to do that at any time in staff tasking as well. But just identifying that those are the options available to you. And with that, that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. Let's see if council members have any questions. Ms. Kimball?
Thank you, Mr. White. Thank you, Ms. Evans, for the presentation. I appreciate the run through on the objectives that we have that we're supposed to review, and And there's a lot of those, as you mentioned, that might be just using different language than we might use today, or some that are a little bit dated compared to where we've moved in the past several years. But I realize it also takes an FMP amendment to change those. So is there an opportunity, if the council did do like any other kind of amendment, to lump modifications to those into a different amendment or into the SIR process? I'm trying to find a way that we could stay pretty updated on those management objectives if they're not really substantial changes. It doesn't just initiate a whole new FMP package to do that. That doesn't seem high value. So what are our other options for updating those objectives if we see fit?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I think that would be probably something that we'd need to understand better or think further through exactly what changes we wanted to make. The determination of whether an FMP change is substantive or not generally involves the discussion amongst a larger group of internal staff at the council, at the agency, and particularly at NOAA General Counsel. So I guess I would maybe also defer to Ms. Watson if she wants to provide some additional insight here. I think it's my suspicion is that it would be fairly delicate to change the wording in our management policy in a non-substantive way that wouldn't require or trigger an analysis to supplement our programmatic. But that's not saying that isn't possible, but that's my first reaction. But perhaps Ms. Watson might have some more insight on that question.
Counselor?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, wonderful. All these layers of unmuting can get tricky. Ms. Kimball, thank you for the question through the chair. I don't know if I have anything too much more substantive to add to what Diana said. I think she answered the question well. I think the tricky aspect would be what components of the management policy does the council want to update that wouldn't be substantive, and what are the goals of the council in updating its management policy. I would think that when the council looks at that, much of what the council would be striving for would border on substantive updates that would require a change to the FMP. And along those lines, once the council is taking an action to update its management policies, that would be an action that could trigger NEPA. Today, as the council is thinking about this, there is no action, and NEPA is only triggered once we're undertaking a federal action. But once the council is looking at updating its management policies, I think then that would trigger the requirement to at least look at whether supplementation of the EIS is required. As Ms. Evans highlighted, the council is free to look at whether to supplement at any time, but the council is only required to supplement when there's substantial changes to the action that are relevant to environmental concerns, or there's significant new circumstances or information relevant to environmental concerns and bearing on the proposed action or its impact. So when the council is looking at its management policy, it would have to look at how is that changing either the management of groundfish for both the Bering Sea and Gulf of Alaska. That would be the proposed action, or are there significant new circumstances or information? As Ms. Evans highlighted, the programmatic EIS is meant to be very durable, and the management process similarly is meant to be durable and responsive to changes. So whether supplementation is required would have to look at whether there's new circumstances or information relevant to environmental concerns and the actions that are encompassed in what is already laid out in the EIS and in the management process that's supposed to account for those changes and be responsive and flexible. Thanks, and happy to answer any follow-up questions.
Thanks. Through the Vice Chair, as follow-up, I guess I would just ask maybe further that it does look like and I realize this is prior to testimony, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to get this out on the record first. It does look like we may be kind of due for a supplemental information report in the next few years or whatever the agency thinks is appropriate. And so is that a vehicle by which we would or could update some of the management objectives or clean up some of the management objectives, or is that really a non-action item that doesn't include that kind of a proposal?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, the programmatic, a SIR, Supplemental Information Report, looking at the programmatic EIS would be its own document. It could be associated with changing the management objectives, but I guess I don't want to speak too off the cuff, but my initial reaction would be, I guess, one of caution and say that I think if the council were going to change its groundfish management objectives, that would have to be accomplished through an analysis and an FMP amendment, but it could be all associated at the same time. So you could gain some efficiencies in looking at the programmatic EIS at that time and doing your SIR at the same time, but I think you would still have to have an FMP amendment and analysis of what that would look like, and that the SIR alone could not be the vehicle to accomplish changes to the groundfish management policy.
Thank you.
I'm not seeing any further questions. I do have a couple for Ms. Evans. Ms. Evans, first off, thank you for a very thorough and coherent walkthrough of the groundfish management plan. This really is, in a lot of ways, our foundational document. And for the time we spend on it, it's just important to remind all of us what's in it, if nothing else. And you do a very good job of that. I have a recollection that the Ecosystem Committee may have provided some comments on this, and I know we're getting the Ecosystem Committee minutes under staff tasking, but I'm trying to remember. I thought I saw something towards the end of the Ecosystem Committee minutes that might be informative for council members at this point. Am I correct about that?
Mr. Chair, yes. The Ecosystem Committee did address this topic. They didn't receive a presentation on the groundfish management policy, but noted that in the past the committee has been involved in the development of the supplemental information reports and that have and reviews of the programmatic work plan at the time immediately after the implementation of the programmatic, when the council was still initiating specific actions to further align their program with the policy. And so the committee had recommended that if the council does support development of a supplemental information report, that they be involved, particularly thinking about how that report captures the changes and challenges of climate change, evaluated with respect to the groundfish management program, and that could be, they could provide some advice to the council as that information is being developed.
Thanks. Can you also just refresh my memory on the development of the SIR last time we did this? Were there also any sort of ecosystem level events or any other problems or issues that had emerged that also caused us to undertake the SIR, or was it largely just a sense that appropriate amount of time had passed and that going through the SIR process was just a prudent thing to do given the amount of time that had passed?
Mr. Chair, yes. When you reviewed your final SIR in 2014, that was the culmination of about probably a year and a half exercise on behalf of our staff and National Marine Fisheries Service staff pulling that document together. And we did a fairly comprehensive review. At the time, there were some changes that had occurred since 2004 in that decade with respect to rationalization of some groundfish management programs that represented, certainly a change in the specific management of the groundfish fisheries. We also had several years of climate or environmental, particularly winter sea ice variability in the Bering Sea over that decade. And so we addressed those concerns as part of the development of the supplemental information report. We went through the exercise of contacting all the groundfish stock assessment authors and asked them for input about information that might relate to their species and their understanding of changes in environmental conditions that might affect their species. We tried to throw as comprehensive a look as we could at both the changes in the program and the changes in the environment that might affect our understanding of the impacts of the program of the groundfish fisheries based on what information we knew in 2014. And I definitely think that encompassed more than just the question of whether or not, we just kind of hit that 10-year milestone or whether we were trying to respond to specific conditions to make sure that our programmatic was still aligned with and appropriately supporting our council management of the groundfish fisheries.
Thank you. Council members, any further questions? Not seeing any. So at this point, we should turn to public testimony. And I'm trying to refresh my sign-up sheet. I don't think it's been closed out yet, but it looks to me as if we don't have any public input. Is that correct? Can I ask staff to verify that? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, yes, that is verified.
Okay. Council members, is there any suggested action at this point? Ms. Evans also reminded us we don't have to deal with this under this agenda item per se. We can also return to this in staff tasking. But let me open the floor up now for either suggested actions or simply for council members' thoughts. Don't see any raised hands. And I think this is an issue I'd like some time to think about a little bit and potentially return to in staff tasking as well regarding the potential for when we might want to contemplate a SIR in particular. Okay, is there any other business on this agenda item? Thank you very much, Ms. Evans. With that, it's time for a mid-morning break. I'm informed that in order to get ready for the next agenda item, which is staff tasking, that a 20-minute break would be much appreciated by the staff who have to prepare the decks for us for staff tasking. So let's adjourn for 20 minutes and then return to Mr. Witherall and staff tasking.
Just lost it.
Hi, this is Maria from the North Pacific Council. If you're joining us by phone, can you please remember to mute your cell phone? We can mute you on the back end, but sometimes the response time is just a lot easier if you want to mute yourself on your cell phone. Thanks.
Okay, Council, please come back to order. Mr. Witherall, let's give Council members another couple moments just to get their cameras back on and wits collected. Looks like we might be a couple members short of a quorum still. So, Mr. Witherall, if you could hold on for just another second. Okay, between those who are on the phone and those who have their videos up, I believe we have a quorum. So, Council, please come back to order. Mr. Witherall, we're on staff tasking, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd ask the staff to put the PowerPoint that I have on the screen. And before I walk through that PowerPoint, I did want to provide you with a list of items that have come up during the meeting that you may want to address in your deliberations. And by listing these, it allows the public to provide any comment on these during the public testimony period. First is that you have an appointment of Danielle Dixon to the Bering Sea FEP team. I think probably by the end of the meeting, Chairman Canine will be able to make an announcement there. Secondly, there's a letter on America the Beautiful Atlas, and I believe Mr. Twite suggested that we were going to revisit that during staff tasking. We also had a comment during the EDR portion from Ms. Kimball about potentially a motion on collection of crew data. And lastly, we did hear from the AP during their staff tasking that they had a motion for the Gulf rockfish program adjustment. So those are the four items that I had that came up during council deliberations on other issues. So moving on to the staff tasking.
Mr. Witherall, thanks. I think there's the possibility the council might return to the EFH, not the EFH, the groundfish presentation as well. I think that may have been left open as an option. And then Mr. Meekum referred to another action that the agency was contemplating introducing during staff tasking regarding flexibility of gear descriptions and potentially other things.
Thank you.
And please proceed.
Okay. Under this presentation, there are actually three components. The first is the Ecosystem Committee report that was mentioned in the last agenda item.
I'm seeing two council members' hands before you start up on that. They took a moment to pop up on my screen. Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just briefly, I think we also wanted to provide some clarity on how we would address some of the RQE funding mechanism issues. Not necessarily a motion, but just some clarity for the public that we can provide later.
Okay.
And Ms. Campbell. Ms. Campbell, we're not picking up audio.
Now?
Yes. Yes.
You have anything now? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm really struggling with my audio, and so I missed some of Mr. Witherall's items, and so I'm not sure if rockfish was discussed, but that's an item that I would be interested in potentially returning to or addressing some of the public comment we received under this agenda item.
Thank you. Mr. Witherall, you were able to capture all those?
Yes, I was. I have that list now. Thank you.
Okay, now that's all the hands that I see, and I apologize for being a little delayed on that. Please proceed.
Okay, so the items are the Ecosystem Committee report, the staff paper that was tasked in December at the December meeting, specifically related to council meetings and advisory bodies, and those are reflections on the council process and ideas for change. Both items 1 and 2 here Diana Evans will walk through those summaries. And after that, then we'll come back and take a look at the April plans for the April council meeting and the 3-meeting outlook and other items. So at this point, I'm going to have Ms. Evans take over.
Good morning, members of the council. Diana Evans again, and here to present the Ecosystem Committee report. So the committee met in January and had a discussion of several different items, none of which appear on the council's agenda at this meeting, and so that's why we're putting this report or giving you this report in staff tasking. The committee report is posted under the E agenda item, also a link to the meeting materials to the agenda that the committee worked from, which includes the meeting materials and the presentations that were given under these various agenda items. I'm just going to touch briefly. So the slides here, will give you the kind of the bolded committee recommendations. I'll just try to give you a little bit of context around each of these items. The first item was marine debris, and that was responsive to some direction from the council to take a look at the issue of marine debris in Alaska and see if there ought to be a role for the council in addressing that issue moving forward. And this was, I think, prompted by some discussion in the ESR, the Ecosystem Status Report, about a marine debris event in 2020. And so the committee received an excellent presentation from Peter Murphy, who is from the NOAA Marine Debris Program. They identified and acknowledged that marine debris is a significant problem and discussed what should the role of the council be, noting that it's not specifically within the council's authority, but the council does have a platform to be able to facilitate increased awareness and perhaps help to provide a platform for collaboration on marine debris efforts throughout the state and with the NOAA Marine Debris Program. NOAA is recommending developing a marine debris action plan for Alaska. They've done these action plans in elsewhere. And so the committee talked about ways to, through the council platform, for NOAA to reach out to stakeholders that are in our process to be part of that development effort. They intend, or they find those action plans most effective when they are sort of grassroots efforts and really looking for collaboration amongst regional interests and perspectives to identify what key actions should be for Alaska. Committee also recommended that the science questions be considered by the SEC as part of the research prioritization process. The next issue was northern fur seals, and the committee, this is an annual presentation that the committee receives from the co-management partners, the NMFS Protected Resources Division. Mike Williams presented, as well as Dr. Lauren Devine from the Aleut community of St. Paul Island. And the committee was really impressed with the way in which that process for providing this annual presentation has improved over the years. This is highlighting an example of the relevance and usefulness of co-management and collaboration and how that is resulting in benefits in terms of the actions to revise the conservation plan that are underway, noting that those revisions are really responsive to the Council's interests in tracking northern fur seals and northern fur seal status into the future. Moving on to the next issue, the committee also reviewed, as it did the SSC, the EFH 5-year review, and received an update on the ongoing work to prepare that 5-year review for the Council as a summary report later this year. We received presentations from the EFH team, both those that are working on the changes to the identifying the distribution of EFH for a particular species, as well as the effects of the fishing on EFH and that model work, those presentations. And the committee appreciated the opportunity to provide interim input, and continued to request that they have further input as that work progresses before it comes back to the Council. Highlighted some particular questions that were largely for the focused on science questions that we did provide a copy of this excerpt to the SSC when they went into their more in-depth review of that model work. Moving on to the forage species review. This was an agenda item that the Council supported. The committee raised to the Council as a potential item to look at, again, looking at it from the perspective of, is there a role for the Council, an additional role for the Council to be involved in a discussion of forage fish and how they're addressed kind of comprehensively throughout the Gulf and Bering Sea. The committee did look at a staff summary of forage fish research, but really focused in on the SSC's December 2021 review of the status of forage fish addendum that was included as part of the Bering Sea Safe Report. And that those SSC recommendations included a recommendation for the Council to support a public forage or a forage species workshop. And so the committee, in addressing this agenda item here, really recommends that the Council does support the plan team organizing that type of public forage species workshop, identified some specific topics that workshop should focus on, and really identified that the importance of keeping that workshop focused, noting that the workshop should really focus on some of the science questions about how information on forage species is, what information is available, how it's reported, how it is made available to fishery management processes, the role of forage fish and shifting distributions as an indicator species in our ecosystem. As subsequent steps, the Council might want to consider management response to that information, but the workshop should really focus in on the science questions as a first step. In planning that workshop, the committee recommends that the plan team expand participation to invite involvement of affected users, especially those who are reliant on nearshore for subsistence and traditional harvest, as well as including other research entities. And then the second element of the SSC's comments back in December focused on squid and increased squid bycatch levels or squid catch levels in the recent years. And the committee supports the SSC's intent for the Council to track squid catch levels and evaluate their management as part of the ecosystem component, but recommends that not be a topic included as part of the workshop, again, trying to make that separation between the workshop focused on science questions and management questions being separate from that. And so the committee wasn't clear whether or not that review has already been tasked, but recommends that the Council continue to focus on that issue and to ensure that it moves forward. And then the last couple of agenda items for the Ecosystem Committee were to discuss the planning of a second Council Ecosystem Workshop. We reported in staff tasking back in October that the committee was proposing dates for that workshop in October 2022. The subgroup and the committee recommends to the Council at this time that we should postpone holding that workshop in 2022. And there are a couple of reasons for this. One is that, in particular, this is a workshop that will benefit from being held in person. And obviously, there's still uncertainties about COVID and the ability for people to hold it in person. But also, as we were thinking about what that workshop might focus on, we reached out to the Western Pacific Council, and they had some interesting ideas and lessons learned from their experience to ensure that we have a really tight problem statement around which to frame the workshop, and perhaps place it in the context of a longer term effort rather than just a single workshop. How does this workshop fit in with a long-term engagement of the council with stakeholders addressing ecosystem questions? But that being said, the ecosystem committee continues to believe that in the value and the need for this type of workshop, where you can get people with different interests and backgrounds together on neutral ground to discuss the effects of climate change. And so while the committee concurs with postponing the workshop, suggests that the subgroup continues to work on ideas for how to reframe the workshop and brings back a proposal for the committee to review and the council to discuss in June of 2022. And just one other note there, the committee is interested in adding one or two more community voices to that planning subgroup to make sure that it is representative and produces a good product for the council. And then the final agenda item, the committee talked about the role and objectives of the Ecosystem Committee. The committee's been a standing committee of the council since 1996, reconstituted in 2004. Many of the members that were appointed in 2004 continue to be members. And so this committee has been tasked by the council with various issues over that time period. And periodically, the committee does have an agenda item to reflect on its objectives and make sure that it continues to understand and meet the needs and expectations of the council. So as part of this dialogue, there was a fairly wide-ranging conversation. I think the 2 points that are highlighted on this slide are the 2 points of agreement that the council the committee identifies as roles, as its role first. And as with any council committee, there are specific agenda items that the council tasks to the committee for intentional review or development, such as EFH and habitat issues, the fishery ecosystem plans and the task force work. The particular task, a discrete task of developing the second council ecosystem workshop are all examples of that. The second role that the committee understands for itself is to provide a broad ecosystem-based focus, ecosystem-focused perspective on issues that are on the horizon, but with which the council is not actively engaged. And this is a little bit different role than other council committees, but makes sense for this standing committee of the Ecosystem Committee. And this displays itself in a couple of different ways. For example, the tracking of the northern fur seal issue is one that the council tasks to the committee as part of this broad ecosystem focused perspective. The council can be more efficient with its agenda time by knowing that the committee is tracking that issue, and at the appropriate time, the committee will highlight to the council if there's action the council should take. There are other circumstances where the committee may raise a topic such as the forage species topic or marine debris are both good examples where the committee can identify this might be an issue for somebody to consider whether there's a role for the council, because we see this ecosystem issue. And again, the committee can take the time to do a little bit of deeper dive into that issue with the concurrence of the council to move forward and provide advice to the council, back to the council as to what the council's role should be with respect to that issue. The committee discussion also talked about a couple of other roles that I'm interested to get council feedback on. So I guess the committee is basically looking to the council to see whether or not the committee appropriately understands its primary roles, whether the committee is providing value to the council, whether the committee is doing things that the council finds is not productive. Are there other ways the committee can be more useful? That's all questions for feedback from you as a council to make sure that the committee is still meeting your expectations and that they understand those expectations appropriately. There was a couple of different discussion items that aren't on the slide here, but just to highlight about the fact that in recent years the committee has been trying to has been a place where those with ecosystem concerns, particularly relating to the Bering Sea and the development of the FEP and their observations of environmental change, have had an opportunity to come to the committee and testify or speak with the committee about those issues. The committee is trying to find the right balance between making the purposeful time for that, those types of conversations on their agenda, but also setting the appropriate expectations about what the limitations of the committee's role, bringing those issues back to the council. So an unresolved issue that the council's feedback would be welcome. And then the other issue that was discussed by the committee, excuse me, is specific to recognizing that people living and working in our ecosystem areas are part of our ecosystem approach, and what's the committee's role in facilitating an active role for Indigenous people in research, monitoring, and management decisions, as many of the fishing industry persons working in our ecosystems already have that active role. So again, the feedback of the council on exactly how the committee should address some of those concerns would be welcome. And the discussion on bottom of page 5 and top of page 6 of the Ecosystem Committee minutes provides more context for that. I think that's all I need to highlight there. The end of the minutes just highlight the future meetings for the committee, planning to meet in advance of the April meeting to discuss the FEP agenda items, and then in advance of the June meeting to discuss EFH and potentially a revised ecosystem workshop proposal for the council. That concludes my summary of the Ecosystem Committee report. I would defer to Mr. Twite, Mr. Chair, to provide other comments.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. That was, I don't have anything to add to your minutes from the meeting. Maybe just a little perspective on the EFH, that when the committee, I think it's probably obvious, but when the committee reviewed the EFH presentation, they obviously did not have the benefit of the SSC review that this council has had. And it's very innovative, but also very dense science. And so I think the Ecosystem Committee will be interested in being able to review the SSC's comments, will be informed in their next review of this by the SSC's comments at this meeting. Let me see if there's any questions from council members then on the Ecosystem Committee minutes. I don't see any. Thank you very much, Ms. Evans. Back to you, Mr. Witherall, but again, a reminder to the public that following the conclusion of Mr. Witherall's presentation on this, the sign-up will be closed, and that folks who have signed up on the e-agenda should plan on connecting by phone before their name is called in order to expedite public testimony. Mr. Witherall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Evans has the next section as well. Thank you.
Okay.
Back to you, Ms. Evans.
Thank you. So the next paper to review here in staff tasking is the staff paper on reflections on the council process and ideas for change. And I hope you've had an opportunity to look that over. I'm just going to walk through that at a fairly high level here. But just to provide a little bit of context, as you know, we were requested to produce this paper by you in December, and we tried to amalgamate various different ideas for process change that we've heard from staff, from council members, from others in the process. And the genesis for this is really that we are looking ahead, hopefully, to returning to in-person meetings. And we've gone through quite a lot of change in the last 2 years. Obviously, changing to virtual has changed our process to some extent, has changed accessibility, and we've talked about that at various meetings in the past. But as we anticipate going back to an in-person environment, are there other changes that we want to think about rather than just going back to exactly how we did business back in 2019? Or are there other process changes that would make our process more effective and more in line with what council members would like us, how you would like us to operate? And so we put these ideas out. They should not be interpreted as staff recommendations. They are ideas to give the public an opportunity to reflect back to you about with their input and their other ideas that we might not have thought of or brought up here. All of these ideas, if we were to implement them, would require kind of more exploration, a deeper dive on exactly how they would work. So this is really just a starting point to get the ideas and the conversation going. And we'll be looking for a response from you about how we should proceed based on these various different suggestions. So the first set of ideas focuses on our meeting schedule and agenda. And there is a table in the paper, on the second page of the paper, that highlights which are kind of our annual schedule, noting that we have this framework of 5 meetings a year. We have certain recurring items that occur at each of those particular meetings in our standard process. And obviously then we have ad hoc management specific analyses that we bring back when they're ready. So with that context, the three ideas that are mentioned on this slide, at least to begin with, would be the idea of reducing the number of annual council meetings from 5 to 4, with the idea of dropping the February meeting, the one we're in right now. This has been an idea that I've heard about for most of the time that I've worked here, that has been brought up, and primarily because there's such a short working time for staff between the end of the December council meeting and the deadline for materials to be posted for the February council meeting. It's the same 2-month span as we have in other parts of the meeting cycle, but when you add in the demands of people with scheduled leave over the holiday time period, it really creates a short working time for staff to turn materials around and have them reviewed and get them out in early January for appropriate review before the February meeting. So if you are interested in exploring that, we would want to explore what the consequences are for that, both in terms of the recurring items that occur in February, which is primarily the crab, Norton Sound red king crab specifications, and then also how would that change the rest of the meeting schedule in terms of moving perhaps our April meeting earlier, possibly our June meeting earlier. We would look into all of those questions. Second item is to create a schedule that makes 1 to 2 meetings per year virtual and would keep the remaining meetings in person. We've learned over the last 2 years that we can run effective virtual meetings, and there are some distinct advantages to that in terms of equal accessibility to everybody, no matter where you are. And it's a lot cheaper to participate remotely in a meeting than it is to attend to the various places we're holding it and have to pay travel costs and hotel costs, etc. If you're interested in exploring this possibility, we'd want to think about which meeting would make the most sense and what type of meeting. That could mean whether you want to have virtual meetings tend to have a longer footprint. Do you want to make a shorter agenda at those virtual meetings, perhaps in lieu of dropping a meeting altogether? What are the best issues to discuss virtually versus in person? Does it make sense to think about it from that perspective? Do you want to alternate virtual and in-person meetings? There might make sense to make a June virtual meeting because people are more actively involved in fishing operations and people might be able to call in to a meeting more easily than they can travel to attend a several-day meeting. Or do we need to think about agency presenters and if there's some factor about federal travel policies when we begin returning to in-person meetings that might make sense to think about which agenda items require more federal personnel participation and how does that factor in? In general, many of these ideas are related as we move forward, but should we consider issue-specific meetings either virtually or in person? For example, in December, would it make sense or would it be an idea to just do specifications, groundfish specifications, and maybe end-of-year reports and just limit that meeting completely? Or might it make sense to do issue-specific meetings for major final actions where you then focus both the council's attention and for people who are traveling to attend that meeting, and you limit the pool to those who are really affected and want to testify on what that final action might be. A couple of other related items here. Our October meeting usually spans October 1st, and if there's going to be a government shutdown, that's usually the date that it happens. We've had that in the past 2 years where we've had to create a lot of extra behind-the-scenes work to make sure that we can continue our meeting and our obligations without the disruption that comes about with a federal shutdown where federal employees can no longer work. So is there an option to move the meeting either earlier or later to accommodate, to avoid that disruption? Timing of groundfish and crab harvest specification drives a lot of our meeting scheduling process. And are there ways that we can reevaluate that timing? You've already talked about that with respect to crab. And we've had that in the last couple of years with trying to make sure that your action is completed in time to allow the fisheries to open on October 15th. There are similar issues with the groundfish process that's really compressed timing in the fall for authors to finish their work, have a planting meeting, get information out to the SSC for appropriate time to review. The timing factors around both of those issues are very complex and need a broad involvement of agency personnel, various agencies' personnel in order to address those issues. But it has been suggested by the SSC and you have talked about crab, that might be timely to take a look at those priorities or the timing of those actions. Then in terms of the council's agenda and council operations, we've talked about agency reports in the past, and we changed that during virtual to make most of the agency reports written with, we highlight oral reports for those that kind of key issues or important issues. As you go back to going to considering in-person meetings, how would you like to resume that action? Would you like to go back to all oral reports, or would you like to consider perhaps trying a different model, which could include, setting an oral report once a year, perhaps from the majority of agencies, and written reports in between, or various different suggestions are included in that write-up. Consider the order of the agenda and how to make time for longer-term planning. The way we structure our agenda right now, we really try to prioritize taking, actions, particularly final actions, first in the agenda, and we save the things that are not as timely, as time-sensitive for the end of our agenda. But there is a tension there between obviously needing to prioritize time for those major controversial actions and the fresh perspective needed to proactively think about longer-term issues and longer-term planning. Is there a way we can respond to that in our agenda, either perhaps by changing agenda structure, if we're going to use the same agenda structure at each meeting, or maybe identifying a particular meeting in our annual cycle that might be themed around, or meetings that might be themed around different subjects, or dedicate a meeting that's specifically to a venue for considerations of long-term planning. And then the last one with respect to the operations is that in virtual in particular, with the change in our footprint of the meetings and the fact that we don't overlap the AP and the council, we notice it's more apparent the redundancy of staff presentations and public testimony on each issue to the AP and to the council especially. And is that something that we've thought about different ways and whether there's more efficient ways to address that, but it really is a difficulty of logistics and timing. And so it'd be useful to have some council input on whether that where you fall on the trade-off between the desire to reduce our overall council footprint, meeting footprint, which would lend us to trying to reduce redundancy in our process versus for some council members, you might appreciate the opportunity to hear presentations or testimony twice at both listening at the AP and then also at the council. So some more input on that would be helpful if you want us to go down that road. The Next, 6 recommendations that are included in this report are with respect to the council's advisory bodies, and we have a table on page 6 of the document that identifies which are the council advisory groups that are currently in existence. These comments here reflect specifically to the advisory panel, so suggestions to think about whether you are interested in changes to the nomination and reappointment process for the AP, and those changes focus on timing. Would it be an idea to move the AP nomination process earlier in time? So, for example, perhaps with a deadline that instead of ending for candidates for the AP, submitting their nomination details right before the December meeting, which is our normal practice, moving that deadline back so that perhaps by mid-October, candidates would need to have submitted their materials. That would give council members more opportunity to review those candidates and even have conversations with some of those candidates rather than the compressed and rushed process we have just in terms of timing. We have, based on the way we set that deadline right now, are you interested in any changes to the criteria defining AP membership? And we list what those criteria are in the paper, so you can think about that. Think if there are other qualities that you're looking for in AP members. And then in terms of ideas or thoughts about changing the term length for AP members, in this past cycle, you appointed members for 1 year only, noting that you were planning to have some reflection on the advisory panel process. That's reflected in this document. Are there advantages to keeping that initial appointment as a year and looking at ways to extend that in the pros and cons of considering what the appropriate term length should be for advisory panel members? We also have an idea in there to reconsider at the size or the composition of the advisory panel. It's a large group and takes on contentious issues, and the more people you have talking about those contentious issues can make it difficult at times, although recognizing that you also have that larger membership because you're trying to balance and get a broad perspective on the diversity of opinions and perspectives from different sectors of your stakeholders that have an interest in Alaska fishery management. The next idea here is specific to clarifying the purpose of the advisory panel and whether, once you have that purpose clear, are there other changes that might fall out with respect to kind of how the AP operates. So the council SOP really focuses in on the language that the function of the advisory panel is to provide an operational perspective on how fishery management alternatives will affect industry, local economies, conflicts between user groups, extent to which the fishery resources will be used. And that is certainly a role that the advisory panel plays, that operational perspective to review analyses and make sure that we as staff have included those different perspectives and understand the different trade-offs that are relevant to your fishery management decision-making. There's also a role that the AP has been playing to provide policy input on how the council can navigate those trade-offs that we might identify with a particular action based on the collective representation or perspectives on the advisory panel. And that's not strictly spelled out in our council SOP. So perhaps we're suggesting here as part of this discussion, it might be effective for the council to clarify its purpose for the advisory panel and set appropriate expectations. Based on those expectations, we can see whether there are potential operational changes that might be useful for the advisory panel, such as if the purpose is primarily the operational component, does it make sense to continue to review final action? Our SSC, for example, provides the scientific input at the initial review stage to ensure that you have all the information that's relevant for decision-making when you come to that final decision. How does the role of the advisory panel, what's the appropriate role for the advisory panel in that respect? There's other ideas include thinking about which agenda items go to the advisory panel and how you use the advisory panel in conjunction with some of your specialist committees. So, for example, if you have a specialist committee for observer monitoring or for monitoring observer committee issues that includes all of the specialist stakeholders with respect to monitoring, does it make sense to also have the advisory panel review those items? And how should we think about that moving forward? And then just the actual operations, the idea of voting, and does that put too much importance on being on the winning side of an issue versus clarifying to you what the pros and cons of a particular recommended change might be. There are also two of these ideas that are specific to the SSC. And again, the same one or a very similar one to the advisory panel in terms of the nomination and appointment process, thinking about timing, thinking about whether if we move that nomination process earlier, you'd have more opportunity for input, both council members to consider new members as well as to talk with other SSC members about those new members or the expertise needed at the appropriate time. And formalizing that process for getting input from the SSC. And then number 13 focuses on how to considering how to reduce the SSC workload. The SSC has a lot on their plate. There are times when the items that we would normally send to the SSC, they just can't accommodate in their schedule. So how do we provide some prioritization and better direction to make sure that the SSC has an appropriate workload? And we don't have a lot of specific ideas in the paper, but you did hear some suggestions from the SSC. As if you're interested in going down the road to explore that further, we can further elaborate on some of those thoughts. And then the final idea here, and I should note that these are numbered really for ease of conversation rather than because we are putting them in a particular priority order. So the order is not important. We were just trying to make sure that people could talk the same language. And so the final idea here is to evaluate the purpose and usefulness of all council advisory bodies and consider ways to improve. Is it useful to take a look at what the purpose, the original and the current purpose is for your advisory bodies, and use that as a way to consider, for the council to consider whether that advisory body is still operating in a way that's productive and useful to the council. It would be an opportunity for you to think about whether the purpose, objectives, the tasking are clear, and have the council members and the advisory group members have that same expectation as to what their task and objectives are. Looking at the leadership and the membership, are those appropriate to be able to meet that tasking and those expectations? And is the communication back and forth between the council and that group effective? Does the council use those recommendations? Is that a way that is that the process of having that advisory body useful and efficient for the council? I think that's the last slide here. Again, just noting in terms of next steps, we are looking for your direction on whether we should explore any of these ideas further.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. Council members, questions? I've got several. And again, I apologize for the delay on my end. I think it's just taking a moment or two. So first one on my list is Mr. Down. Mr. Down, we're not getting your audio.
Sorry about that, Mr. Co-Chair. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, and thank you, Ms. Evans. I had a little issue with my double mute again, but my question is, what might be helpful in reducing some things down as a response from the council? You mentioned a few things, but looking at council process and meeting schedules and the obvious overload that I think we all see at the SSC, these are pretty significant issues. So I'm just thinking that maybe a council committee of a few council members could get together and try to pare this down a little bit and bring something back to the council. I'm just trying to think of something that might save time than going through each one of these issues individually as a council body to get response from you. These are not, as you said, these are not staff recommendations. So I think in order to deal with these, we need to get to some type of a recommendation from the council. And how would you envision that? Thank you.
Through the chair, Mr. Down. I don't know if Mr. Witherall would prefer to respond to that. I think we can accommodate, whatever direction the council gets.
Diana, you can go ahead and answer it. Mr. Down, I was just going to suggest that a committee might be one way to go about it. What we were thinking for staff is that the council could identify which one of these you would like us to explore further and provide some direction, and we would come back with a more expanded discussion paper. But certainly it's up to the council and how you want to approach this, and a committee certainly is one way to do so.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, and thank you, Mr. Witherall. I personally, as one council member, would have a few suggestions and input, but I'll look to you, Mr. Co-Chair, as to when those comments might be helpful, because they're not in the form of a question. Thank you.
Thanks. Ms. Evans, did you have anything more on that too, or should we move on?
No, I think Mr. Witherall said exactly what I would say.
Mr. Merrill, you're next on my list.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Evans, for the presentation. I just want to express my appreciation for putting this document together. I think it's really important that people recognize the substantive challenges that I think we've had over the years on a variety of issues, and it's nice to see all of this in one place. Regardless of the path moving forward, I guess I can see a number of these being pretty important for us to make some progress on, whether it's streamlining our meetings, reducing the number of meetings. I think we've long identified that February meeting is a particular challenge for us, and I think both in terms of the council's function as well as the agency's function, and thinking about budgets and challenges with staffing in the future. This is certainly a good look at things, and I look forward to the ongoing conversation at the council to try and move some of these suggestions forward.
Thanks. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Sorry, I'm a little off today. I did have one specific question, and I'm sorry, Ms. Evans, I did not track the slide, but I believe it was the specific issue related to looking for ways to remove duplication in staff presentations and public testimony. Yes, especially during virtual meetings. And just in thinking about this presentation and before we receive public testimony, I wanted to ask, I assume that we would be thinking about this broadly, and I'm thinking of public testimony specifically because we've received very clear public input that when the council resumes in-person meetings, there's strong public support for remote participation options related to public testimony. And so I wondered, I just couldn't remember where we were in the planning process there. Is an interest in providing remote participation opportunities for in-person council meetings by the public, is that something that we already, as a council, confirmed our interest in going forward with to staff, or is that something we should address in this particular issue for this particular process?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, it is an issue that we have spoken with you about as we think about maintaining some of the remote accessibility options. We've had quite a lot of conversations with the council about that in the past. And so assuming that we're moving forward at our next in-person meeting, let's say, where we have received direction from you that we are to continue to explore those remote accessibility options, specifically with respect to testimony. We are planning to provide for remote testimony at the council. We're also planning to broadcast the AP and the SSC. And I think the question that we probably still need to resolve amongst staff, and that we won't be able to resolve this until we actually start holding some of these hybrid meetings, is the degree of staff resources involved in providing a testimony opportunity as well as a broadcasting opportunity at the AP and the SSC. So right now we are planning for our first in-person meeting to not overlap the council and the SSC, and in part that's to allow for those additional broadcast opportunities and remote testimony, managing the remote testimony opportunity and remote presenters for the SSC, the AP, and the council. Once we get more experience with what that takes in terms of staff resources, we'll probably give you feedback on the trade-offs that are involved if you want to continue to have a shorter meeting that involves going back to holding 3 meetings at once, and still providing appropriate administrative support to be able to do all of those functions in all of those 3 meeting rooms. So holding the meeting in person and all the support that's involved in that, also providing a broadcast opportunity so people can follow remotely, and then also providing both opportunity for remote presenters to come into those meetings as well as remote testifiers to testify at those meetings. I think there's some unknowns still as to exactly what those trade-offs will be, which we won't know until we start actually doing it.
Mr. Vice Chair, Ms. Evans, thank you very much. That was helpful. I appreciate the reminder. Nothing further.
Thanks, Ms. Baker. Mr. Mesereau. Mr. Mesereau, not picking up your audio.
I know, I'm trying.
Okay, there we got you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Ms. Evans, for this presentation. My question is this: there's a lot in here, and I know we have some people signed up now to give testimony that's probably relevant to this agenda item, but what I'm wondering is, are we going to provide you recommendations to further explore so that then the public will have a chance to, again, before we do anything permanent? I feel like the more we talk about this, the more people are going to take an interest and want to comment on it.
Through the chair, Mr. Mesereau, yes, I think that is how we intended this conversation to go. As a starting conversation, we spoke with both the SSC and the AP briefly about this paper, but noting that we would anticipate that whatever conversation you have here would give us some direction as to where you want to explore ideas further, but that we would bring back those ideas and that there would be another opportunity for public comment as we get a little bit more into the weeds on how exactly changes might work or proposed changes before you take any action. So as currently anticipated, we would expect to have at least one more round of full public comment and potentially more opportunities if you think that's desirable before any change is implemented.
That sounds good. Thank you.
I don't see any additional hands. Ms. Evans, I do have a question regarding some of the options for changing the council's schedule. An earlier suggestion about improving the council process that we received from a fair number of stakeholders, as well as a couple of council members, was to work with the Pacific Council to avoid, to the extent possible, scheduling meetings that overlap with theirs. And I'm wondering, as we evaluate these options for changing, are we able to still keep that objective in mind, or is that also an objective we should be revisiting?
Mr. Twite, Mr. Chair, yes, that is we certainly have heard that in the past, and have I know Mr. Witherall is in close communication with the Pacific Council to make sure that those we've adjusted our dates to try to avoid that overlap. One of the notes in here specifically about dropping the February meeting would note that we would need to change the timing. I guess that's not specific to the Pacific Council, but we do whenever we change the general timing of meetings. So I think that was the context in which it came up. We do try to be cognizant of not overlapping with other meetings, such as Pacific Fishery Management Council, the IPHC, both kind of meetings that a lot of stakeholders and council members are interested in and participate in. And it's in our best interest to not overlap those meetings so that we can have full participation. So yes, I think we are aware that is an issue to consider in any of these evaluations.
Thank you. Any final council member questions on this? All right, then let's move on. Mr. Witherall, I believe it's back to you for the wrap up on this. Again, just a reminder that at the conclusion of this, we will be closing signups for public testimony. Also, just I think that the remainder of Mr. Witherall's presentation, along with council member questions, will probably bring us right up to the lunch break. So that I think we'll just pick up with Mr. Witherall. Do you have a sense of how long the remainder of your presentation will take?
So there's only probably 5 minutes left of presentation. It depends on how many questions we get.
Okay. We may be able to start public testimony, but we'll still be breaking right around 12:30 for sure, Alaska time. So we clearly won't get through all public testimony. And then also just a reminder to the public that, and so we may actually try and break off a little earlier even for lunch. And then just a reminder, though, that we may also take a longer lunch break than normal in order to give both staff and council members time to organize their thoughts on a broad range of issues before we get to action following public testimony. Considering more like an hour and a half lunch break, and at this point I'd welcome council members' thoughts on whether that's necessary or whether that's a different time would be required. Mr. Down?
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I looking for clarification. I think you said 12:30 Alaska time for lunch, and I was just looking for a clarification that you maybe meant 11:30 Alaska time for lunch.
Correct. Yes. Sorry to misspeak.
Okay. Moving on with the.
Go ahead, Mr. Witherall.
Okay, moving on with the presentation. I've listed here the number of committee meetings coming up before the April and June council meetings. We have the standard documents posted to the E1 agenda item, the action memo, 3-meeting outlook, the council staff. We went over the work plan already. And looking forward to the April meeting, we're still planning to have an in-person meeting at the Anchorage Hilton. And we posted a preliminary draft agenda for your review. And currently scheduling, the SSC's agenda is fairly light. So we have the SSC starting on Monday and concluding Tuesday, the AP starting Tuesday, and the council starting Wednesday. So there'll be overlap with the AP and council. It's a fairly light agenda, as I mentioned. We do have a couple of final action items, including the IFQ omnibus and the RQE funding. And that's not tentative anymore, so we're pretty sure that we can get that done, and I'll show you when we get to the 3-meeting outlook. We have the Bristol Bay Boundaries discussion paper with 4 items there to address in that discussion paper. We have a number of reports relative to the Bering Sea FEP team and task force and other associated reports. And for the April meeting, I have an executive session of the whole council tentatively scheduled, but certainly we're going to have a finance committee and executive committee meeting in executive session. We have a number of agency reports that are listed. So as we've been doing for the past few meetings, we'll need to make a decision as to whether or not we will stay within an in-person meeting. And we're planning to probably have to have an executive committee meeting in executive session at the end of February or early March to make a call on that so that we have enough time to make adjustments at the hotel or make planning arrangements as necessary. So if we do have to revert to a virtual meeting, we'd go back to the 2-week footprint with the council moving later and starting up on the Monday, the 8th, April 11th. But as I mentioned, we're still planning for the in-person meeting with the remote accessibility options that Ms. Evans mentioned in response to questions earlier, that we're going to try, given our kind of limitations on how many administrative people can manage multiple meetings at one time, but we're going to try to broadcast the AP and SSC meetings and allow remote testimony at all council meetings, the AP, SSC, and council, and allow remote presenters so that folks, that if we have difficulty with traveling for many of the Science Center folks or regional office folks would still have remote presenter capability. We're still operating under the assumption that AP and council members would need to attend in person to be able to participate. And that part of that is a limitation on administrative capability on managing remote participation and voting and discussion and deliberation. We will follow any local and CDC guidance on for COVID accommodations. Currently in Anchorage, there is no requirement for vaccination or masking at the hotel, as far as I know, or restaurants, but that could change, of course. Looking at the 3-meeting outlook, I talked about what's going to be on the April agenda. If you look at the June agenda.
Mr. Witherall,
I'll stop. Yes.
On this slide, Ms. Kimball has a question.
All right, thank you, Mr. Twite. Mr. Witherall, on the previous slide, I wondered, we had heard the challenges of trying to do kind of a hybrid meeting, and I wondered if you're thinking through any details on the remote accessibility options that we could notify the public of. Is there an opportunity to do remote testimony on every agenda item through the meeting, or will that be kind of congregated at the start of the meeting on any agenda item you wish? Are there any details there, or is that still being discussed?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Gimbel, that's still being discussed. My staff is telling me that they probably can still take remote testimony on a agenda item by agenda item basis, but we probably need to have a little more practice at that to do so. And these hybrid meetings are really a learning opportunity for us, and we're trying to take it stepwise to the best we can. And we may find, for example, that during the course of the SSC or AP meetings, we're unable to manage a item by item testimony, and we would revert to testimony during the council meeting, but at one time. But I don't envision that being the case. I'm still looking for trying to mirror our council meeting standards the best that we can. So I hope that answers your question. It's a hard call right now, but we're still looking to have remote testimony on an item by item basis.
Thanks. Seems like April would be a good opportunity to try to pilot that and see if that works in terms of staff resources and costs and the fluidity of the meeting. So thank you.
Exactly. Thank you. So looking forward to the June meeting. We do have the item for snow crab rebuilding, adopting the alternatives for analysis, a number of observer program items, including initial review of the trawl EM analysis. You're going to see the Bering Sea, Leash Island, Pequod small boat access analysis for initial review. We have a number of items to talk about on salmon and reports there, and then just from some remainder reports on fishing effects and ecosystem committee. So again, we're looking for the meeting to occur in Sitka in person. And if you move out to the October meeting agenda, I've listed our standard items there that we have for crab and groundfish specs and follow up on a few final action items. So this is the 3-meeting outlook as the council staff, NIF staff, and Fish and Game staff see it in terms of staff availability. Of course, we always look forward to hearing from you all on what priority issues you might have. There are a number of items in the box of items not scheduled, and I've added the CSP revised allocation initial review there, but this is as far as we see it. We've tried to put some dates on when we see the allocations come up, allocation reviews, and work plan to the best that we can. Just to close out, there were some written comments submitted. We have requests for the council to take action on several different fisheries, including the Gulf Rockfish program and Pacific cod pot fisheries, and a request for emergency action on IFQ transfer, flexibility, and vessel caps. And we have the emergency rule policy guidelines attached as one of the items under the E1. And that should conclude my report, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Witherell. Council members, any further questions? I'm not seeing any additional questions. With that, I'm going to suggest maybe just an hour and 15, actually, just as I think about the clock and our use this afternoon. We've closed sign up, and I'm seeing 21 public testifiers, so I think we've got a fair amount of public input to hear and digest when we come back, and then move into action. So at this point, I want to suggest that we reconvene at 1 o'clock Alaska time, so an hour and 15 instead of an hour and a half. Does that work for council members? I'll look for vigorous signs of opposition or hands. Mr. Merrill?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think perhaps there's a little bit of a time zone issue here. I think you proposed us perhaps coming back at 12:30 Alaska time. Is that correct? That would be about 1 hour and 10 minutes from now.
Mr. Merrill, I have apparently no ability to translate between time zones. Thank you for the correction. All right. Mr. Witherell, Ms. Evans, thank you for in-depth and useful presentations. We're adjourned until 12:30 Alaska time in the immortal words of Mr. Merrill. Council will give just another minute for council members to return. We already have a quorum, but I think I'd like to make sure we have as many council members as possible back on the line before we begin public testimony. Before I call the meeting back to order, though, on my list, the first three are, we start with Bob Alverson and then Craig Lowenberg and Brendan Raymond Yakubian. I just request that they, as well as everybody else who signed up to testify, please make sure you are hooked up by phone. And remember that if you need to, when you begin testimony, you may need to use *6 to unmute yourself. Okay, we've got a quorum plus, probably even a supermajority. So call the council back to order. And we're beginning public testimony on the E agenda item, staff tasking. Just a reminder as well to folks who are testifying that if you're speaking on behalf of yourself or a company, you have 3 minutes. If you are speaking on behalf of an organization and you're that organization's representative, then you have 6 minutes. But as always, the council appreciates public comments that are brief and to the point. Mr. Alverson, are you with us and ready?
Mr. Chairman, good afternoon. I am here.
Thanks, Bob. Got you loud and clear.
Okay, for the record, my name is Bob Alverson. I'm representing Fishing Vessel Owners Association. We sent a letter in under staff tasking. The members of the association request that the North Pacific Fishery Management Council request NOAA to extend the COVID IFQ permit exemptions they have provided during the 2020 and 2021 seasons. Additionally, we request that the COVID Area 4 cap exemption be extended for the 2022 season. Both of these actions were taken as COVID emergency actions in the past. The COVID conditions have not changed materially since these two actions were originally requested and granted by NOAA. There are 3 emergency criteria that have to be met to can be considered as an emergency. The first one is listed as results from recent unforeseen events. Clearly, the COVID situation, pandemic, is unforeseen, and the multiple variants of it are additionally have been unforeseen. And second, presents a serious conservation and management problems in the fishery. The management problems from the fisheries perspective, from our smaller boat operators, a number of our boats take walkaboards. Some of our boats may have 3 or 5 walkaboards during the season. And these walkaboards typically come from ports within Alaska or outside Alaska and must transit at least through 2 airports before they get to a boat to get on. This puts them at a significant risk of contacting COVID and bringing it on board the boat. And having a 15-day stand down every time a new crewman or person walks aboard is really not functional in the fishery. Secondarily, as for myself, I've been coming into the office every day practically during this COVID, but I'm basically isolated in my office within 14 feet of my assistant, and most of the time there has not even been anybody in our whole building at times. Whereas our crews have real tight quarters around their galley and in their sleeping conditions, and so they are very susceptible for the whole crew's getting ill. It's quite common if someone gets a cold, the whole crew gets a cold. If someone gets the flu, the whole crew gets the flu. The third emergency criteria is, can it be addressed through emergency regulatory actions? And indeed, it has been in the past. There are several other rationale for emergency actions listed within the National Marine Fisheries Service emergency actions and the interim measures for emergencies. And in 305C, I believe it's 3C, it says emergency that responds to a public health emergency or oil spill may remain in effect until circumstances that created the emergency no longer exist. This comes after a paragraph that talks about only having 2 emergencies in a row. Clearly, the Secretary saw that there would be situations that may go beyond 180-day or 280-day periods, and this paragraph looks like it provides the Secretary the ability to go beyond normal to emergency and provide relief when there is an emergency that where the effects and the circumstances that created it still exist. So, Mr. Chairman, those are our comments from the association with regards to these 2 emergency actions. Additionally, the Area 4 cap situation, a number of our boats have assisted the Area 4 crew and quota shareholders in catching their quota the last several years. And it, very much like the walk aboard situation, it helps reduce the getting the crews and the different people between ports and airports and crowded facilities, reduces the risk of contacting COVID. Mr. Chairman, that concludes our public comments.
Thank you, Mr. Alverson. Council members, any questions? Mr. Mesereau.
Can you hear me okay?
We can. Got that mute button nailed.
I'm got it wired now that the meeting's over. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Alverson. I understand the situation we're in now and the unknowns, and appreciate you putting this forward. But I guess my question for you today is this ever going to end? If we just continue to have COVID being something that's happening in this country for years and years at varying levels of severity, how are we going to know? Is there a public health emergency declaration that gets rescinded, or is it just at the council's judgment each year? I'm just trying to get a handle on if we're going to have to continue to make emergency orders, because I feel like while it may likely be necessary this year, it is an administrative burden for the agency to keep processing emergency orders. And I guess I'm just wondering what your thoughts are in terms of when the level of exposure would be low enough so that we don't have to keep doing this, and maybe, or if we need to look at a more long-term solution to this. I'm just seeking your input on when this is going to be enough, I guess.
Through the chair, Mr. Mesereau, thanks for the question. I think there's 2 parts to that. I hope that we're coming to an end of it. You kind of get the feel of that nationally and internationally with the reactions different governments are taking with regards to restrictions on COVID. It's still a persistent problem in some of these remote areas, and I think it's the latter that the council will have to determine. This is the first time I've ever lived through a pandemic, and thank God it's one that most people live through, but we still have lost over 500,000 people in this country. I think the council will have to weigh and measure this if the request comes next year. The cap request the COVID exacerbates the cap situation in Area 4. The other aspect of that is these very low quotas that we're having. Harvest limits in Region 4 are and also cause a problem where the quota that a person may hold gets so low that it doesn't allow them to cover the cost to take an individual boat out. So they have to double up, and it forces people to be right-aboards, which is fine. They're participating, but with the COVID situation, it just exacerbates the problem of risk. So I think Area 4, I think through the amendment process, I think you have IFQ committee that comes in April sometimes. This should probably go before them. And I think that's all I hope that's enough to comment on.
That was really helpful. Thank you.
Mr. Merrill?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Albertson, for your testimony. I think one question that we will obviously have is, should we go down the emergency rule path? We have to clarify what the rationale is for that. One of the issues that you've highlighted is a medical concern. I guess I would appreciate understanding better from your perspective why the existing medical transfer provisions are not capable of addressing many of the health concerns that you've raised in your testimony.
Yeah, through the chair, Mr. Merrill, we had our legal counsel look at that, and a couple times last year and this year, and there's a term in there that refers to temporary, and it refers to the individual person that may have a temporary condition, and a number of these crew are overweight. I don't know if that's temporary. I hope it is for me. Some of these people have high blood pressure. Some people, and unless National Marine Fisheries Service can give some assurance that those conditions, overlaid with the COVID risk, would be, you could make an exemption. Perhaps the current regs would allow that, but the current wording is awkward, and our feeling is the cleanest way to do it is to reenact the two motions on the cap and the permit exemption that were done last year.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A quick follow-up, if I may. So, Bob, based on that testimony, I guess, do you think that if there was additional clarity on the conditions under which you can use a medical transfer, that would largely address the concerns that you've raised?
Through the chair, Mr. Merrill, I think it would. But the industry really needs to have some clarity on that early, because people need to make plane reservations to meet boats if it's not going to be clear, and if it's not. But if there was clarity that could make it work, I think the answer is yes, Mr. Merrill. I'm not sure it works as easily, though, for people in Area 4 in their situation.
Mr. Down.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Thank you, Mr. Alverson. So, I have a couple questions for you. So, first, just for clarification, what you're asking for, last year in the February meeting, the council passed two motions, and you're just asking that we extend those two motions for this upcoming 2022 season. And if so, is there a difference between doing the same thing or whether we should look at is there different circumstances that might exist in the Bering Sea that don't exist in the Gulf, or vice versa, for instance?
Through the chair, Mr. Downs, I think that they are very similar situations when it comes to the permit transfer. I think the Bering Sea has an overarching other issue of these low quotas that exacerbates the situation. So the permit exemption provided last year seemed to get most of the communities and individuals that have quota in Region 4, and that'd be 4A, B, C, D, and E, out of the bite of the line on this issue, and allowed a number of those poundages to be harvested. As for I'm not sure if you asked if there need to be further consideration. If there needs to be something like that, I think your IFQ committee is the place to refer that request.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Al. Co-Chair, a second question.
Please.
Thank you. So, in your comments, you mentioned the legal liability. Maybe that you were speaking to the answer that you gave Mr. Merrill, but if there was something else that I missed there, other than that legal liability of using the medical exemption for COVID, was there something else there that I might have missed?
Through the chair, Mr. Downs, with regards to the criteria for the management problems with the fishery, because COVID hit, when a boat owner takes a crewman, he's responsible for that crewman as a ward of the state. And if that person comes ill, he's legally liable and responsible for that. And there's been so many COVID claims, and you've probably seen in the papers, particularly from the factory trawlers, but also from the smaller boats, that our legal liability insurance that covers that. Some of the outside writers of liability on these boats and our boats are putting limits on what they'll pay for a COVID claim or not covering a COVID claim at all. So this really puts a big onus on the boat owner to make sure that he really reduces the risk of having COVID on his boat or having an infection on his boat. That's what I was referring to.
Thank you, Mr. Alverson. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. That was actually very helpful. Thank you.
I don't see any further questions for Mr. Alverson. Thank you, and I hand the gavel back to Mr. Kinane.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Twite. Next up to testify is Craig Lowenberg.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. For the record, my name is Craig Lowenberg. I'm here today on behalf of the Bering Sea Pot Cod Co-op. The BSPC is a trade organization that represents stakeholders in the BSAI greater than or equal to 60-foot Pacific cod pot catcher vessel sector. I'm the executive director of the organization as well as the co-owner of a vessel that participates in the fishery. As I've testified many times before, the pot cod fleet needs a rationalized program to best deal with not only the bycatch and sustainability issues, but safety as well. Once again, our A season was extremely compressed with a high level of participation. The pot cod stakeholders have continued to meet, discussing the issues and finding common ground. From those meetings, I can report that the majority of stakeholders are in favor of a rationalized fishery and intend to bring a rationalization plan forward for consideration and analysis at a near future meeting. The previous agenda item, ground fish management policy, did a great job of outlining the justification for this action: prevent overfishing, promote sustainable fisheries and communities, manage incidental catch, reduce bycatch and waste, avoid impacts to marine mammals, reduce and avoid impacts to habitat, promote equitable and efficient use of fishery resources, improve data quality, monitoring, and enforcement. Additionally, the purpose and need statement for the recently rationalized peacock trawl fishery directly aligns with the issues in our sector. The need and justification for this action seems very apparent. In closing, Mr. Chairman, we encourage the council to add this issue to the agenda as soon as possible, and I thank you again for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Lowenberg. Mr. Down.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, that my hand was still up. I'll take that down. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Down. Any questions for Mr. Lowenberg? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Brendan Raymond Jacobian.
Hello, soundcheck.
Loud and clear. Good afternoon.
Thanks. Good afternoon. My name is Brendan Raymond Jacobian, testifying on behalf of COERIC, Inc. COERIC is the nonprofit tribal consortium for the 20 federally recognized tribes of the Bering Strait region. First, we wanted to briefly note our support for the ecosystem matrix concept, which Dr. Megan Williams is going to be presenting later at staff tasking, which has been developed in collaboration with a number of organizations, including COERIC. We feel this could represent a significant step forward in advancing EBFM at the council. Second, we wanted to provide comment on the council process changes discussion. We hope that the council will consider these suggestions, but take them as a starting point for discussions and deliberation as staff have recommended. It's a significant, important topic, and we don't think that there's been adequate time for the public to process these suggestions and provide you with meaningful input at this stage. So we hope you will, take some time to think about these and maybe wait until at least the next meeting to take any action on that. And we wanted to provide 6 points for consideration at this juncture with regard to potential process changes. The first is an issue that's been raised previously, and it's the issue of materials availability. The council did take some action on that in the recent... I'm getting some feedback. The council did take some action on that in the recent past, and we also understand that staff are always doing their best in that regard. However, it's still quite common for materials to be produced just before the written comment deadline or even after. It's very difficult for many individuals and communities and organizations in virtual and in-person formats to find a way to provide meaningful input when that's the case, given capacity considerations and internal organizational structures, collaborative needs, and things like that, which can result in challenges related to equity and participation in the public process. The second process issue that we wanted to mention was something that has also been taken up in a number of fora, but not yet been adequately addressed, and that's the matter of tribal consultation as it relates to council issues. Despite many years of tribes and tribal organizations consistently raising this issue and suggesting improvements, we feel that NIMS tribal consultation is still inadequate. It's been a number of years now since the previous NIMS staff in charge of this topic stated it cannot be said that NIMS tribal consultation related to council issues is meaningful, and unfortunately that's still the case. There have been some consultation and engagement sessions since then, but the overall structural problems remain. Even the NIMS-B report illustrates a part of the problem where 2 engagement sessions are listed under the section describing tribal consultation, which engagement sessions are categorically not tribal consultation. We see a lack of robust time between council processes and agency consultation, a failure to develop meaningful ongoing relationships with tribes, the agency seeming to operate on the inaccurate idea that tribes are required to initiate consultation, and not enough of a significant track record that consultation activities result in meaningful impacts to decision making. We think the council can take meaningful steps here to influence the agency, including stating council expectations that the results of meaningful, ongoing, and issue-specific consultation activities on all relevant topics should be delivered in a timely manner to the council and analysts in order for the council to properly do its job. And additionally, the council could commit to ensuring that analysts are present at those consultation meetings as observers with the permission of tribes in order to ensure a direct and timely tie-in to analytical and other staff work. And finally, the council could provide comment that it values consultation information and intends to consider it meaningfully, and that it expects the agency to recognize its consultation responsibilities, including developing relationships and initiating consultation. Our third point that we'd like to bring up would be to suggest that additional non-economic social science expertise be added to the SSC. The existing and recent social science expertise on the body has been exceptional. However, currently there's only one social scientist with expertise on non-economic sociocultural issues on the body. And, as we all know, fishery management is fundamentally about managing human behavior and tackling the variety of sociocultural issues before the council is a substantial burden for just one person. And given the vast quantity of human dimensions issues related to the council's scope, an additional expert, such as one with an anthropological background or expertise pertaining to traditional knowledge and subsistence issues, would be a useful addition to that body. Our fourth comment is that we would recommend any changes made to bodies aimed to improve the public's opportunity to provide comment, but not reduce it. Fifth comment, we would ask that the council reflect on how reorganization can improve diversity and equity and representation on its bodies. Alaska Native tribal interests are and have been underrepresented on the council and its bodies, despite their historical and ongoing leadership in Alaska communities and their relationship of and the stewardship of North Pacific fisheries and ecosystems for millennia. And we feel this might be an opportune time to remedy this. And finally, our last comment on process issues, we'd recommend that the council consider other platforms for virtual meetings. The current platform creates regular problems during the meetings, I think that we're all familiar with. And the platform's problems can be a barrier to some for meeting participation and productivity. And in our experience, there are more user-friendly and connection-stable platforms available. Thank you again for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Mr. Raymond Jacobian. See if there's any questions. Don't see any. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is John Gobbin. Following Mr. Godwin, this is Stephanie Madsen, and then Megan Williams.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, thank you. Chair and members of the council, John Godwin, Alaska Seafood Cooperative, would like to talk about essential fish habitat and the SSE's comments on essential fish habitat and the species EFH descriptions and designations that will be made in this 5-year review. These new habitat maps and the habitat that they comprise will be fed into the fishing effects model to make determinations of whether effects of fishing on EFH are more than minimal and temporary. And I want to say right up front, I'm not being critical of the new species distributions model. I think, as the SSE pointed out, they're probably the state-of-the-art ways to use the data. The issue I'd like to talk about is really the problems with the data fed into them. The stock authors, 8 of the 30 stock authors in the process, in the comment period, flagged concerns they had for the species they assessed and the adequacy of the data fed into the models, and specifically the limitations I'm focusing on are where the trawl survey doesn't sample well or doesn't sample at all in the habitat for these species, or where the seasonal distribution of the stock is different enough that the summer snapshot that the trawl survey provides creates problems for designation of EFH. The SSE minutes, I did a great job outlining the steps that they feel are necessary for the EFH team to engage in, that includes adding alternative data potentially, like data from longline surveys or fishery data into SDMs or alternative models to better encapsulate and encompass the EFH for species. So the big issue, I think, is how to incorporate those steps that the SSE recommend into the process under the current schedule. And my thoughts on this, Mr. Chairman, are that it's better to get it right than to move quickly. And I think under the current timeline, we potentially will be problematic for the teams to incorporate this wider set of information. So the consequences, I feel, of moving quickly, if we can't do this well, are that you might have situations where for some species, fishing, actually, commercial fishing for the species falls outside of EFH. And this is really problematic for fishing effects models. Obviously, you're looking at the estimated effects. If EFH is, if fishing's falling outside of that we would underestimate the effects of fishing, or if EFH is actually should be larger than the new models output, then we would be overestimating the effects of fishing. So I guess we don't know how that's all going to go, but we really want the effects of fishing determinations to be based on the best available information. And we need to make sure that the species EFH that's fed into these models is fully encompassing EFH. And now you'll recall in 2017 that no species really tripped the 10% of disturbance of core habitat criterion that were used to, to decide where to go with the fishing effects outputs. So we just don't know what's going to happen this time, but we want to make sure that we feed the EFH into these models that really fully encompasses the species distributions for these species where the data are limited, because I believe that the outputs of the fishing effects model in the EFH process are getting a lot more scrutiny now. And I think that the public debate over fishing effects is far wider and more intense now. So I think we want to have that debate be meaningful, and therefore we want to make sure that this process has time to fully work the way it's supposed to in terms of assessing the effects of fishing on EFH. So I would advocate for a timeline that allows a full incorporation of the input of the stock assessment authors in this process and ensures that their concerns and the data they'd like to see incorporated into the EFH maps is considered. And also, I would recommend that a slower timeline would actually allow fishermen and the public to give input on these. Right now, our fishermen are up fishing, as most are, at the beginning of the season here. I have managed to send some of these new maps to fishermen, and in some cases, they thought they were improvements, but in others, they identified, for instance, for Bering Sea POP, that where they fish the species actually is no longer falling inside of EFH, and that was a concern that really got me focused on this. So my recommendation is get it right and move it at a pace that the system will work well. And thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Mr. Gobbin. Any questions? Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Gobbin, for your testimony. I just want to make sure that I sort of understand what your ask is and how that can gel with our existing EFH process. So it seems like you've identified that there are a number of species distribution models that probably don't require additional review or consideration. That there might be some that, particularly for data poor stocks, that might require a little bit more consideration or could perhaps be treated differently. And then there's the separate issue of the fishing effects model, which it could perhaps need some revision in order to be more up to date. If we're making progress on those issues, I guess I'm wondering, is there really a need for delaying the entirety of the progress on the EFH issues, or can we focus sort of in a stepwise fashion to move forward with those issues where I think we all feel like there are good models and a good representation of the issues, and then focus our attention perhaps in a slightly different way on some of the other aspects? And I guess I'd be interested in your perspective on that.
Yep. Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Merrill, for the question. I just want to be clear. I think you referred to different species distribution models. I think you mean the outputs for EFH from the new models, that somewhere that we don't think there's a problem with the data that's used, and others, the subset that we do. And I agree that it's not problematic, and it's perfectly fine to move forward with where the stock assessment authors don't have a problem, where they feel the new EFH designations are adequate, to move forward with the rest of the process to designate and to evaluate the effects of fishing, and have the others trail behind. But I'm not the Fed in this process, but I believe that the entire process has to encompass all of our species, to the extent we have, we meet the letter of the law there. So I just want a timeline that allows for those where there are problems for us to do the best job we can. And so allowing for that while having the ones where we don't have problems move forward is, I think, a great way to move forward.
Don't see any further questions. Thank you, Mr. Gobbin.
Thank you.
Next up is Stephanie Madsen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to testify today. I want to comment on the 30 by 30, and specifically the Department of Interior's request for information relating to the development of the Biden administration's new American Conservation and Stewardess Atlas. Mr. Chairman, for more than a year now, the North Pacific Council has provided critical leadership in its engagement with the administration's America the Beautiful initiative. This council's work helped shape last year's America the Beautiful report, which was a template for constructive collaborative conservation. That report focused on the potential to conserve natural ecosystems through science-based management and sustainable use. That is precisely what our regional fishery management councils have been doing for decades under the Magnuson-Stevens Act. Long before specific area-based conservation targets were being discussed at international conventions, the North Pacific Fishery Management Council was using the best available science to implement area-based protections that help ensure our precious marine ecosystems are conserved for the benefit of future generations. Now the administration is on the verge of making important, really important decisions about its conservation and stewardship atlas. Specifically, they need to decide how to treat area-based conservation measures implemented in the marine environment by regional fishery management councils. We have an opportunity to shape that process in the coming weeks via the Federal Register comment period that closes March 7th. It is a critical window of opportunity. First, Mr. Chairman, I want to applaud the efforts of the regional fishery management councils to compile existing area-based conservation measures in a form that can be incorporated into the atlas. That work has been critical. I note that it remains in draft form, and I hope it may be further advanced and shared with the Department of Interior as soon as possible. Second, I would like to applaud the draft letter included in the council packets. The letter makes key points that need to be shared with the Department of Interior. Although it may seem obvious that area-based conservation measures implemented by the council warrant recognition, a large and well-funded ENGO campaign is pushing an extreme 30 by 30 agenda, one that would only recognize areas of ocean protection that permanently ban all fishing activity. The council letter is an important counterweight to that campaign. So, Mr. Chairman, I encourage all of us who participate in the North Pacific fisheries to join the council in commenting to the Department of Interior before the March 7th deadline. We are all stewards of this region's marine resources, and all of us work hard to ensure our fishing activities are based on the best available science and are consistent with the long-term sustainability of marine ecosystems. A conservation and stewardship atlas that doesn't recognize that fact and that ignores area-based protections established by this council would be alarming. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Ms. Madsen. Any questions? Mazzini, thank you for your testimony. Next up is Megan Williams.
Good afternoon, council members. This is Teresa Peterson here with Megan. Do you pick us up okay?
Yes, we do.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yes, Teresa Peterson with the Alaska Marine Conservation Council testifying here today with Megan Williams with the Ocean Conservancy. And I just wanted to start us off by saying thank you for the opportunity to come back before the council to follow up on the ecosystem matrix and share some ideas for a path forward. AMCC, Alaska Longline Fishermen's Association, Central Bering Sea Fishermen's Association, the Aleut community of St. Paul Island, Coeric Inc., Pew Charitable Trust, and the Ocean Conservancy have been working together to be responsive to the council and stakeholder feedback from the December meeting. The membership of our organizations collectively include thousands of commercial, subsistence, and recreational fishermen, marine scientists, small business owners, and seafood consumers whose lives, cultures, and livelihoods depend on healthy and resilient waters in the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, and Gulf of Alaska. The introduction of the ecosystem matrix in December and the resulting conversation at the council table provided a really great opportunity to be responsive to the feedback. And just wanted council members to note that we have submitted a written comment as part of our testimony. We're just working together to energize a transparent and inclusive approach, which includes subsistence, community, bycatch, predator, prey, and climate considerations, and looking for the support of the council to continue discussing this concept and look at this approach as a potential tool for fishery managers to consider additional elements to more effectively assess the overall health of large marine ecosystems. And I'll pass it to Megan next, who will walk through the changes and expand on the strengths of the concept behind the matrix, along with potential next steps. Thanks.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm going to keep talking, assuming that I'm coming through. So per council and stakeholder feedback from the December 2021 meeting, we have made a few minor changes to the ecosystem matrix. You can see it in our attached document, including adding the stable fish target fishery, conducting additional outreach with trawl sector representatives, and improvements to the community impact section. At the February 2022 staff tasking, we submit the following revised and refined requests. We specifically request that the Climate Change Task Force add the ecosystem matrix concept to the agenda at the March 2022 meeting. The matrix concept really aligns well with the CCTF's work plan in the forthcoming climate report, which, as stated, will identify potential management tools and actions for consideration by the Council that could help increase resilience and adaptation to climate change impacts. So we think it fits in really well there. We also request that the matrix be put on the Ecosystem Committee's agenda at a subsequent meeting. The matrix does extend beyond climate resilience and into larger ecosystem-based fishery management considerations in both regions, in the Gulf of Alaska as well as the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands. Thus, we do feel that the matrix is appropriate for consideration beyond the CCTF as well. And I feel like you've heard a lot about it. It's obvious that we're excited about this process and the concept. And I want to highlight three key strengths. The first off is that the matrix includes diverse data and diverse knowledge systems. So traditional knowledge, local knowledge, ecosystem models, and species data derived from stock assessments and ecosystem status reports. Secondly, the development of the matrix represents a unique stakeholder-driven methodology that has included community perspectives from its inception. And thirdly, the purpose behind the matrix is really progressive in the context of EBFM and tax setting. The concept develops a framework for the Council to explicitly consider community, subsistence, and associated bycatch and predator information in setting tax in a really transparent and also really intuitive manner. And I'll close by saying that, again, the matrix represents a precautionary management approach that can enhance climate resilience via EBFM in the North Pacific. It's responsive to the Council's request in October of 2021 that the various output of climate and ecosystem work research efforts be linked to Council process and management actions. And the concept as it is framed now is intended to address groundfish specifications and tax setting because there is a direct and clear opportunity for more explicit consideration of the impacts of target fisheries on the ecosystem, on communities, and on subsistence users. And as a group, we really just want to thank you for your work to advance EBFM in Alaska. We're excited about the last Ecosystem Committee meeting. We were excited about the last Climate Change Task Force meeting. We're seeing a lot of exciting progress. We introduced this process concept in a transparent way in the hopes that the Council and associated bodies will take it up at the CCTF and the EC and continue this important work to enhance climate resilience and precautionary management in Alaskan fisheries. And that's it.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson and Dr. Williams. Any questions? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you both for your testimony, and thank you for trying to go about this kind of in an iterative way and being very transparent with the Council. You noted that in your testimony, and I appreciate that. I wanted to ask, I'm looking at your letter, and it does seem very focused on the process and the garnering information that you mentioned from a broad group of stakeholders, from local and traditional knowledge, in order to feed into that process and identify your indicators. But then when you get down to the outcome, it's pretty narrow, that the only opportunity for it to affect fishery management would be in TAC reductions. And so I'm wondering if you could explain how you kind of came to that decision, that as opposed to something else that the Council might do, which would be identifying an issue and then going through a regulatory process like we normally do to try to balance impacts and see what solutions are out there. that would allow us to continue to fish, but still minimize impacts on potentially other resources. Does that question make sense to you?
It does. Thank you. I appreciate the question. And, I think first off, you bring up an important point. We developed this as a concept and really do want to work with the council and council bodies for it to be refined at the next level. So a potential outcome that we brainstormed in the development may be altered and may be improved, or, it could look different after it's been worked through at the CCTF. And so, but when we were thinking about it, so first off, I think it's the process and the concept that we really want to spotlight. The outcome is not yet determined, right? But then with regards to why we chose to focus on tax setting, we did not want to apply this to any sort of an ABC kind of a situation. This is definitely a different gear. We feel that the SAFEs, the risk tables, and the ESRs do a strong job of capturing the uncertainty and the risk for the target fisheries and the target fish species as part of that ABC process. But when we look to tax setting, we were thinking, most importantly, that management must be really adaptive and proactive in the face of climate change. And we do feel that there is room in the tax setting process specifically to build up EBFM. Which in turn will enhance climate resilience. Tax setting is inherently driven more by qualitative and economic considerations. Thus, expanding a more formalized inclusion of associated bycatch or predator species will only serve to bolster EBFM, I think, in the process overall. So that's where we identified an area where we'd like to see some of those considerations, community subsistence elevated. And we think it will have a positive outcome for EBFM.
Thanks for that response. And I think it is providing an opportunity to elevate issues or potential impacts. I guess I just maybe still didn't hear why, when we look at EBFM, our only tool in response to some of those concerns might be TAC reduction, when I feel like we're trying to move toward things that are more responsive and adaptive in season, like all of our discussions about moving spatial closures for crabs such that they're, in season moving in distribution with juvenile crab stocks, things like that we want to do that's a lot more adaptive based on changes in the ecosystem. I'm kind of asking that question again, Dr. Williams, but maybe the response is just it's in process. But that is my concern, and I feel like you've brought this to us enough that I'm trying to put it in the form of a question, but let you know we're listening. I'm listening very carefully and hope that in process we can still work through some of those issues.
Yeah, I'll have one more thought, and then Teresa may have another thought. One other thing one of the benefits of doing this within the tax setting process, it's an annual process with a high degree of stakeholder involvement. And overall tax setting, of course, really serves as an umbrella for nearly all topics that the council works on. So I think there is a benefit, to going to something that is revisited annually, that stakeholders are highly engaged in, and really does trickle down to a lot of management. Teresa may have another thought, so I don't want to take all her time too.
Thank you. Actually, I was having very similar thoughts into why we have landed as a recommendation that this be considered in the tax setting process, and I would definitely want to iterate that it is by no means limiting that this is the only area to discuss the potential use of the matrix. But as Megan just said, that is the annual process is what brought us to the greatest use in activity. It's really kind of a fluid process that we have in place with setting the tax, which is very, very different than FMP amendments and the longer process that we're more familiar with for regulatory changes. And I believe it's very much a work in progress, and I would hope that other utilities surface. I absolutely don't see this discussion limited to the tax setting process, but that was just the area that really resonated with the group having the discussions. Thanks.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Williams and Ms. Peterson. I'm trying to figure out with this matrix as part of tax setting and like a likely home if it's adopted, how does lowering TAC improve climate resiliency for these species? That's a disconnect I'm having with the matrix and climate and tax setting.
When I think of the utility, sort of in thinking about the climate, sorry, through the chair, apologies. That's a great question. And I think what we're trying to capture with climate considerations is that we have an ecosystem that is starting to act less predictably. Uncertainty is higher, and in some instances, it's more difficult to predict species responses and species relationships. And when we find ourselves in that scenario, and with the likely predictions that things will continue to get sort of more uncertain, with more variability, tracking some of these really important species and important species relationships will enable the council to make more precautionary decisions to protect the ecosystem as a whole. So I think climate's a really key piece there. That's part of the reason also why we think the CCTF will have, it will be value added in their process, and it can serve as a management tool for them to review. But EBFM, I think, is really interwoven with any type of climate resilience at the council level. So there's different ways, and I think we really want to expand the way the matrix considers climate, especially climate in communities and fishing fleets. There's, I think this is our start, and it can only get better from here and how this is reflected. But typically, you want it in precautionary management, which is a keystone for the council. I think climate needs to be built in there, and this ecosystem matrix is trying to do that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Williams.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. Mr. Merrill has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Peterson, Dr. Williams, for your presentation. I just wanted to clarify sort of what the ask is here. Is the ask that this specific matrix be considered by the Climate Change Task Force, or is it that there be a discussion within the Climate Change Task Force to talk about issues related to tax setting and some of the dynamics that you've discussed here?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. With this ask, we would like the Climate Change Task Force to review the matrix concept as a potential management tool. And within that framework, I kind of leave it to the co-chairs and the CCTF as to what will be the most effective way. But we don't envision the CCTF immediately going to discussions about tax setting. We envision them reviewing the concept in the process, and per my understanding, this could end up looking quite different, hopefully better. We hope the efficacy remains and the intent remains, but by the CCTF being able to work on it, there'll be a great feedback between the ecosystem committee, between the council and the fishery ecosystem plan team. So we think, there's a lot of the right bodies to take this. But yes, we'd like the concept or the process. So this, and we'll kind of hand it all over, but we'd like that to be reviewed as a potential management tool for consideration by the CCTF initially. Sorry, I don't know if I fully answered that one.
All right. I don't see any additional questions. Thanks again, Ms. Peterson and Dr. Williams.
Thank you.
Next up is Leonard Herzog. Mr. Herzog, we're not receiving audio if you're speaking. Reminder to the public, if your system muted, you use *6 to unmute. We can circle back to Mr. Herzog. Ephraim Freilich is next.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, am I coming through okay?
You are. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. My name is Ephraim Freilich, and I represent the Independent Pot Cod Harvesters, or IPCH. We are a trade organization for the over 60 CV pot cod fleet. Since our formation in 2020, IPCH has worked in earnest and openly to collaborate with other members of the pot cod over 60 CV sector and the representatives. Despite beginning intersector conversations with quite a wide gap in policy perspectives regarding rationalization or potential rationalization, in recent months, we believe we have made really significant strides to move towards compromise and developing reasonable collective shared principles. Additionally, and likely connected to our group's developing policy, our group's membership has grown in recent months, and so we are pretty excited about that. I testified today to report that we have committed to a process of consensus building, and we request to see that process through to its conclusion, then bring the council what we have collectively developed together. Thus, we request the council not take any action pertaining to our fisheries rationalization until such a request comes from our fleet's representative groups, as we believe we are heading towards continued positive conversations and further development of shared policy. So, again, exciting report, and I really appreciate everybody's time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Freilich. Any questions? I don't see any. Thanks for your testimony. Go back to Leonard Herzog.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Can you hear me, please?
We can. Good afternoon.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. Thanks for the opportunity to testify. My name's Leonard Herzog, and I'm here representing a small group of skippers, IFQ holders, and vessel owners that I represent at the IPHC conference board called Area for Concerned Harvesters. I have a financial interest in boats that fish in 4D and mostly in 4 Bravo. We strongly support the letter submitted by CBSFA requesting council support for an emergency rule to allow IFQ transfer flexibility in the halibut and sablefish IFQ fisheries and to waive on a temporary basis the vessel cap regs for halibut in the BSAI region, specifically 4A, 4B, 4C, 4D, and 4E. Because CBSFA, I think, rather eloquently supplied a long letter to the council for review, and they're mostly up in 4C and 4D, of course. I'd like to talk and concentrate my testimony on Area 4B. So, of course, Area 4B is the most distant area from where most of the Gulf boats fish, and many of the Gulf boats just have small quantities of quota out there, as Bob Alverson mentioned, and can't financially travel with the additional problems with COVID out there. So this past year, with the benefits of the more leniency on caps and transfer abilities, we were able to work with APITCA to catch all of their small boat fishermen quota, 100% of it, are the boats in our group. Those boats obviously can't travel to Dutch Harbor from those westward areas. There's no plant in ATCA or in ADAC processing halibut last year, and we don't foresee it'll happen again this year, although various people, sometimes people show interest in that. So I live in Anchorage, and COVID is rampant in Anchorage. It's rampant in Dutch Harbor. It's worse than it has ever been. And as CBSFA pointed out, we just don't know what the situation is going to be like when we try to fish in June. Our boats have already been affected by had to stop fishing already this year because of COVID issues, which which we didn't have problems with last year because I believe the current Omicron is much more is transferring much more quickly, and we don't know of a way to defend against it. Despite our best efforts, we test everybody before they get on the boats, and then the boats are segregated and don't go into any plants, but it's still very difficult. Crewing boats is very difficult because of COVID, and our operations shut down last year for 3 weeks because we weren't able to get crew on one of our boats that works in the ADAC area. It takes about, I don't know, a day and a half at least, or 2 days to travel from ADAC to Dutch to deliver. So obviously, 5-day transit trips is gonna, with the additional really high fuel prices this year, is gonna make it near impossible for additional boats to get out there. So the boats that have been actively fishing out there need your assistance on the vessel caps to catch our own quota and IFQ, and to catch the IFQ that PITCA and local people own. On the issue of medical transfers, I think maybe a PITCA could talk a little bit better to that, but with multiple persons owning small amounts of quota, the leniency that was given for transfers, I think worked much more efficiently than some kind of health question would be. You know, there's a whole group of people that need to get their quota caught, and the most efficient way of doing it is to keep if we could, would be to keep the current leniency on transfers. So anyway, in short, I think other people have already testified, so I'll try to cut it short here, but if you have any questions, I can answer. But the folks in 4B Bravo have some similar issues with local people that the CBSFA folks have, and we catch a lot of their quota, and we need your help and ask for the same recommendations as last year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Herzog. And Ms. Baker has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Herzog, for your testimony. I just wanted to make sure I understand your point about the medical transfers, the emergency medical transfers, and the revised approach the agency has taken for the last couple of years on those medical transfers. But what I thought I was hearing you say is that even with the liberalized application of those medical transfers, that still doesn't work for the people you're representing. And so you are asking for the emergency transfers for any reason. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, that's true. You know, the planning of how the quota is moving from the individual IFQ holders out there, I think isn't an easy thing for the folks to accommodate out there. And also ACDC has issues on an ADAC with their IFQ that aren't addressed, and I've talked to them, and we're hoping to help them get some of their quota caught. So I don't think emergency transfers works for those community groups. Thank you. Emergency medical transfer. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, thanks, Mr. Herzog. Appreciate your response.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Herzog, for your testimony. I know that you are also engaged in the sablefish fishery, and I note that the ask for the vessel use cap exemption is specific to halibut. Are there different conditions within the sablefish fishery, which is also subject to a vessel use cap, that don't present themselves in the halibut fishery? Just so I can understand the distinction between those two fisheries. Thanks.
Yeah, I just thought about that very recently. The halibut is affected by the very small quotas out west and the inability to get boats out there fishing. I personally, I think with the huge increase in sablefish quotas this year, I think that's it gets complicated, but I think it's going to make it harder for the fleets to capture halibut, because when the boats in the Gulf, that have to make a decision between, traveling to 4B or traveling to 4D, when they have access to sablefish quota, will probably this year have a harder time helping get that done. I would probably be in favor of lifting the cap on sablefish vessel cap, because it does present similar issues, but I thought it would be too big a lift and hadn't been adequately researched or presented to the state or to everybody now. So I chose not to introduce it to you guys. Thank you.
I don't see any further questions. Thank you, Mr. Herzog. Next up is Juan Carlos Penaloza. Picking up any audio. We can come back. Marissa Wilson.
Good afternoon, Chairman Canine and members of the council. Can I have a sound check, please?
Loud and clear. Good afternoon.
Great. Thank you so much. For the record, my name is Marissa Wilson, and I am the Executive Director of the Alaska Marine Conservation Council. But because my colleague has testified on another important issue under staff tasking, I am taking just 3 minutes as an individual today. I want to thank staff for offering topics for discussion on changes that could be realized in the council process as in-person and hybrid meetings are considered moving forward. As evidenced by lack of engagement on this discussion paper, which was not highlighted in the December newsletter, more time is needed to effectively solicit public input for recommendations. Additionally, as this discussion continues, it must be expanded beyond identifying potential efficiencies so that we may collectively rise to the challenge of honoring the complexity of this tumultuous time on Earth. I remind you of the oath of office each voting council member has taken, which states your responsibility to be protective of the public interest of the nation's fishery resources. It is important to remember that these resources are also tribal trust resources for which the U.S. government owes particular duties, including consultation, as spoken to eloquently by a previous testifier. Many of the items suggested for discussion in this paper have the potential, especially in combination, to erode public engagement in the process of managing these common property and trust resources. I will also note the significance of these potential changes being compounded with the changes made to the written comment period last year, which were done in the name of controlling public sentiment that is perceived as inflammatory, and which has reduced the ability for the public to share information and collaborate openly, and has reduced the time that any interested party has to process and incorporate a broad breadth of perspectives into their own advocacy or decision-making. I bring this up to frame my feedback in the context of widespread public perception that the North Pacific Council minimizes deep public frustration about the prioritization of factory stability and legitimizes only those voices with the resources and relationships to navigate these decisions at every turn of their evolution. With this context in mind, I offer the following feedback about the discussion paper presented for this meeting. First, framing changes in the council process only through the lens of efficiency, particularly in a time of increasing ecological complexity and wealth inequality, is not responsive to emergent needs. Strategies moving forward should prioritize effective, inclusive collaboration and meaningful incorporation of task force and advisory body deliberations, concerns, and recommendations. Second, suggesting the importance of AP members' willingness to compromise does little to recognize or correct inequity. Inequity is engineered. Reframing this concept instead in terms of promoting genuine understanding of social, cultural, and economic impacts of decisions is an appropriate revision. Requiring all participants, yes.
I apologize. Your time is up. So let's see if there's any questions. Ms. Kimball has a question.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. I wanted to ask a little bit more about the idea that these ideas were offered or compiled from public testimony or council comments in the context of efficiency only, and my understanding is they're compiled in somewhat of an efficiency context. How do we get through a meeting in the understanding that we've offered up additional remote testimony that we hadn't had previously? And in part that was due to COVID, and in part that was due to suggestions and recommendations from the Community Engagement Committee. So I wanted to ask if you have specific recommendations on that portion of this, on the continued ability to provide improved public access to these meetings in the context of, trying to also get through an agenda and be responsive to our public trust responsibility to take action. So any more on that would be helpful.
Thank you for the question, Ms. Kimball, through the chair. I appreciate that. And I think that, while remote testimony is a very important part of these conversations moving forward, the considerations to shrink the size of the advisory panel, rescind its ability to vote, or reduce the ability for ideas and concerns to be fleshed out through staff presentations and public testimony at the AP would absolutely reduce its ability to be representative of the incredible diversity of lifeways found in Alaska. And I think that, beyond providing public testimony to the council, it's really important to have a robust advisory panel process.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ms. Kimball. Ms. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to ask you if you see in your testimony, do you see the irony of getting up and giving public testimony in a public process to a group of public servants who spent an entire week listening to the public to form good policy and talk about how we're looking to stifle public input when what we've done is released for public comment a draft of some improvements to our process that we're currently listening to the public about? So just whether you see the irony in that is my question.
Through the chair, I can recognize that you perceive that as irony. I will point out again that this discussion paper was not highlighted in the December council newsletter. It was posted 3 days before the public comment period was closed. And while fortunately I have the resources in the station to really keep abreast of how this conversation is unfolding, most affected users do not.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Ms. Wilson, this is the first time that I've heard as a council member that our written policy is actually restricting the flow of information from the public to the council. At least that's what I thought I heard you suggesting. And I'm wondering if you can give me some concrete examples in the last, since we've put this policy in place, of the kinds of information that we no longer receive because we've put this policy in place?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Twite, through the chair. I think it's more, I would characterize it more that there's a reduced ability for members of the public to engage in a transparent discussion with each other and build on ideas that they bring up through the public process, and flesh those out through the entirety of the council process, not just in testimony to the council itself.
Thank you. A related question. It seemed to me, at least, as one council member, that the environment that was being created under our previous policy concerning written comments was, in some circumstances, becoming essentially can be viewed very realistically as a hostile working environment, bordering on abusive, and in some cases not even bordering, actually abusive. And I'm just wondering how you balance the importance of maintaining an environment that fosters exactly what you just described, which is clearly not an environment that tolerates either abuse or the kinds of comments that create a hostile working environment. How do you balance protecting against that with maintaining the ability for free and open communication as you described?
Thank you for the follow-up, Mr. Twite. I think that that is a conversation that deserves a expansive understanding and finesse. I recognize that anybody who puts themselves in the position of making decisions, that affect a significant portion of the public are subjected to scrutiny, and to a degree that scrutiny may or may not be fair. I recognize how uncomfortable it is to be a recipient of scrutiny. I think it's really important to frame the discomfort of individual council members in the broad context of the trauma and inequity that can be perpetuated by this body without really inclusive representation and analysis of that trauma. And so in terms of, weighing the discomfort of council members or AP members or anybody who's putting themselves in this position in terms of the impacts of the decisions that are made by these bodies who regulate people's ability to have a relationship with their food and with the living planet, we need to hold both of those things together.
I don't have a question. I just have a statement at this point. Viewing the tenor and the specific messaging, some of those messages that are written, that our policy no longer allows, viewing that as either scrutiny or discomfort, creating either scrutiny or discomfort, is minimizing. There were messages in there that were downright abusive and clearly created a hostile working environment.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. And I don't see any further questions. Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Wilson.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move to Josh Wisniewski.
Hi, this is Josh. Can you hear me?
Hi, yes, we can.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair and council members. Thanks for the opportunity to testify on task staffing this afternoon. My name is Josh Wisniewski. I'm with the small group, the Alaska Skiff Fishermen Coalition. I live at Barabra Point, just outside Seldovia, and I commercially and subsistence fish for salmon and halibut in the traditional Dena'ina and Supdak waters where I live. And my comments are in relation to the recent report, the council process for reflections and ideas, and I understand it's a very initial, some analysis and points presented by staff, so I understand that. And excuse me a little bit if my comments are scattered. I know it was just posted on the 25th of January in a pretty limited 3-day window to provide written comments. My comments are going to be really generalized around some of the ideas of efficiencies explored, in particular notions for modifying or restructuring or reducing the role of the AP. As a skiff fisherman, as a resident of rural coastal Alaska community off the road system, as a subsistence harvester like many others across the Gulf and throughout the Bering Sea, I'd consider myself a member of a broad community of harvesters and rural residents who are largely not represented in the current composition of the council or the AP. And so therefore, as relates to the reflection of the AP, including, thoughts on the reduction of its size and potential contribution to the decision-making process, I think any effort to consider adjustments to that space, which is, in my opinion, central to the opportunity for public participation, even at this very early stage of consideration, should really be inviting and eliciting broad public participation. And I think this should also include tribal consultation with all the potentially affected tribes, and particularly given the lack of tribal and Alaska Native and rural representation on the APR Council. As a stakeholder, I'd suggest rather than exploring potentially reducing some of the roles of the AP, and I understand the need to get through meetings and achieve results and all of that. I think as a result, the council should really be looking at how do we expand this public space to allow for more voices, and I understand some of those are contentious. But we need room for more voices, particularly those that are directly affected by council decisions and actions. I think it should be noted that in our last federal census, 1 in 5 Alaskans identify as Alaska Native, and this ratio is even higher in rural communities. And so I think a review of the structure of the AP should consider involving the creation of designated rural Alaska Native and tribal representation. Speaking for myself, public comments, and I understand they can sometimes be pretty contentious, to the AP and to the council is for me, it's the only space I have where I'm afforded an opportunity to meaningfully participate in informing council decisions that directly impact me and my way of life and my community. And, that includes issues like the access pool, abundance-based management, and more recently, the move to reallocate halibut from the commercial to the charter sector. So I think in addition to considering ways to expand public participation, this process should include recommendations for meaningful and collaborative engagement with regionally affected tribes to draw upon the wealth of traditional ecological knowledge, which are critical to informing adaptive management. And I know we have a traditional ecological knowledge committee, but we need more than that. Today, as you all know, we're experiencing climate change in real time, and these rapid results in changes in abundance, distribution of stocks, and the impacts of large harvests and bycatch by the coal sector at times. Given the context of this rapid ecological change and these impacts on fisheries, rural Alaska coastal fishing communities, I think, again, this supports expanding the composition, or at least including within the composition of the AP seats that reflect the region, to expand, again, that role for public participation, as well as to provide the council with the broadest amount of relevant information and local knowledge on complex issues, because those decisions do have long-term impact on Alaska fishing communities. And it's important to recognize many of these communities have been in existence for over 11,000 years, and we know that through archaeological data. So I just think, viewed objectively, the opinions or suggestions illustrated, or comments, I should say, they weren't suggestions, illustrated in this initial staff analysis exploring efficiencies, which include reducing the size and role of the AP and the issues, some of the issues they might review, or even the tenure of AP composition, may result in, whether it's intentional or not, I presume it's not, but it may result in the eventual consolidation of power within the council and outside the affected region. And so I think, as difficult and as messy as it can be, expanding that space for within the council process for public participation is how the council gets fully informed about the complexity of issues and their impacts on proposed actions. And just thank you for the space to share these comments this afternoon. I know you've got a busy agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Wisniewski. Ms. Campbell has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm really interested in your comments about the need for designated seats on the advisory panel. And the reason that I'm interested is because if you review the makeup of the advisory panel in the Alaska seats, all of the folks that are in those seats either represent community development groups, Alaska Native voices, or live in a coastal Alaska fishery-dependent community across a variety of regions. There's one person, I believe, who lives in Anchorage, and that's only after decades of living in one of the largest fishing communities in rural Alaska and bringing that voice. And so what is it, when you look at the makeup of the AP, that leads you to say those Alaska representatives on the AP need designated seats to make sure that rural voices are represented?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I'll try to answer that as best as I can. I am aware of the efforts to kind of have a unique composition of the AP. I think it has varying degrees of success. I think there's a diversity of fishing communities, and some of those communities that have been around the longest are primarily subsistence fishing communities or communities with very small skiff-based fleets, and some of the representation may not effectively, or doesn't effectively, I think, kind of reflect those views. I think that's why in one of the last meetings, we had a lot of voices from Yukon River communities, for example, that were really concerned and not feeling like there was space for those voices. So I think, just as the council is exploring ways to improve the process, I think there's ways we can look at improving that degree of representation. And I think by tribal representation, I'm speaking to the possibility, and this should be something that's explored with tribal representatives, but the designation of a seat that's held by a representative of a federally recognized tribe in their official capacity as one space that would increase, I think, the diversity of voices on the AP. I know that's also been something people have talked about in relation to the council itself, as well as someone who, a broader inclusion of those subsistence harvesters, particularly in places like the YK Delta and across Southwest Alaska. We have such a broad number of communities that rely on Bering Sea resources. I think that would be one example of more inclusive voices, on issues that directly affect those regions. I don't think that there's easy answers to this. I just think as we go through the process of exploring it, there's lots of things to take into consideration here.
Thank you for that response. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay? You got me? Oh, good. Thank you for your testimony. I'm glad that you've been able to participate in this process, especially being in a rural area. I think you've been able to participate at least recently, and your comments have been definitely a good perspective. I guess what I'm wondering is one of the ideas that I've heard regarding the advisory panel, which we have standard operating procedures that give us a size of that, and it's impossible to really represent every interest in Alaska all the time on the advisory panel. And one of the recommendations that I've received from sitting advisory panel members is to consider reducing the size of the advisory panel by 2 seats, and then having those 2 seats be seats that are for a shorter term duration for a special purpose. For instance, if we were taking up an issue regarding chum salmon in the Yukon region or chum salmon in the Bering Sea, we could populate those seats with people that had expertise or local knowledge for a specific issue for the specific amount of time that it was on the advisory panel. Would you think that would be moving towards restricting people's ability to participate, or do you think that would be the kind of thing that would be increasing people's ability to have their voice heard at the advisory panel? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mesereau, for the chance to weigh in on that question. I really appreciate that. So I guess it's kind of almost a little bit of a two-part question. I understand there's limits in that you're faced with in terms of the number of seats that can be on the AP. I would be a little concerned about reducing that number of seats, in part because I think it puts a greater burden on to have less seats try to represent more interests and have people maybe represent the interests of user groups that they're not really a member of or really kind of have the knowledge base or experience to fully represent, and that's in no way reflective. I've got to stand outside my cabin today because that's the only place I get a cell signal. That's in no way reflective of any limitation on their part. That's just kind of a reality of we all have limits in our knowledge base and understanding and participation in things. I think the idea potentially of having space for inclusion of more advisory voices and or voices that can vote on particular issues and or contribute their knowledge, I think sounds like an interesting idea to explore. I think that again would kind of goes back to also the process of tribal consultation to explore how that might be implemented with the obviously the regionally affected tribes, but I think the idea of finding spaces to include more diverse knowledge holders is certainly something I would like to see the council exploring. So I don't know if that fully answers your question, but I really appreciate you asking it.
Thank you.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony. I'm pleased you're trying to answer the questions because this is what we're trying to get at is as much public input as we can on this compilation of potential ideas. And back on the advisory panel and the expansion or the more diverse interests. I mean, one of the things that we're required to do under Magnuson is be consistent with the appointments to the advisory panel such that we provide fair representation to commercial fishing interests in the geographic area of authority of the council. And so that's our at least higher level requirement under Magnuson. And one of the ways we've been trying to then supplement a lot of that is how do we get more local knowledge and traditional knowledge into our analyses, and how do we do better outreach, two-way outreach with either communities that have a high, like Alaska Native component, or rural communities that are directly affected by our actions. And so those have really come in the recommendations from our community outreach committee. It's like, how do we supplement our advisory panel, knowing that we can't have an advisory panel of 100 people? And I'm wondering if you're familiar with those community engagement committee recommendations or had any further recommendations in that component of us trying to provide a broader expanse of voices into this process, because that I think has a lot of opportunity.
Yeah, through the chair, thank you for the opportunity to speak to that. I am aware of their work, and I don't know to what degree that's been kind of taken up by the council and looked at in relation to this discussion per se. One notion I would suggest, though, is understanding the purview of the council here, focusing on commercial fisheries within the area is certainly having the scales of different fisheries reflected. I think largely we've got some of the more robust and larger vessel classes and harvesters kind of more reflected than I think some of the smaller ones that are more regionally based, and maybe where even the population centers in the Bering Sea, for example, might be in southwestern Alaska. And I know we have CDQ representation that kind of to some degree might overlap with that. And I think that's one of the challenges when we might have some voices that are asked to speak more broadly, or put in a position of maybe needing to speak more broadly for voices that they don't necessarily fully represent. And that's not a fault of their own by any means. It's just kind of a reality that we all are faced with. I don't know. So I guess I would think that I think absolutely kind of some of those recommendations by the Community Engagement Committee have something to value and should be looked at and considered and brought forth in this discussion as it moves forward. I can't think of a specific recommendation that they've made per se that I could cite right now. But I think definitely the involvement of that group, as well as the Ecological Knowledge Committee in this process moving forward, is probably critical.
Thank you. Thanks for that response. I think it is critical. I think that's why the council has acted on a slew of their recommendations, and I'm sure council staff could provide that to you so we can further this conversation at another meeting. Thank you.
I don't see further questions. Thank you, Wisniewski.
All right. Thank you.
Next up is Jeff Hoffman and Heather McCarty.
Mr. Chairman, may I get a radio check, please?
Loud and clear. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. Jeff Kaufman here testifying today on behalf of Central Bering Sea Fishermen's Association. We are asking for a continuation of the emergency actions taken in 2021 that allowed the successful harvest of 99% of St. Paul's PDQ and 99% of the locally held IFQ in the face of the COVID pandemic. We are asking for those exemptions to be in place again in 2022 because we are seeing a continuation of the emergency COVID-related conditions that would preclude our local fishery from functioning in a normal manner. It can be argued that the emergency situation is more dire in 2022 than it was in the past 2 years. Our local fleet is comprised of small boats with a limited number of fishing days each season, dictated by weather. A single COVID case on a boat and having to quarantine for a week or 10 days could shut down a boat and cost them fishing days that they wouldn't get back later in the season. In addition, anyone who's a close contact must quarantine for 7 days, which would likely include all crew members in the event of a COVID case on a vessel. We typically start fishing in mid-June when the halibut shallow up around the islands and conclude fishing in August when the fall winds arrive. Given this narrow window of time to harvest halibut, a COVID case on a vessel could circulate for numerous weeks, potentially costing a vessel owners a large part of the season and stranding fish that are critically important to our community and fishing families. COVID in the processing plant can certainly have emergency impacts on small boat fleet's ability to harvest and deliver as well. In addition, quota holders that typically walk on vessels not only endanger themselves, but the crews that we depend on to catch our halibut. With larger vessels operating around St. Matthew, where most of the 4D and some 4C quota is harvested, medical help in Dutch is more than 400 miles away. Taking walk-ons creates a volatile and risky situation that can be avoided with your help. St. Paul's COVID travel restrictions require a negative test prior to flying to St. Paul, 5 days of quarantine upon arrival, and a negative test at the end of quarantine. Despite these restrictions, COVID cases continue to leak through, causing increased concern from the community. St. Paul has 2 active cases from people that traveled from Anchorage several days ago, and despite being tested. To date, St. Paul's total COVID count is 52. This exemplifies the need for these emergency exemptions. For fewer boats operating in the Bering Sea, as shown in previous council analyses, and considering that St. Paul may not have a fishery this season due to COVID, it is important to waive the vessel cap again in 2022. CBSA members collectively hold 160,000 pounds of IFQ, and the captain and crew on the St. Peter hold another 25,000 pounds. With a total of 185,000 pounds of IFQ to harvest on St. Peter, if the local fishery doesn't happen, and a vessel cap of around 105,000 pounds, a lot of quota may be left in the water. Most larger vessels operating in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Island region are fishing up to their cap already, making it difficult to find additional harvest capacity for those in need due to COVID-related issues. There has been mention of us using the medical transfer provision to address emergency health concerns. This doesn't work for our fishermen because initial issuees are not eligible for a medical waiver if they own 20% or more of a vessel. Our members don't have interest in outside vessels,
And if there's no fishery in St. Paul this summer, the initial issuees cannot hire someone to run his or her vessel because they wouldn't have a market in St. Paul either. A local small fleet consists of vessels ranging in length from 18 feet to 38 feet. These vessels are too small to safely transit to and from Dutch Harbor or Aquitaine to deliver. So the medical waiver may help some second-generation fishermen, but not the initial issuees, the folks that are typically older and more vulnerable to COVID-related complications. Again, the use of medical transfer provision does not work for St. Paul. Participation of local fishery is critically important to the well-being of our community and other communities. It is our goal to prosecute the local fishery if there is any way possible to pull it off. Even if we do, however, COVID could wreak havoc and blow the season for some of our small boat fleet, making these exemptions important regardless of if we have a local fishery or not. Our community spirit and fishing families depend on having a successful harvest again in 2022, and the requested emergency exemptions will give us the best opportunity to minimize unnecessary risk and maximize harvest and value to the stakeholders. Lastly, I want to mention that we value the owner-on-board requirements of the Halibut IFQ program and do not believe that the emergency actions in response to the pandemic set a precedent or lead to permanent change. Our community and fishermen appreciate your consideration. We are hopeful that the Council will support our request that will help ensure the upcoming season is as successful as it was in 2021 and prior to the pandemic. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll pass it over to Heather.
Mr. Chairman, sound check, if I could.
Hi, yes, we hear you.
Can you hear me? Thank you very much. It's Heather McCarty, also speaking on behalf of CBSFA. I just wanted to briefly address process. In preparation for this meeting and for making these requests, knowing that there were a variety of stakeholders who had concerns and who had different requests of the Council potentially, we convened 3 meetings of Halibut stakeholders in an attempt to provide the Council with an overall solution that would meet everybody's needs and everybody's concerns. I don't think that we were necessarily successful in that, but certainly we were able to flesh out a lot of the concerns that came from people regarding, the potential loss of the owner-on-board requirements and so on. I feel as though, every region and every area, maybe even every community, but certainly those small communities in the Bering Sea have their own unique set of circumstances that may not be able to be addressed by one solution. And so appreciate all of your efforts to helping us in this situation that we find ourselves in. I would also like to add on a different subject that CBSFA supports the request made by Teresa Peterson and Dr. Williams regarding the eco matrix. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. McCarty. Let's see if there's questions. Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Kaufman and Ms. McCarty, on your testimony. You may have heard in my question to Mr. Alverson earlier, I would be interested in understanding better the need for an emergency transfer provision versus the ability to use the existing medical transfer provision. You spoke to it somewhat, but it was rather quick, and I think I would appreciate a bit more detail on why that methodology of facilitating transfers for medical needs is not viable from your perspective.
To the chair, thank you for the question, Mr. Merrill. One of the big issues that we see with the medical transfer provision is that initial issuees, the people who were initially granted quota in the beginning, that own 20% or more of a vessel, are not eligible for a medical waiver. And so the idea there is that if they're initial issuee and they own 20% of the vessel, then they could potentially hire somebody else to run the boat. But in our situation in St. Paul, the boats are small, and so if it were to happen, it would not take care of. If we use that provision, it's not going to take care of the initial issuees, the older guys in our community that have been around and depend on this fishery as much as anybody else, and it doesn't take care of them. And so that's the main concern that we have with that provision.
Follow up, if I may, Mr. Chairman. So given that understanding that it sounds like the concern is if you're initial issuee, you would have to hire a master if you're eligible to do so. That may be problematic for some of the operators. Would modifying the medical transfer provisions to allow initial issuees be granted that exemption address your need, or is there something unique and distinct about the need for an emergency transfer provision that's broadly applicable that's needed?
Yeah, thank you for that question again. It would certainly be helpful to loosen that regulation around medical waivers and allow initial issuees and others to use that provision, but it doesn't really get to the core of the problem in that it may not be just people who are sick or that are high risk at this point getting on the boat. What they're doing there, for those people who don't have those medical conditions that qualify for the medical waiver, they would be forced to go on the vessel. And so in our situation, it would be the St. Peter. And the moment that they climb on there, we just don't know. Even if you take a test before you get on the boat, and we've seen this happen with their travel, where everybody's required to be tested before they come to the island. They get tested, and then they quarantine, and then they test again, and they're positive. So even if we took a COVID test prior to sending a quota holder on a boat, it's likely that person, or it's possible that person could carry COVID. And the boat typically fishes, because there's so many whales on the edge, we've been spending the last few years up at St. Matthew harvesting the quota. And so the quota holder gets on board, they get up near St. Matthew, and then all of a sudden symptoms start to break out and spread. And so that remains problematic from our perspective. And I think doing away with, or giving us some leniency on medical transfer provision could help, but it still doesn't get to the core of the problem, I think, with riders having to go on the vessels.
Mr. Mesereau. Oh, looks like your hand's down. Okay. All right, I don't see further questions. Thank you, Mr. Kaufman and Ms. McCarty.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next up is Mateo Posledon.
Can you hear me, Mr. Chair?
We can. Good afternoon.
Great. Good afternoon, members of the council. My name is Mateo Posledon, and I'm testifying on behalf of the City of St. Paul. As I have stated at this council before, the city believes that a healthy, hands-on, active, local summer halibut fishery is critical to St. Paul's well-being. In addition to the meaningful employment and the revenues that this fishery generates, it is also critical to St. Paul's cultural identity and its sense of community. The city feels strongly that this fishery and the way of life it represents must be maintained. However, at this particular juncture, the effects of COVID are still affecting St. Paul, as Mr. Kaufman has noted. Residents have taken COVID protective measures very seriously, given the high percentage of vulnerable people, up to 75% of the population, as well as limited health infrastructure on the island, and the difficulties due to unpredictable weather of medevacing serious cases to Anchorage. Therefore, for this upcoming 2022 season, the city supports CBSFA's request for emergency rules to raise the vessel cap and the owner on board provisions, and certainly as to Bering Sea areas 4A, 4B, C, and D. This would allow the fishery to proceed safely and successfully as it did in 2021 and in 2020. Given the crash of the crab stocks and the resulting economic impacts, the community understands how important it is to protect all economic activities and ensure that resources such as halibut don't go unharvested. In terms of the 305 emergency action criteria and justifications, Mr. Alverson did a good job of walking through those. But let me state that the public health emergency and the related federal, state, and local health protective measures that impacted fisheries throughout Alaska and justified the emergency requests in the last 2 years persist. I will quote now from the rationale in the emergency rules adopted last year. 1. Government health mandates and travel restrictions during the IFQ fishing year may limit the ability of some fishery participants to travel to various ports in Alaska and may constrain fishing operations while these provisions are in place. Check, that applies. And 2, the unforeseen complications of health advisories and the government-issued travel policies imposed on fishing operations in the 2021 fishing year, particularly in the remote BSI Bering Sea Aleutian Island halibut IFQ fishery. These advisories and policies may restrict the the ability for vessels and crew to operate and fully harvest their IFQ. These justifications, their rationale, still apply given the current status of the pandemic. The city respectfully requests that the council support for these emergency rules in 2022. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pasadan. Mr. Mesereau has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mateo, for your testimony. I was actually going to ask the previous testifier, but I think you're equally well equipped to answer my question. What I'm wondering is, who decides if the local fishermen get to go fishing? And the reason I'm asking that question is because I've been to St. Paul and I've seen the local fishermen preparing for the upcoming halibut IFQ season, and never in any coastal community have I seen people more excited about getting out on the water and bringing their families down to get the boats ready. And it seemed like it was really a super important event for those people as part of their life there. And I'm wondering, do they get to decide for themselves, or are they told they're not going to be fishing and they have no choice and they don't get to do it?
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau, through the chair. Yes, the association, the Fishermen's Association, decides kind of the parameters, the boundaries of how the season will proceed. But obviously, this is based on input from other members of the community and other entities of the community. I mean, it's hard in a place like St. Paul. It's a community of about 400 residents. Depends, but everybody's related. Everybody's family, and so that input and CBSFA is based. The management's based on the island, so they're very receptive to the input, the feedback from other members of the community, and so it's not it's not an arbitrary decision. It's based on a number of community and factors, as well as coordination with Trident and the plant there on when the most convenient dates are for pursuing the fishery.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Any further questions? Thank you, Mr. Pasadan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Jamie Goen.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. I'm Jamie Goen with Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers, and I have just a couple items to touch on. First, on council process changes for consideration, we encourage the October meeting to be earlier to better accommodate the start of the crab season. Recall the last couple of years, the October meeting has been closer to mid-October, and the council has had to hold a special session just for crab specifications beginning in October. We encourage the October meeting to move back to starting in late September or early October. Second, on EFH, which was reviewed by the SSC at this meeting, I'll cover a few points from our comment letter to the SSC under agenda item D5 that are relevant given timing in the SSC report. The work being done on EFH is a really powerful tool, and hats off to the folks working on it. However, we really need to get it to a place that it can be used in management. With snow crab unexpectedly overfished and Bristol Bay red crab at a level of serious conservation concern, EFH work should be an important mitigation tool used for snow crab rebuilding plan and the red king crab discussion papers. Instead, we have a powerful tool that is not really being applied towards management, partially because there's still work to be done to get there. For crab, the scientists on the CPT and SSC have been calling for specific EFH work since 2012 and again at this meeting. And yet for 10 years now, much of that is still not addressed in the SDM, species distribution models or fishing effects models. For example, the crab SDM is not split by life stages. Instead, all life stages are combined, making it hard to use for management and to better understand what might be happening with the stocks. The council has watched Bristol Bay red king crab abundance march downward for over 10 years, knowing there's an issue with recruitment in the fishery, and yet the council has not pushed for the SDM to show larval or early life stages for crab in time and space. This should have been done for this review. For the fishing effects model, the fishing activity is not shown by gear type, but combined for all gear types together, masking the utility of the fishing effects model for management and to better understand what is happening to habitat for different species. In addition, the outputs of the EFH work for core habitat to date have been blended for king crab across Bristol Bay, Pribilof Islands, and Norton Sound. When we know that the core habitat for each of those stocks is not the same, as was flagged by the CPT and the SSC. In closing, we urge the Council to prioritize using this powerful EFH tool to inform management of crab stocks that are in crisis and to use the guidance of your CPT and SSC, much of which has been stated since 2012. We urge you to request the SDMs for crab be split by life stage and provided in this 2022 review. We urge the fishing effects model to be broken down by gear type for the 2022 review to better understand effects for each gear on habitat. And we urge that EFH for crab also be considered by stock assessment management area. While we're asking that this work be elevated for crab, particularly for snow crab and red king crab, given their conservation concern, it is also a powerful tool that could help inform work of the Council's Climate Change Task Force, the Ecosystem Committee, and other groups. Let's prioritize getting EFH tools in better shape and putting them to use specifically for priority species with conservation concern like crab. And that's all I've got. Thanks. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Goen. Any questions? Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Goen. If I hear your recommendation to prioritize, and I'm trying to sort of think through what if some of the information you're requesting isn't able, if we're unable to either get it prioritized or we're unable to get it produced in that time. Can you give me some sense of what the impacts will be of moving forward with some of the other processes with crab if we don't have workable, usable estimates of the kinds of things you described?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, thanks for the question. I mean, I know we're under a statutory deadline for snow crab, so we need to continue to proceed with whatever the best available information we have is for that. And red crab, we'll see information starting in April coming from the discussion papers. I urge the Council to prioritize as much information as we can gather on EFH for crab. I know we have more information than is being used in the fishing effects model and the species distribution models to date. So as much as that could be prioritized to help inform what's happening with red crab and then the rebuilding plan for snow crab, I think it would be prudent for the Council to do so.
Don't see any additional hands. Thank you for your testimony. Go ahead and take a 10-minute break, then we'll come back and finish up public testimony. Please come back to order. We're ready to resume and conclude public comment. Next up is Rebecca Skinner, then Chris Woodley, then John Mueller.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can. Good afternoon.
Great. Good afternoon. My name is Rebecca Skinner, testifying on behalf of Alaska Whitefish Trawlers Association and in support of the AP motion on rockfish program regulatory changes. AWTA is a Kodiak-based trade group representing small, independently owned trawl catcher vessels that rely on Gulf trawl fisheries. The rockfish program is an important part of each AWTA member's business plan. While the structure of the rockfish program has been widely recognized as very successful, changes have occurred over time that impact fishery performance and may require adjustment. We ask the Council to initiate an analysis regarding 4 regulatory changes to the CGOA rockfish program. We are asking for targeted analysis on the 4 changes with the intent of addressing these issues as quickly as possible. I also submitted written comment under E1, which outlines the 4 requested changes, and I will refer to the numbered paragraphs in my letter as I go. Starting with paragraph number 3, increase the processing caps. This has been identified as a priority issue by AWTA and has already caused challenges for harvesters finding a market. The caps are currently set at 30% for primary rockfish, sablefish, and cod, which was appropriate when there were 7 shore-based processors operating in Kodiak, as was the case when the rockfish program was implemented. Over time, Kodiak has lost 3 shore-based plants, which is a 42% loss. Any further shore-based plant losses could result in the remaining plants being over the 30% cap, leaving harvesters completely without a market for their rockfish. Plant losses result from a plant going out of business or being acquired by another processor, shutdowns due to COVID or other reasons, or a plant deciding not to accept rockfish deliveries for whatever reason. From a harvesting perspective, we are very concerned about the potential complete loss of markets for some vessels due to the remaining processors bumping up against the processing cap. Skipping back up to paragraph number 1, change the opening dates from May 1 to April 1. Moving the opening dates to April 1st will extend the season by 30 days and allow more time and flexibility for harvesters and processors. Additional flexibility has proven to be vital during COVID-19. Paragraph number 2, remove the 8% vessel harvest cap for northern and dusky rockfish. Each year, the northern and dusky rockfish tax have not been fully harvested. Removing the harvesting cap will allow vessels that choose to target northerns and duskies to more fully prosecute these fisheries and result in increased landings to Kodiak. Paragraph number 4, remove the 30% cooperative quota share holding cap. This cap is currently forcing the formation of extra co-ops that are associated with the same processor and doesn't seem to serve a functional purpose at this time. Again, we are asking for a narrow and targeted analysis that will allow these 4 issues to be addressed as quickly as possible. Switching gears a little bit, I'd like to comment briefly on the council process memo because this is an important issue, although I prioritize the rockfish management issues today. Number 1, I do appreciate the thorough memo prepared by staff and that the memo and ideas were publicized early in the process so that the public has ample opportunity to share their thoughts and weigh in long before any final decisions are made. Number 2, I also appreciate that the council is going to take the time to review and consider the current structure and process, including whether there is a need to clarify and hone expectations for advisory bodies or different stages of the process. And then number 3, I have lots of thoughts on many of the ideas in the memo. I don't have time to delve into all of them today, but I do look forward to the opportunity to develop and share those thoughts more as this process unfolds. That's all I have, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Skinner. Are there any questions? Thank you. Appreciate your testimony. Oh, sorry. Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Skinner. Just briefly, I just wanted to ask if you had any communications with representatives in the catcher processor fleet that are also involved in the rockfish program, and whether or not there were any issues or concerns that were identified in any communications you may have had from your ask. Thank you.
I have, thank you to the chair. I have not heard any concerns. I have been in communication with representatives from the CP fleet, so I think there would have been opportunity for issues to be brought up, but I'm not aware of any issues or concerns.
I don't see additional questions. Thank you, Ms. Skinner.
All right, thank you.
All right, next up is Chris Woodley.
Yeah, hi. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Do you read me okay?
Yes, we do. Good afternoon.
All right, good afternoon. Mr. Chairman, members of the council, I just wanted to quickly pass along some thoughts regarding the process. I'm calling it the reflections document that was prepared by council staff. Number one, I want to thank the staff for what I thought was a pretty deep dive into a lot of these different issues and nuances and things that I don't think the average person, even those familiar with this process, is necessarily is taking into account when they consider making changes to the process. And I know that this memo is stated a couple of times. These aren't staff recommendations, but I guess I would like to say that, and I'm sure this will happen, but just to put it out there that, again, more than anybody else, I think the staff has the greatest, appreciation for all of the nuances and ins and outs and things that have to happen to make, to pull off this, this very important public process that we all engage in. And so I'm just like to put that out there, that I think that when it comes to decision time, that staff concerns, I hope they have ample opportunity to get those out there and that we all understand them. I like the idea of I don't know, because this is not a fishery management action, this is more just part of the process. I don't know if we go to an expanded discussion paper or what the next version of this document would be. But I would like to flag a couple of things up front just for the council to consider. And these are in no particular order. I wrote them down as I thought of them. The first one was regards to the issues of duplication and efficiency. And first, I would and the specific thing that I wanted to talk about was the number of presentations on a particular issue. I don't know about the rest of you, but I, for one, need to hear a presentation more than one time before I think I understand the issue. And I feel like when I've heard it a couple of times and have had a chance to reflect on it and speak with other participants in this process and people who may be opposed to a particular issue or have a different point of view, that I'm able to provide ultimately better comment and better input into the process if I've had a chance to hear the presentations a few times. And so I just want to put that out there that I think that, yes, it's less efficient, but at the same time, I think it actually informs the process much better. So that was thing number one. Thing number two, timing of or trying to adjust the meeting schedule to avoid government shutdowns. I like the idea of that on the one hand, but on the other hand, I've also seen it where government shutdowns no longer seem to very well coincide with the fiscal year anymore. Government shutdowns are often, hate to say it, but a political weapon, our agency and council staff just get caught in the crossfire. So I guess one question or something that may be part of the next document is whether there are any ways to make the council process more resilient to government shutdowns by possibly getting those specific employees in a category where they are continuing to do their job even if the government is shut down. So continue to get paid, continue to do their job, and don't have to fall sway to government shutdowns and things like that. So it just, again, something to consider, and maybe that work has already been done and it just didn't pan out, but it wasn't in the memo, so I thought I'd bring it up. And then the last thing I wanted to bring up, while I've still got a minute here, is the issue of virtual meetings. I'm just speaking for myself here, but I'm personally sick of virtual meetings. I feel like the staff has done a tremendous job and the council has done a tremendous job in making this work over these last 2 years. But I still feel like the in-person meetings provide a better product, I guess. And, the ability to speak with stakeholders and council members and staff in that real-time environment, face-to-face, makes a big difference in my perspective. And so I hope that as we go forward, there's a recommendation here to create a schedule that would make as many as 2 meetings a year virtual. I don't like traveling either. It's disruptive, but I still feel at the end of the day that the in-person meetings do a better job in the overall picture of the best way to manage our fisheries. So I will just leave it at that and be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Woodley. See any hands raising? Thank you for your testimony.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, council members. Hopefully see you all in April.
Next up is John Moeller.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. For the record, my name is John Moeller. I'm speaking today on behalf of ADAC Community Development Corporation. My comments today are centered around our desire for implementation of the residency waiver, which is an alternative 3 of the IFQ omnibus that you all have scheduled for final action in April. In the interest of an expedited rulemaking, our plan is to ask the council to support splitting out alternative 3 from the larger omnibus package following final action in April. Should you find this possible, we are then hopeful the agency does an expedited rulemaking, which gives us an opportunity to harvest our IFQ in the fall of 2022. As we have testified in the past, ACDC has left 90% of its fish in the water this past 2 years, and we are hopeful that that track record changes. The council did include ADAC's CQE residency waiver in its 2021 ER action, but for reasons I don't claim to understand, the agency determined ACDC's request did not qualify. ACDC is in full support of CBSFA's request for an ER. However, today I am reserved in asking you to consider ADAC's residency waiver in that ER discussion, primarily because ACDC did not make the agency cut last year for reasons that I don't claim to understand. And as we all know, with staff time always being a premium, jeopardizing our forthcoming request to split out alternative 3 in April and making that request a non-starter certainly would not be in our interest. So I want to just leave you with those comments, Mr. Chairman. I thank you for all of your time and hope to see you in April. I'm open for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Mueller. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Mueller. Just briefly, I wanted to make sure I understood the request that when we get the ISQ omnibus package in front of us in April, this is a heads up that you'd like a portion of that fast-tracked for implementation if the rest of the package would slow that down. Is that your request, Mr. Mueller?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thank you for that question. And precisely, with a lack of understanding in terms of how we'd be coming to you today if we had any level of confidence that our request would get through the agency. But we have concerns that, dedicating more agency staff to an issue that may be a non-starter relative to ACDC's requests to apply the residency waiver to this particular action that you're dealing with this emergency rule. We don't have that confidence level. So our ask at this point in time, unless you as council members have a better understanding or know something I don't relative to how the rationale gets applied to the criteria, that would be our ask. If there's some way, we thought our rationale in the request in 2021, of which you all passed a motion supporting the inclusion of a residency waiver. But again, I don't have an understanding in terms of why that was denied at the agency. So at this point in time, I don't want to ask you to have the agency dedicate more staff to an issue that might be a non-starter, and thus just jeopardizing any chances in April. Sorry for that long-winded response, Ms. Kimball.
No, understood. Thank you.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Mueller, for your testimony. And Ms. Kimball asked my first question, and so my second question really just has to do with our consideration here today. And so is it appropriate for me to assume that the circumstances that prompted ACDC's request last year for the emergency rule to waive the residency requirement, and that also resulted in the longer-term management action the council is considering, that those circumstances are still in effect this year? Is that correct assumption on my part?
That is an accurate assumption, Ms. Baker.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Baker. I don't see any further questions. Thank you, Mr. Mueller.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Scott Goodman.
Great. Can I do a quick sound check? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and council members. I am Scott Goodman, Executive Director to the Bering Sea Fisheries Research Foundation, and my brief comments speak to EFH and the fishing effects modeling exercises that you've heard under some of the commentary earlier today as well. My apologies that these comments aren't more closely tied to detailed scheduled items, but they're still relevant. Since tracking updates on EFH and fishing effects efforts through the CPT and the SSC discussions and with others, I wanted to bring a couple of points forward that are important. First of all, it's very clear that a substantial, large amount of good work has been done to update the EFH efforts, and the same for updates on the fishing effects modeling, and that these efforts are very powerful tools, and we appreciate all of the scientists that have been involved. We would see that completing these efforts with best available information and science is critical, and that any and all data be used from surveys, fishery catch per unit effort, research projects, or other sources, and two, that the resolution in time, space, and biological information should be improved. Without that, the utility of these tools is too coarse, and it's less meaningful as a utility to inform management. Best available science should mean that both from an accuracy and a precision perspective that we are looking as closely as we can, especially when a particular stock or a resource might warrant a closer look. So in the context of EFH and fishing effects as tools, we know they connect with the MSA and importantly inform a regulatory review process to make sure that habitat and impact issues at a particular scale don't get missed. They provide important information to answer particular objectives at a large scale, which is very important. However, they should also be available as a utility that might regularly be accessed to inform and update on particular smaller scale issues, acknowledging that this brings more specific objectives also. And to that end, and to tie the strength of EFH and fishing effects efforts with current crab considerations, we would see that it could be very useful to have further higher resolution work on crab, EFH, and FE research be prioritized, especially given the closed status of Bristol Bay red king crab and the current rebuilding development requirements for snow crab. In both of these cases, this doesn't necessarily match with timing or schedules on reviews or plans, but in addition to speeding up or slowing down approval of work, a more useful option could be to have these utilities available as needed after further refinements to look closer at crab are done. So some consideration of practical purposes that would not necessarily likely be 2 weeks or 2 months of focused work, but could be in the 4 to 6 months of work that might yield information, important insights for further consideration with both Bristol Bay red king crab and snow crab. And I'm speculating a little bit there in the context of the timing of that. Rather than just changing the calendar or applying further pressure to do more and learn more sooner alone, this should be paired with making these tools as available anytime as they could be needed. So in summary, without having a prescriptive idea in mind about what new outcomes could reflect, the Bering Sea crab shelf stocks and dilution stocks of crab are not depicted in a highly useful manner in the updates as presented, and further work could get to much more useful information, especially for both Bristol Bay red king crab and for snow crab. We thank the Council for the time and consideration again, and look to any advice or oversight that you could weigh in with as appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Mr. Downs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Goodman, for your testimony. I was tracking along the lines of listening to Ms. Gowen's testimony, and then I went back between the two of you and reread what the SSC had to say about EFH and the fisheries effects model. So the question I have for you is to not be too prescriptive, as you said, prescriptive, and taking into account everything that the SSC had to say, which was considerable on the things that need to be included or changed or reconsidered in order for us to have a reliable essential fish habitat mapping system and the fisheries effects model. How would we prioritize crab in that? I see the need for that, but I'm just wondering how do we get there? It seems like if we prioritize crab in that respect, we get good crab maps and stuff, we're doing that at the expense of perhaps some of the other things on their list. So I'm looking for maybe some help from you as to what exactly you think the council might be able to do to help prioritize the need for this information on crab stocks. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Through the chair, Mr. Downs. Yes, thank you for the question. I'll try with a little bit of priority input here on crab. Given that this is a larger scaled effort and it kind of purposefully takes a broader look to answer some particular objectives, but to help with crab and understanding that in particular snow crab has a rebuilding plan, as we know here, that is in development, and also that Bristol Bay is the first time closed in about 25 years. So there's some acute issues here for crab. It would make sense that some of the easier things could be done in priority, and to just list those, in my mind, I think that taking the available information and stepping beyond or deeper into the resolution of it would potentially be quite helpful. It would provide contrast at least. So in other words, the first of those and the easiest would be to take the existing information that's already there, which is the summer survey data, and to split it in a higher resolution based on the biological information. So creating maps of mature males and mature females for both of these two species to show that contrast. That would be the easiest. The second would be basically to do the same thing, but to incorporate observer data, which is also a long-standing standing and available data set that would have the same type of information to spatially get a little bit finer resolution, because you're not necessarily talking about just the time of the fishery as any of the directed fishery there or the survey. You're a little bit broader in time. Also to split it into the mature male and female components if that shows contrast. And then thirdly, as part of current council discussion papers, we are working to try and integrate some of our existing research that is underway. So there could be an opportunity to build in some of our very recent and underway tagging work on red king crab. Those would be kind of three places to access data and to dig a little bit deeper and to have some of these runs potentially provide a little more insight at the resolution that could be more helpful.
Yes, thank you very much. I think that helps to clarify for the council what it is that you're thinking of and a few priorities. So I appreciate that very much, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Goodman, I apologize. My audio quality has deteriorated a bit on my phone just over the last half hour or so, and I just need you to repeat one thing. Your third was tagging programs for, and then I just could not make out what they were actually for, and it was just on my end, I'm sure.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, yes, for the sake of repeating, any new research that we're doing that has a utility here and is available, if we can have it be built in, that's great. And I mentioned our tagging work on Bristol Bay red king crab, which we have about 350 individuals that are popping their satellite tags. The first round was about 90 of those in early January. So we've actually taken some of that information available and worked with council staff on some of the discussion paper issues that they're working with now. So I mentioned that as a third alternative that could be a priority place to look at a little higher resolution.
Thank you. Copied you loud and clear this time.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think Mr. Goodman got to my question in answering Mr. Twite's question, so I'll pass. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Vanderhoven. I don't see any further questions. Thanks for your testimony.
Thank you.
Linda Benson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Linda Benkin, testifying for Alaska Longline Fishermen's Association, testifying on a host of staff tasking issues, and I'll try to get through them quickly and clearly, and certainly appreciate your staying power here this week. First, I want to say we strongly support the eco matrix that was presented this afternoon in the effort to assist the council to incorporate a broader cross-section of knowledge and information. We believe the matrix can help the industry, public, and council move towards ecosystem-based fishery management that also incorporates climate change. We urge you to advance the matrix in a meaningful way. We see opportunity for the matrix to play a role in the tax setting process, but also down the road to play a role in responsive spatial management and more nimble responses to climate-related impacts. Relative to the council AP process, or focus more on the AP, but appreciate that the council's reviewing the process with an eye to improvements. We would offer a few preliminary comments and certainly support approaching this as an early step in the review process. We see real merit to continuing to provide online opportunity for public testimony if that's logistically possible. It facilitates input from those who cannot afford to travel to meetings or for whom travel is difficult. It allows a more inclusive process of diverse voices and is less likely to be intimidating for many people. As far as the council's goals of achieving professionalism, courtesy, and openness to diverse opinions versus what to some is an intimidating process, we would believe that's much more dependent on the people who are sitting at the table in each room or in the Adobe box, as we are currently facing, and those who are selected to serve the role they see themselves playing in encouraging public input.
From our perspective, that's more important than the decision relative to the AP voting or not, for example. We don't support reducing the AP members. We think that would be a mistake. Agree with others that diverse representation is important, even though it's really difficult to have everybody represented on the advisory panel. Finally, we believe the AP better serves its role if people appointed are actively engaged in the industry or resource harvesting and processing of seafood rather than lawyers or lobbyists who are paid to win rather than find compromise or solution. I know that's a generalization. I apologize to all the lawyers and lobbyists, but still stand by that recommendation. On staff tasking priorities, we urge the Council to follow through on the priority identified yesterday by prioritizing work on the RQE over the reallocation action that you took yesterday. And since the capturing plan purpose and need focused on addressing needs pretty much solely of the charter fleet, we would request a decision paper that considers a compensated reallocation that addresses the needs of the commercial fleet for stability and entry-level opportunity. We suggest the paper consider allowing qualified IFQ buyers or organizations to purchase charter halibut permits, retire those permits, and move a predetermined amount of quota back into the commercial fishery, either to the individual as alternative one or to an entry-level pool if it's purchased by an organization. The amount transferred with the charter halibut permit could be based on the charter capturing plan allocation by area divided by the number of charter halibut permits in that area, which I believe works out to roughly 2,000 pounds in 2C and 4,700 pounds in 3A. Finally, on IFQs and COVID transfers, our primary commitment is to maintaining the owner-operated nature of our fleet for the long term, as well as vessel caps that help to minimize consolidation. We believe with vaccines, boosters, and rapid tests now available that the emergency medical provisions can accommodate most, if not all, of the legitimate concerns of those who are immunocompromised, provided the provisions that the requirement for the medical provision to be temporary is interpreted to include the temporary risk currently posed by COVID rather than a temporary medical condition in the person. We recognize the situation faced by Bering Sea communities, such as St. Paul and others you've heard about, may require a different solution. But for the individual IFQ fishermen in the Gulf, we believe vulnerable members of our industry can make the emergency medical provision work. We hope that the Council can clarify, or the agency can clarify, what the flexibility in that emergency provision might be that can make it more workable for the industry in 2022. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Don't see any hands raising. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
All right, next up is Julie Bonney, then Heather Mann, and then last up will be Garrett Elwood. Ms. Bonney, we are not reading you. Like it's all dropped. While we're waiting for Ms. Bonney to reconnect.
I'm on now.
Oh, hi. Yep. Good afternoon. Yes, we can.
Mr. Chairman and members of the Council, my name is Julie Bonney, and I am representing the 6 shore-based Central Gulf of Alaska Rockfish Cooperatives. I have submitted a comment letter for staff tasking, the staff tasking agenda item. At the recent Rockfish Inter-Co-op meeting, all 6 cooperative presidents voted to make the ask included in the comment letter. The AP passed a motion unanimously that encompasses our ask to the Council and includes strong rationale in support of their motion and our ask. I would note that I've reached out to the CP sector to determine if they have any rockfish program modifications they wanted for their sector, and their response, they do not at this time. The shoreside cooperatives would like to make the season start chain permanent, moving the date from May 1 to April 1. Last year, NIMS promulgated an emergency rule which allowed the fishery to start a month earlier. Fishing a month earlier in 2021 was successful and provided the additional flexibility the cooperatives were looking for. Now we would like to make the change permanent, which requires a regulatory change. In addition, the cooperatives are recommending making 3 modest changes to the program to maximize harvest for the available cooperatives' quota species, bringing more fish across Kodiak stock and allow vessels to adapt to how the fisheries have changed over time. These 3 changes are as follows. Eliminate the cooperative holding cap, increase the processing cap from the current 30%, analyzing a range of 35 to 40%, modifying the harvesting cap by applying it only to POP. Regarding the holding cap, there are presently 2 shoreside cooperatives associated with the same processor that continue to form separately due to the current 30% holding cap. From an administrative and management perspective, it would be preferable to have 1 co-op instead of 2. When the Council took final action for the Bering Sea Aleutian Island CV Trawl Cod LAP program, which is similar to the rockfish LAP structure, no cooperative cap was included. That was because the analysis supported there was no real purpose for a cooperative cap because the program had both harvesting and processing caps, and processors can receive deliveries from more than 1 cooperative. This is exactly the way rockfish is structured, so therefore we are recommending eliminating the cooperative holding cap. For the harvesting cap, the shoreside sector of the rockfish program does not harvest the available quotas for either northern or dusky rockfish. The data in our comment letter shows that between 65 to 70% of the northern rockfish and between 27 and 59% of dusky rockfish have gone unharvested in the last years. Having the harvesting cap apply exclusively to POP will still restrict fishing behavior, but will allow the more efficient vessels to harvest more northern and dusky rockfish, which are traditionally the more difficult to catch. I would note that we have seen no consolidation in the catcher vessel harvesting sector since the inception of the program. Every year we continue to have 25 to 28 vessels participate. Typically, only 1 to 3 vessels approach the 8% harvesting cap on an annual basis. Finally, the processing cap. This change is necessary for all quota to be able to be landed and processed. When the processing cap was implemented in 2012, there were 7 processors active in the fishery. Now there are only 4. With the loss of 3 processors on the waterfront, it is becoming increasingly difficult to get quota processed without exceeding the existing caps. The cooperatives are recommending a modest increase from the 30% now with a potential increase to 35 to 40%. I would note that as the cooperative manager for all 6 cooperatives, tracking processing is becoming more and more challenging every year. Typically, we provide every processor their processing amounts in comparison to the cap every day towards the end of the fishery. This year, the harvesters could not catch their entire cod CQ since there wasn't enough room in the processing caps across all the processors that were still active late in the fishery. We are asking the Council to initiate an analysis at this meeting to accomplish these 4 modest regulatory changes. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Bonnie. Ms. Banner, question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Bonnie. And I'm going to apologize in advance if I get too much background noise. Let me know, and I'll see what I can do. There's a very anxious puppy at the end of his tolerance for the meeting, I think. Ms. Bonnie, I wanted to ask you about your recommended range to increase on the processing cap. And if you think 35 to 40% is enough. I'm familiar with a situation in the Pacific Council that's very similar, with boats not being able to secure a market because processors are running up to the cap, and that cap is currently set at 45%, and they're looking at raising that. So I guess I just wanted a little more info on 35 to 40%, and if you think that's enough, or if it should be maybe higher.
Thank you for the question, and that was a very interesting discussion during the inter-co-op meeting. And the first thing I would say is some of the harvesters would have liked to see kind of a catch-all relief valve, so that if you had a plant have a fire or some kind of a catastrophic event, that the cap could be relieved. There was even discussion about suspending the cap at the end of the fishery for the last 2 weeks, and after some discussion there, we were concerned to create behavioral changes. And I think the reason that the harvesters were recommending the 35 to 40% is they didn't want to be make this perceived as controversial, so that's why they were thinking the 5 to 40% would meet the need. But as we all know, fisheries change, so what the right number is a policy call that you'll have to make at the end of the day when you take final action with this. But you have the processors that are in the game, and so having the cap kind of levels the playing field between how much market share each processor gets. And then you also have the tug on the other side, which is making sure that every harvester has a market when they need it during the calendar year. So those are the trade-offs. And if you could come up with a mousetrap, you could come up with a mousetrap on the suspend the processing cap under certain conditions, I'd love that, but I could not come up with one.
Thank you, Ms. Bonnie. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Ms. Vanderleen. I don't see any additional questions. Thank you, Ms. Bonnie.
Thank you.
Heather Mann.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, council members. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Perfect. No double mute. Thanks. I'm Heather Mann, and I'm here representing the Midwater Trawlers Cooperative. I'm really proud to represent these trawl catcher vessels. As you know, we fish for pollock and cod and groundfish in the Bering Sea and the Gulf of Alaska. I want to lend MTC strong support to Julie and Rebecca's comments regarding the rockfish program. We participate in that fishery and would like to see those changes moving forward. I want to take the balance of my time responding to some of what I've heard in public comment today. And you've heard this from me before, but as a relative newcomer in the North Pacific, this is only, I think, my 10th year of being up here. I'm often told, keep quiet, don't make waves. This is how it is in Alaska. You can't change minds. You can't win on this. And I really appreciate and love the colleagues that I've made in Alaska. And I appreciate the guidance, but I can't always keep my head down and can't keep my mouth shut. And I actually believe that doing so has helped contribute to some of the vicious and hypocritical anti-trawl environment that we find ourselves in right now. And I've operated in the Pacific Council for more than 20 years, and I've been exposed to other councils through the CCC and through my involvement with national seafood organizations. And I think that the North Pacific Council has been responsive to stakeholder concerns. Every time the council makes a change, it seems like the goalposts are moved. But from where I'm sitting, you've established some special committees as a result for more voices needed in the process. We allow testifiers to waive questions in case they're intimidated by the process, which I understand can be. And I think that is welcoming. And I think that it involves, letting everybody speak. So I think there's a lot of diversity on the AP. I am an AP member. I'm serving my third year, as well as the council. And I think we've reached a place in society, and particularly in the North Pacific Council, where when we don't get our outcome that we want, then we say the process is broken. And I don't think the Magnuson Act and the council process is broken. I rarely achieve the exact results that I want for the vessels I work for, but I believe in the Magnuson Act and the stakeholder-driven public process. I do want to say that I'm surprised that some people are calling the new process on written public comments censorship or stifling of voices. In October, during the COD lap, 137 of the 175 written comments for final action were wildly inflammatory. They contained unsubstantiated claims, and they had literally nothing to do with the agenda item. Instead, they were platforms for people to express their hate of the trawl industry. And I guess maybe you need to be on the receiving end of some of these threats and accusations to understand that they are much more than just contentious. The people I work for have been called rapists in written public comment. We've been accused of causing the dire problems on the Yukon, even though that's not true. You know, I'm a mom and I care deeply about what's happening on the Yukon, but it's hard to figure out how we work together when everybody's telling us that we caused the situation, when we didn't. Today on social media, anti-trawl activists are attacking sea share of all things. While it hasn't happened today or this week, people in the process from the North Pacific Council have gone into national forums and they've accused boats from Washington and Oregon of perpetuating colonialism. They've equated trawling with white supremacy. And over the last month, I've been fielding multiple death threats against crew members on MTC vessels heading to Alaska from Oregon to participate in federal fisheries. There were close to a dozen calls from people writing to sink our vessels during the trip with the crews on board. Now, if these are helpful voices in the federal fisheries management process, then I'm really at a loss for words. I think that we have done so much to reduce our incidental catch. I really appreciate that some people are taking notice of that and actually understanding the steps that have been taken. But we're never going to get to a place where the AP is functioning properly and the council is operating on really good guidance and information if we don't start having these honest conversations with facts across all fisheries, all gear types, not just a focus on trawl. And I think we all have a responsibility to start thinking that way as we move forward. And I wanted to end with the fact that in 2021, and I see I have 30 seconds, in 2021, the MTC boats in the pollock fishery caught over 88.5 million pounds of pollock. We caught 412 Chinooks along with those millions of pounds of pollock. That's 25% of the hard cap we could have used, but didn't. One Chinook in that fishery equates to over 200,000 servings of pollock. And that's making its way into underserved communities in Alaska and around the nation. So I encourage everybody, let's have some honest conversations based on facts. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, council members. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Mann, and thank you for your service on the advisory panel. Are there any questions, Ms. Mann? Okay, I don't see any. Thanks again.
Thank you.
All right, last up is Garrett Elwood.
Yeah, thank you. Hear me there?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman and members of the council. My name's Garrett Elwood. Here to offer testimony speaking on behalf of the Next Generation Fishermen's Association. NGFA represents 11 crewmen and second generation, third generation IFQ stakeholders in Area 3B and Area 4A. I'm the founder of the association as well as a vessel owner participating in the IFQ program since 2001. I wanted to speak to the request for continued emergency actions for IFQ transfers and Area 4 cap exemption.
My comments are intended to share the perspective of the second-gen IFQ stakeholders in Area 3B and 4A. We fully support owner on board and vessel caps as a means to ensure shared economic benefit and distribution of opportunity. However, it's important to consider the differing realities and barriers of entry across the vast IFQ regulatory area range. A slow decline in Area 4 allocations over the 15-year period has resulted in very small blocks of IFQ. Generational shifts in ownership of vessels and the graying of the fleet has contributed to a loss in vessel harvest capacity in Area 4. It's the most difficult place in Alaska to harvest halibut, and there are legitimate safety concerns for smaller vessels considering participation in the area. Even with 4A halibut IFQ being available for an 80% discount relative to Area 3A, the IFQ sales have been sparse and stakeholders have a difficult time exiting their investment if their circumstances change. This can leave second and third gen participants in a difficult position when vessel caps change and their primary employment vessels cannot accommodate their IFQs. Myself and my 3 crew all own small blocks of 4A, and after an increase in Area 3B this year, we're not going to have enough room to accommodate the obligations that we have. We've had our quota in 4A listed for years and have it listed at a loss to stay within the vessel cap constraints, but selling is easier said than done. I understand the hesitancy from stakeholders to give credence or sympathy to the challenges that an operation may face when going over a vessel cap, but our business model is completely dependent on financed IFQs. With a significant percentage of our gross revenue committed to loan service, harvesting past a certain baseline exponentially improves profitability for our business and crew. Owning and maintaining a safe and capable platform for harvesting in Western Alaska is expensive. Maintaining access to IFQ fisheries is often focused around tightening the requirements for ownership and concerns about the ratios of owner on board participation and consolidation of ownership. But I don't believe this is a black and white issue that applies equally across the wide range of space between the East and West. I want to address the concerns that I've heard from some discussions on this issue that the requests are for emergency COVID emergency transfers and 4A cap exemptions to continue into 2022 is more based on convenience versus a public health concern. But I think that there's kind of a blend between the two. It's important to consider the impacts of the pandemic on the Area 4 fishery and the context beyond public health, impacts on the IFQ values, reduced fleet capacity, reduced processor capacity, and the difficulty of travel resulted in historically low utilization of Area 4A during 2020, which we saw a nice improvement in 2021. So although the pandemic is kind of becoming a reality of our experience at this point, we're still going to be dealing with the ramifications and the impacts of the pandemic on the market. And, as we're kind of transitioning, I think, to more owner on board and transition away from the dominance of original recipients in the fishery would be very helpful to the second and third generation harvesters in Area 4 to have the ability to not, to have a 4A cap exemption or Area 4 cap exemption so that they aren't faced with the decision of having to find another vessel to harvest on, or sell their IFQs, which has been very difficult. So I wanted to just kind of offer that context outside of the primary discussion of the public health concern. There's other logistical challenges that could benefit a lot of people. So I'd be happy to answer any questions if anybody has any, but thanks for listening.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Elwood. For any questions? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Elwood, for your testimony. And I appreciate you focusing your testimony on sort of a longer-term perspective, but you may have said this and I missed it, but does your organization support the request that the council's received at this meeting were the emergency rules to waive the vessel use caps in Area 4?
Yes, we do support that. Quite honestly, our members didn't utilize the COVID transfers last year, but we did benefit from the 4A cap exemption, and I don't see this kind of issue of challenges in Area 4 disappearing anytime soon. So yes, we are in support.
Mr. Chair, thank you, Mr. Elwood. I appreciate that response.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Baker. Don't see any additional questions. So thanks again, Mr. Elwood, for your testimony. All right, Council.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. That concludes public comment. Let's stand down for 5 minutes, and we'll come back and see what action the Council wants to take on agenda item E. Okay, good afternoon, Council. Please come back to order. We've concluded public comment on agenda item E1, and we can see what action the Council would like to take. I'll just walk through the tickler list from Mr. Witherell, and then Council members can alert me after that list if they have anything further they'd like to go through. So just, let's see, the letter to the DOI on America the Beautiful Atlas. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I'm scrambling I had a window open with that. I should be there in a sec, though. Regarding that letter, I think the Council at this point should direct you and the staff to send a letter that covers the points in the draft document. It's been posted for this meeting, taking into account any Council member comments that you've received, as well as any public input received at this meeting.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Witherell. Mr. Marks on that point?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair. I certainly support that letter, and I really would agree with Mr. Witherell's attention to the definition of conservation areas, and when they talk about stewardship, and as we heard in some of the testimony, I think conservation is compatible with a working landscape. Those two go hand in hand, and I think with that definition, I think it's fair to point out there's a range of different conservation levels from full protection to a much softer approach, and in that in the vein of a working landscape. So anyway, I'm very supportive of completing the letter and sending in our comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Marks. All right, I think the Council is comfortable with Mr. Twite's suggestion. Okay, thank you, Mr. Twite. All right, next up on the list was follow-up on economic data, including crew data, stemming from our EDR agenda item. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a motion I just sent to staff. I'm not sure if it's there yet. Here we go. Mr. Chair, my motion would be the Council task Council staff with support from Acton staff to develop a discussion paper identifying a few, for example, 2 to 4 economic data components, including crew data, that 1, are not currently collected across all sectors, but that could improve FMP and regulatory impact analyses if collected from all sectors, and or 2, should continue to be collected from catch share programs and could inform potential revisions to current EDR requirements. The paper should also evaluate the appropriate data collection mechanism and frequency, which could include surveys, annual reports, or other tools that can collect consistent, usable data in a clear format that minimizes submittal burden and collection cost. And with a second, I will speak to it.
Second, Mesereau. Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. This is the follow-up motion that I mentioned under our C1 agenda item, where some council members expressed some concern that we didn't really make substantive progress on some portions of our purpose and need statement in our final action on EDRs earlier in this meeting. And those were mainly in terms of improving the practical use of the data collected. So if you recall, in our previous action, we expressed some challenges in identifying the added value of the EDR, and I think that boils down to kind of two components. Basically, what is collected that we already get from another source, and how what we're collecting is useful in answering questions we need for our FMP and regulatory impact analyses. And so this motion is really attempting to get at, what if we could collect just a couple of things from all sectors, but do it really well. I think we had some discussion at that point about some economic data components the council should consider collecting from all sectors, not just a few sectors. The only one that really came up as a specific example was crew. So I included that specifically in the motion. And I'd envision, as a result of this, possibly long-term having more robust analyses or reviews as a result, not because these data would be part of any kind of input-output model or those types of things, but because it just may provide better context around all of our proposed actions in terms of direct and indirect effects on fishing and processing sectors. So the intent is really to explore that in this paper. And as said in the motion, we could potentially replace the current EDR program with something like this. We could, in fact, identify some components specifically only to catch share programs that we would replace. I tried to also highlight that a formal regulated EDR program isn't our only tool for obtaining information about fisheries. And we kind of consistently employ surveys or questions to various fleets to get at very specific questions we have relevant to a proposed management action. And so I think this motion requests or at least allows council staff the latitude to discuss tools other than annual EDRs if they see a good fit for that. Lastly, I guess I know we need to be judicious with our staff resources. I'm really cognizant that Mr. Witherell told us some time ago that discussion papers should be more typically 5 to 10 pages in length. That's my expectation here. It's also one reason I've suggested a limited number of data elements. The other reason I think is, given our experience with EDR, it might be best to really start small and be thoughtful about those components. I think the only other thing, Mr. Chair, I wanted to convey is that I realize this isn't the most exciting item in front of the council, but if this motion passes and we receive a paper like this, I'm well aware we would need some dedicated council effort to see it through. And I think we could decide at that time whether that willingness and capacity exists. But I do think it could have some real long-term positive effects on our decision-making and analyses in the future. So I thought it was worth trying to pursue in this way. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Note for council members and the public that you can access the motion in the chat box in the lower left or on the Adobe Connect platform. Let's see if there are any questions. Any amendments to Ms. Kimball's motion? Comments on the motion? Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Kimball, for the motion. I think it's necessary and appropriate, and I think that at the end of the process, we'll have a better form of data collection. So I appreciate you doing this now, and hopefully we can get this going so that we can stop collecting the other kind of data that we clearly heard was inconveniencing and costing stakeholders quite a bit of money and duplicating data. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yeah, thanks, Ms. Kimball, for the motion. I just would also add to the comments that this is consistent with recommendations from our social science plan team and the SSC, in addition to many stakeholder comments that have suggested this type of approach. So I'll support this. Thanks again, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Okay, I don't see any additional comments, so we can go to a vote. Is there any opposition to the motion? No opposition. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Anything further on this item? Great. Next up on the list, Ms. Campbell had mentioned interest in the GOA rockfish program. Ms. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I sent a motion to staff that I'm hoping can be displayed. Looks like it's being uploaded now. So, Mr. Chair, I would like to move the AP motion on Central Gulf of Alaska rockfish with a few changes, and I'll just read through what the final motion would be, if that's okay.
Ms. Campbell, yes, please.
The Council initiates analysis to modify the Central Gulf of Alaska rockfish program and adopts the following purpose and need statement. Since 2007, the Central Gulf of Alaska Rockfish Pilot Program and Final Rockfish Program have improved conservation, fish quality, and stability for participants. Program reviews have shown increased vessel accountability, controlled fleet capacity, improved safety, and reduced bycatch. Given changes in the fishery since implementation, several changes to program regulations would increase flexibility and efficiency, improve functionality, and better ensure the rockfish tax are fully harvested and landed in Kodiak as intended. Alternatives. Alternative 1, status quo. Alternative 2, change the season start date and modify the harvesting, processing, and cooperative holding caps. Options are not mutually exclusive. Option 1, change the rockfish program season start date from May 1st to April 1st. Option 2, eliminate the CV cooperative holding cap, which is 30% of the quota share assigned to the CV sector. Option 3, increase the processing cap to 35 to 40% of the CV quota. Share pool for sablefish, cod, and or primary rockfish. And option 4, revise the vessel aggregated rockfish, POP, northern rockfish, and dusky rockfish harvesting cap by capping only POP harvests at 8% of the CV POP quota share pool. Mr. Chair, that's my motion, and with a second, I can speak to it.
Second, Jensen. Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Ms. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm moving the AP motion, again, with just a couple of small changes as noted. As we heard in public comment, all 6 of the catcher vessel rockfish co-ops support these proposed changes. We also heard support from several industry groups as well. In initiating an analysis rather than a discussion paper, I'm relying on the fact that there are recent analyses of the rockfish program to build upon, including the emergency rule analysis that was done for changing the season start date last year and the reauthorization that occurred in February of 2020. So speaking first to the season start date, that was changed in 2021 from May 1st to April 1st by emergency rule. And it gave the plants greater flexibility in time of COVID where there was a lot of uncertainty, and it also helped fill a gap in processing activity that was caused by the collapse of the flatfish market. And that earlier start date was helpful in providing additional flexibility and making sure that the quotas got processed. And just to remind the council that one of the original goals of the rockfish program was to provide stable activity year-round for Kodiak's resident processing workforce. So the shoreside industry would like to make this change permanent and feel that any potential impacts from a date change will come out in the analysis and we can take a look at them. Speaking to the cooperative cap, right now there are 2 cooperatives that associate with a single processor, but they form separately every year due to the co-op holding cap. It's strictly a paperwork exercise. And so it would be just preferable to have 1 co-op instead of 2. I suspect that the analysis may show us that there's no purpose for a cooperative cap because the program already has both harvesting and processing caps, and processors can get deliveries from more than 1 cooperative. Speaking to the change to the processing cap, the current processing cap is 30%, and as you heard in public comment, we've gone from 7 processors to 4. And so the idea here is to take a look and see if a little bit of an increase, very modest, in the processing cap would better facilitate all of the quota getting landed. It's getting very difficult for the shoreside processors in Kodiak to process all of the landings without bumping up against or exceeding those caps. For shoreside processors in Kodiak, we're reliant on multiple species, and so a constraining cap on rockfish processing doesn't result in more processors. What it results in is stranding TAC. And if a processor shuts down early for any reason, it can be even more difficult for harvesters to find a market for their catch. I did make one change to the AP motion, changing this to an and or in case the analysis shows us that some caps are more constraining than others, just so the council would have that flexibility. And speaking to the last change, the shoreside sector hasn't been harvesting the quota for either northern or dusky, and TAC is going unharvested and has for the last 3 years. The vessels that approach the cap are really approaching it on catching POP. So maintaining this cap for POP will still serve the purpose of restricting consolidation in this fleet, which is one of the council's original objectives, but will allow for more of the northern and duskies to get harvested. So overall, the feeling is that these proposed changes are pretty modest. They're worth a look to better achieve the goals and objectives of the rockfish program, to bring more fish to Kodiak, and to respond to changing conditions in the fishery. An effort was made to keep the requested changes specific and to be as respectful as possible of council time and staff resources, while still making some changes that will make a substantial difference in how this fishery operates and how successful it is for both the vessels and the processors who are involved. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Are there any questions on the motion? Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Campbell, for your motion. I guess one question that I have is on the range of increases for the processing cap. So we've certainly observed some fairly substantive consolidation within the processor sector in Kodiak. I guess I'd be interested in understanding your perspective on going up to 40%, whether or not an increase beyond that was something that you had thought about or considered, and sort of why you settled on that 40% consistent with the AP. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Merrill, through the chair. It is primarily consistent with the advice that we received from industry and from our advisory panel. I also think that we heard during public comment that there was a desire to keep this to a very modest increase so that it didn't raise fears about additional consolidation. I believe, what this would do is it would allow some additional flexibility for the existing processors in Kodiak. And I will say that amongst the existing processors, obviously, there's a range of processing activity, but there are 4 fairly good-sized processors at this point participating who have diverse operations across the state. So certainly any further consolidation would be something that would be driven far outside the scope of the rockfish program. So I think it's unlikely, especially given the advice we're getting from industry, that a larger cap increase is needed now, perhaps sometime in the future if the fishery continues to change. So those were my thoughts.
Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Campbell, for your motion. My question is born from my probably unfamiliarity with the details of this program. I just don't know, in your alternative 2, option 3, you talk about and or primary rockfish. And I'm just wondering if that's primary rockfish is POP, or is it just if they're targeting rockfish, or what did you mean by that? I just didn't, I'm not that familiar with this. I want to make sure I know what I'm doing.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mesereau. So the 3 primary rockfish species are POP, northerns, and duskies. And they're subject to an aggregate cap across those 3 primary species on the processing side. So a single processor can process up to 30% of the aggregate TAC of those 3 species.
Thank you.
You bet.
I don't see, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Campbell, for your motion. I just had a brief question again on the range. If I'm not mistaken, is that the range that was supported by the harvesters in the CV co-ops?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, yes, this range was supported by all 6 of the shoreside cooperatives and also passed our advisory panel as their recommendation.
Thanks.
No additional questions. Are there any amendments? Okay. Any comments on the motion? Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for the motion, Ms. Campbell. I'm going to be in support of this. I like things that enhance the ability to catch the fish that are available for catching for the people that fish for them. So, and this is going to definitely solve a problem that's been going on for a while. So I'm definitely going to support this, and that's all I got. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Campbell.
Thanks, Mr. Jensen. Mr. Twite.
Also express my appreciation to Ms. Campbell for this and identify with Mr. Jensen's remarks, just also noting that this is, I think, exactly how the Council's adaptive management process should work for programs like this. And appreciate all the work the stakeholders did to both bring groups together, but also help us begin formulating alternatives. Much easier to start with what they've done already than trying to start from scratch.
Mr. Merrill.
Mr. Chairman, just very briefly, I would also express my support for this. I think this is a discrete look at some key issues that we have known are potentially problematic within the rockfish program. I'll also note this was unanimously supported by the AP, which is, I think, important to note that there was good coordination and collaboration on this issue.
Mr. Marks.
Well, thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Ms. Campbell, for bringing this forward. I certainly support the motion and echo other council members' comments, and also did want to recognize the AP for the work on this to bring it forward. So we'll be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marks. I don't see additional questions. Is there any opposition to the motion? No opposition. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Okay. Next up, Mr. Twite had mentioned the ground fish management policy. Wanting to circle back there.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I guess at this point I have just another question for staff about, because mostly I'm thinking that getting this going at this meeting may be beyond our bandwidth at the moment. But just wanted to check and see if this is something where we could essentially, as a council, work between meetings to fashion what a request to begin the process for an updated supplemental information request would look like if we were to try to do some work between meetings. Would that add value, or should we just put basically a simple request out at this point? So if I could get some input from staff on that, on those two alternatives, I'd appreciate it.
Mr.
Chairman, I might have to phone a friend and ask Diana to step in. But certainly if you weren't ready to move forward at this meeting, we could provide you a short briefing with some recommended actions even at the next meeting under the B1 or the B2 reports.
Well, let's leave it at that, and just encourage you to also, as part of that, continue to pursue the line of questioning that Ms. Kimball had in connection with this as well, about what it might take to, at this point, tackle some, I think, not major structural changes to the groundfish management plan, but more addressing some parts of the verbiage in particular that really don't fit our current terminology or our current perspective. And if we could get both of those addressed for the next meeting, I think that would be extremely useful.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll see what we can produce.
Thanks, Mr. Witherall. Ms. Kimball?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I don't have a motion or anything like that, but the paper does seem to be looking for some potential guidance in the future on where we go with an update to the programmatic. And I'm not asking for another paper. I think we have one in front of us. But I wonder if it's helpful to staff to provide like a nod that yes, it does seem like at the appropriate time, which isn't this year, but maybe in the next couple years, based on this paper, that doing another SIR would be the appropriate approach. And so I don't know if please stop me if that's inappropriate to suggest at this meeting, and certainly don't want to get crosswise with Mr. Twite. But there did seem to be some suggestion that you could go down another programmatic route or pursue a SIR. And I guess I would prefer to go the SIR route at this point, unless we got different direction from NIMS or council staff at the next meeting.
Great. Thanks, Ms. Kimball. Looks like Mr. Merrill wants to weigh in.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, on that. I think that is probably the best guidance at this point, that we begin this process of starting to look at a SIR. I think we've identified that as the most appropriate vehicle moving forward for at least this immediate term. I'll note that we went through that process quite a few years ago. It's probably time for us to begin to look at that now. But again, I think this is something that we can begin to make some progress on without necessarily having to commit ourselves to a specific timeline at this point, understanding this is something that we can develop over the next year or year and a half or two.
Mr. Twite?
And I don't disagree with that. I'm looking for the opportunity to put some more thought into whether there's any areas the council thinks deserve particular attention in a SIR. And I just, I don't think we're capable of providing that guidance at this point, but I'm also quite comfortable that the process that I think Mr. Merrill outlined will give us plenty of opportunities to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Sounds, let's see, any other council members wish to differ with that? Okay. All right. Well, thank you for that help, Mr. Merrill. Anything further? Okay. Ms. Vanderhoven?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I may have jumped the gun. It wasn't on this topic, but I have a motion for when we get there. Sorry.
Oh, okay. All right, we're almost through the tickler list here. The last one on Mr. Twite.
Sorry, I may have jumped the gun as well. Mine was about responding to the Coast Guard on their presentation.
Oh. Okay. So quickly, let's go to Mr. Meekum had brought up NIMS potentially addressing flexibility regulations for gear design during staff tasking. Mr. Merrill?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I believe we have a motion that has been sent to staff. Nope, not that one. That's the one. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just briefly read my motion. The Council is currently examining changes to pot gear regulations for the IFQ and Greenland turbot fisheries that could increase operational efficiency. An increasing number of vessels are using new pot gear designs, slinky pots. Existing regulations may limit potential innovations in pot gear designs that improve harvest efficiency and may minimize bycatch of non-target species. Council requests staff provide a discussion paper that explores potential regulatory changes, simplify pot gear regulations, and allow for flexibility to use pots in the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, and Gulf of Alaska groundfish fisheries. Staff should consider gear configuration requirements for biodegradable panels, tunnel opening sizes, and the use of long line and single pot gear. And with a second, I can briefly speak to my motion.
Second by Kenny.
Thank you, Mr. Downs. Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just briefly, I think this highlights a number of things that have come up in various analyses or discussion papers, certainly over the past few council meetings. But we have a wide variety, a thicket of different regulations that apply for pot gear requirements at various fisheries. I think there is a growing concern about the potential conflict among those various regulations, the differing interpretations of some of those provisions, and the challenges both for industry as well as the agency to ensure effective compliance with those various provisions. So my motion would really be asking staff to take a look at where might there be some places where we could streamline those regulations, improve some of those efficiencies, and then come back to the council for potential additional guidance in terms of regulatory changes in the future. I don't specify a specific timeline on this, understanding that we have a lot of other competing interests, but I think this is an important issue to get in front of because gear requirements can be quite challenging and it often takes a fair bit of technical expertise on this. I would envision that this would primarily be driven by NIMP staff with engagement with the council as well as the Office of Law Enforcement.
Thank you, Mr. Merrill. Questions on the motion? Any amendments? Sorry, Ms. Campbell, question or amendment? Your choice.
It's a question, Mr. Chair. Sorry for being slow. Glenn, if you spoke to this, I apologize. I had a little glitch, but it's not your intention. When you say BSAI and Goa groundfish, your intention is not to include use of pods in the halibut target, right? Because that would certainly be a bigger...
Right. Through the chair, Ms. Campbell, certainly the intent is not necessarily to change where pot gear can be used so much as it is to improve where pot gear is used, to clarify where the regulations might be in conflict and try and come up with some resolution on those. And I think as part of that, obviously, there is some allowance for the use of pot gear and halibut under specific circumstances. So if there are challenges or conflicts with that, I think this paper could help clarify that. I should also note one of the things that Mr. Meekum mentioned and also want to make sure that this paper would touch on is potential conflicts between federal and state fisheries because there is some crossover in those fisheries. And that might also be a place for us to look to see whether or not those exist as well.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I just wanted to bring it up because when we got into this on the IFQ side, there was a wide diversity of opinions about that topic. And so I just wanted to ensure I understood the scope. So thank you.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Merrill. Just to clarify in your last sentence regarding gear configuration, escape mechanisms are not included in that list. And I guess I'm wondering if that's an oversight or if there's a reason not to include that as part of the discussion.
Through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoven, not necessarily something that we are precluded from looking at. That was just sort of a list of the types of things that we may look at. We could certainly consider looking at escape rings as well.
Thanks.
Further questions for Mr. Merrill? Need amendments to the motion? Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like to insert in that last sentence, I suppose, after biodegradable panels, the words escape mechanisms, comma.
Second, Mr. Twite.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Twite. Ms. Vanderhoven?
I think it's a really important component, and I think it's worth including in the list so it doesn't get lost anywhere in the shuffle, and that stakeholders who are tracking are able to weigh in early on that. I think especially in light of crab issues that we're looking at, I think we're focused on things like escape mechanisms and pots. So that's it.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. Questions on the amendment? Amendments to the amendment? Or comments on the amendment? If there's no opposition, then the amendment passes. Back to the main motion, amended main motion. Are there any additional amendments or comments on the motion? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I'm following correctly, I feel like this is really what stakeholders have been requesting for a few meetings about a cleanup to the regulations and allowing flexibility so that when we have some change or innovation, we're not going back and doing a reg amendment through the council process every single time. So I'm really supportive if I'm understanding this intent correctly, and I thank the agency for bringing this forward.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. If there's no further comments, we can go to a vote. Is there any opposition to the motion? Seeing none, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Merrill. Anything further on this point? Mr. Merrill?
Not on this point, Mr. Chairman, but I have one more issue that I did want to highlight if now's a good time.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just very briefly, I just wanted to touch on some discussions that we had when we were addressing the RQE funding mechanism earlier, and just a bit of clarity to the council. I think one of the things that we are looking at are appropriate and efficient mechanisms for collecting fees. One of the things that we wanted to highlight that we were intending to look at, and have had some consultations with the Department of Commerce General Counsel, is the ability potentially to have the RQE be either responsible for those fees or have some role within that fee collection process. And without committing to a specific course of action, I just wanted to signal to the council our intent to at least explore those types of options moving forward, with the understanding that ultimately the council will be able to weigh in on those. But I think it would be helpful for the public as well as the council to understand that we are intending to look at those issues, and just wanted to highlight that as an issue that had come up in previous discussion. Just wanted to highlight it for you all so that there was not a misunderstanding on that issue. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Merrill. Okay. Let's see. Mr. Twite, you had wanted to jump in on another issue.
Correct. I think we talked at the beginning of the meeting about a reply to the Coast Guard for their two presentations that we received under staff tasking. And I just have some suggestions for a council letter to the Coast Guard, thanking them for their presentations and expressing our appreciation for their proactive actions to maintain an orderly environment within our nation's EEZ for the benefit of our fishers, as well as the other domestic activities in our EEZ, and also expressing our appreciation for their ongoing efforts to combat IUU in partnership, working in partnership with other nations.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Twite. I think that sounds very appropriate. Ms. Vanderhoven, I know you wanted to bring something else up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a motion that I sent to staff. Okay. The Council directs the EFH team to address the SSC recommendations from this meeting with respect to the development of the EFH 5-year review summary report that is being prepared for the Council. The Council particularly emphasizes the recommendations made by the SSC to address stock author concerns for species and life stage combinations that are poorly represented by the survey data, and to clearly characterize the nature of concerns and data limitations if they cannot be addressed prior to the upcoming review. The Council notes the SSC's support for using the current version of the fishing effects model to evaluate fishing impacts. However, in cases where the species distribution model derived EFH definitions are deemed inadequate, the Council supports the SSC recommendation that the question of whether to elevate a species for possible mitigation should be based on other sources of information. And with a second, I can speak to it.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. Is there a second?
Second, Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The SSC review notes substantial improvements and refinements to EFH descriptions over the previous review cycle, and that a large majority of EFH maps reflect the best available science for characterizing EFH. However, the SSC highlights there's a subset for which the SDM model approach does not work well. I want to make sure that the 5-year review document that comes to the Council has clearly and transparently characterized where there are concerns, and that the assessment of adverse fishing effects or EFH consultations for those species take that into account. The SSC has provided a pathway forward, and the EFH team has an opportunity to address these concerns prior to finalizing the 5-year review for the Council. It will be important to see how these issues are resolved when the issue comes before us at the Council. This meeting is the first time most stakeholders have seen the outputs of the model, and as we heard in public comment, the process may benefit from additional stakeholder input. We also heard from stakeholders that it's more important to get it right than to meet a self-imposed deadline. As a Council member, I'm also concerned, as the SSC notes the message from analysts, that changing the SDMs is not possible under the proposed timeline, and I think that this approach will maybe help us get some resolution on that or a clearer path forward when the review comes to the Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. Are there any questions on the motion? Any amendments? Any comments on the motion? Mr. Down. You're muted, Mr. Down.
I've actually been intentionally double muting myself so that I don't accidentally unmute myself at an inappropriate time and spare the Council the embarrassment. But when I do that, then sometimes I forget to double unmute myself. So, Mr. Chairman, I thank you so much, and Ms. Vanderhoven, I thank you so much for your motion, which I support. I'm really grateful that you captured the SSC comments, which were significant on the great deal of work that needs to go into the fisheries effects, the EFH and the fisheries effects model. I'm just saying this as a comment. We did also hear testimony that that this timeline is really not working well with some of the decisions that the council will have to be making on crab. And so I did not have a motion to include prioritizing that, because I think it'd be controversial, quite frankly, to prioritize that. I just wasn't ready for that. But I wanted to mention that we heard that in our testimony, and that is a very important issue, that we continue to move forward with the EFH and the fisheries effects model, so that it can be used in circumstances that we have, like crab, where we need these fishing overlap maps that are more refined and have finer resolution, and things like that may include some of the work that integrates some of the existing underway tagging work that was brought up by Mr. Goodman. So I just wanted to mention that I'm anxious to see this move forward, and that we've got issues before the council now that are a priority for the council, and will continue to be a priority for the council as we look at these, and we could we're going to benefit from having this move forward as quickly as possible, noting that Ms. Vanderhooven correctly grasped what the SSC is asking, and put that into a motion that I will support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At least based on my understanding of this motion, I think this, recognizes the process, recognizes the need for us to move expeditiously and meet the timelines that we've established, and also recognizes that there may be a couple of cases where, our models need some work before they're fully incorporated within the fisheries effects. And I think that that's all well and good, and certainly support the intent there. I do think it's important to note that there's been substantive improvements in process and in a lot of our models that we've done, and I don't want that to be lost in some of the notes that we've received either from the public or from the SSC as well. So I think I just want to highlight that as something that I think we all should recognize as part of this process. But I appreciate Ms. Vanderhoeven's motion to kind of clarify exactly where we hope to go and how we can accomplish our goals in the timelines we have. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Merrill. Mr. Twite.
At the risk of maybe belaboring the point that has already been made, I support this, and I think the council's, assuming the council approves this, I think it should absolutely be interpreted as as sort of a realistic assessment of where we are right now, which is due as much to our inability to have our normal EFH process due to COVID. And so we just haven't been able to touch it as much as we might have in past iterations. And as well, our recognition that the work product that we're looking at right now is groundbreaking, it's innovative, it's also fairly complicated and fairly hard for a lot of us to sort of fully grasp as well. And so we recognize that it's, while it appears to have been very successful in a lot of cases, there's a handful of cases where it's still not working well. That's the nature of this kind of work, and I think it's a pragmatic recognition of that. I certainly understand the eagerness by some folks to put this sort of powerful new tool to work already on some of the issues that are urgently facing us, like both finding ways to continue to address the Bristol Bay red king crab decline, having it contribute to the Opelio rebuilding plan that we need to write. I understand that, and I think that's appropriate, and actually is another testament to the value of the work that the agency has done here. So very much plaudits to the team that has gotten it to this point and brought this to us.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. There are no additional comments, we can vote. Is there any opposition? No opposition. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. Okay, a couple other things came up during staff tasking. We heard the discussion paper on reflections on the council process and ideas for change. Anybody would like to address that? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I have to apologize. I had hoped to be better organized for this, but I wasn't sure if the council, quite frankly, had the capacity to have an involved discussion for this right at the moment. And so I did have a process suggestion that I was going to make in terms of maybe a step forward and considering the issues reviewed in the discussion paper. But maybe I see that there's another question or comment. So maybe I'll just throw that out there for council members to let us know if you are up for having an in-depth conversation. But I was getting the sense that we're maybe not quite ready to do that. And so I was going to propose a different path forward. But perhaps Mr. Chair, if you would like to let Mr. Down weigh in, that might be a better approach.
Sure. Thank you, Ms. Baker. Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm anxious to hear back from Ms. Baker on other approaches here. It seemed to me like on the council process issue that, one of the decisions that we have to make here is to what kind of a schedule we're going to be going back to. And I think looking at issues like dropping a meeting out of the schedule, in some respects, I look at that and well, the council could probably get away with that, but I'm concerned about the SSC. To me, when I look at the SSC is really the roadblock in many cases when we're looking at the backup of things. I think, when we look at the great deal of different things that the SSC is looking at from, the EFH 5-year review and fishing's effects model and, doing the groundfish spec stuff and, EDRs and economic safes and the multi-regional economic models, these things that they're going to be dealing with. I have any concerns about cutting back on any amount of time that the SSC, because I think it's going to make it harder for us to get things through to the schedule. So, in addition to that, I would like to have discussion about whether we do that in committee format or some. I just like to recognize that I'm a concerned council member that would like to offer any time that I have towards helping to bring some suggestions back to the council. I think maybe that's the best thing. That all of the points we heard, none of these were staff suggestions; they were ideas and concepts, and to get to staff suggestions would be good. I think about the trying to continue to meet virtually for a meeting or two, and it makes sense to me. And there's many points that were brought up as to why that would make some sense to me. But one of them that wasn't brought up that I see a lot of other bodies addressing, and I haven't heard it here at the council, is that we're dealing with climate change, and as people know, and science tells us that climate change is happening much faster in Alaska than it is in most of the rest of the world. And so it's a large concern for us. I think that there is some responsibility to do what we can to fly everybody to Anchorage every time when we've got this available technology, to fly everybody to Anchorage and heat a big hotel room and put everybody up in hotels, and is perhaps not the most environmentally responsible thing that we could do. So I think just some of those kind of ideas could be voiced out, that if we can meet once or twice a year virtually, I think that would be good. And I'll admit my bias on this. I like these virtual meetings, so I'm just not without bias on that issue. The other thing, I think, there's a fiscal responsibility here for us as well that should be discussed, that we're spending the government's money, this is the taxpayers' money, and if we can save money by meeting virtually, I think that we should absolutely do that. These meetings, we've been doing this now for a couple of years, and although they aren't the same as in person, I think we should definitely be doing December meetings and some of the bigger meetings in person for reasons that we heard in public comment that have a lot of depth and weight from me as well. So those kind of ideas are things that I think should be discussed in some kind of a format that we can bring back specific suggestions on some of those things. Not that those are good ideas or that they're the best ideas, they're just a few ideas that I have and would like the opportunity to be able to express those in a way that would come out with some definite suggestions after hearing other people's opinions. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Down. Other council members? Ms. Kimball?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just briefly, I think, what the staff paper is asking us to do is indicate which of these types of issues or changes we would like to pursue further, so we get another discussion paper back. I feel like, based on the public testimony we received, it might be too early to do any of that winnowing. We could go through. I'm definitely prepared, like Mr. Downs is, to say which things I think are worth pursuing, but based on the public comment, I thought maybe a step back and some other process, or just allowing folks another whole meeting and revisiting this in April where we can then do the winnowing that's necessary. I'm also not interested in pushing along a discussion paper for another year, but it just seems a little bit premature to do the refinement that maybe we had intended. So those are my thoughts. And again, don't want to get too in front of Ms. Baker if she actually has an idea, but those are my thoughts today.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Mr. Mesro?
I'd like to hear from Ms. Baker. I'll hold my question.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mesro. Ms. Baker?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think this discussion has demonstrated the difficulty I had when I tried to think about how we might make our way through this issue. And I also tried to talk to council members and perhaps put a motion forward that would provide some clear direction to staff and the public about ideas included in the discussion paper that we might be interested in pursuing. But I also definitely listened to the public comment that we received in terms of, and also my discussions with council members, feeling like perhaps moving forward with specific ideas at this meeting in the sense of tasking staff for a discussion paper is perhaps a little premature. So the idea I was going to suggest, I thought maybe it might help sometimes with big topics like this that have both big issues and detailed issues, is to potentially send this discussion paper to, I'm going to suggest the council's executive committee, and then also request participation by advisory panel and SSC leadership for that group to get together in a public setting and take public comment to sort of have the discussion about these issues and provide recommendations for council consideration and public consideration at a future meeting. April would be ideal to just sort through some of the detailed issues that are really difficult, I think, for us as a council in this setting, in staff tasking or even in an agenda item later in the meeting, to work through. And so I was really, I guess at its core, it is I am proposing to use an existing committee because it's already existing with AP and SSC leadership, but also, of course, input from the public to hone down all of the issues in the paper and make some specific recommendations. With that said, if that's not the way that council chooses to go, that's fine. I just thought I would throw that out there to get the discussion started.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Baker. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that's a fantastic idea that Ms. Baker has brought up. I guess the one public comment that resonated with me more than all the other ones was, if you looked at this document and you considered all the changes in some cumulative fashion, you might get the impression that, the council's interested in some reorganization or any other perception that might be had. So I guess my only comment, if that's how we're going to do this, is that group considers the impacts of what changes they would do in total, not just individually, because that's the way some people in the public are going to perceive that. And I don't think it's necessary to address every staff consideration and consider that something that we should do. I think this doesn't all have to happen in a year or in a single action. So maybe the committee can, pick the 4 or 5 things that they think of that can provide the most improvement instead of going down the laundry list of everything, because it's a lot of changes if you look at them in total, if you think we're really going to do that. But if you think we're going to pick a few that are the most relevant and pertinent, maybe that's a good path to start the discussion, because you can see now from Mr. Downs' comments that we could stay here till midnight discussing this issue if we picked each item that was and commented on it. He only touched on a few, and it would have just started more conversation. So I think the executive committee and the leadership of the other advisory bodies is about an appropriate size group to start that process. And then between the public and the rest of the council, we can always refine it in the future. So I appreciate that, Ms. Baker, and hopefully the rest of the council will agree.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Mr. Marks.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I agree with the approach Ms. Baker's put forward. I think that broader discussion with the other AP and SSC leadership is a good one. I think we're all in this together. And as someone said earlier, there's a lot here in this reflections paper. I think I've taken it with the intent, let's review what we're doing. How do we be efficient? How do we streamline the process? We have work to do, and how do we get to all of it? And ultimately, what we need is continue with good public input, and we need to develop good public policy. So I think we'll be on that track, and it's not real straightforward at this point, but I think what Ms. Baker's put forward is a good next step. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Marks. Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Agree with many of the comments. I think Ms. Baker's approach is a good one. I do think that we do want to try and hold ourselves accountable to making progress on some of this, right? There's a lot of potential ranges of changes that we could look at. Some of them, I think, are big bang for the buck, and I think we as a group can probably figure out which ones of those we want to tackle first. Some of these also have some pretty substantive opportunities for cost savings, both for us and for members of the public. And I think as we continue those discussions in executive session with the other folks, with the public engagement, perhaps some of those can rise to the fore as places we want to concentrate our efforts early. But certainly think that moving this to a committee process is probably a helpful one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Merrill. Right, I think we have a plan coming together. Mr. Witherall, any other clarity you need from us to move forward with that?
Well, I think that provides enough direction that we can move forward.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Witherall, and thank you, Ms. Baker and council members for a good discussion on that. Okay. Anything further? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Two different things, and I don't know if you have any order you'd like to take them in. One is just response to the Ecosystem Committee. They had, in their minutes, they had several places where they were looking for some guidance and feedback from the council. And the other is picking up on proposal we got in public testimony for evaluation through the Climate Change Task Force of a concept for a conceptual tool for increasing our ecosystem-based fishing management capabilities. And I can take those in any order, and but got both those left on my list.
Great. Swing away, Mr. Twite. Your choice.
Thanks. I'll do the Ecosystem Committee first. And there were actually four sort of separate areas. Staff should have this motion. There were four separate areas that the Ecosystem Committee requested guidance in, and they're not particularly related. So it's possible that if the council goes through them, they may want to either strike, defer guidance on any of them at this point, or modify as well. The first was the forage fish, result of the forage fish discussion the Ecosystem Committee had, and that's the council endorsed, and my proposed motion on that is that council endorses the proposal by the SSC and the Ecosystem Committee for a forage fish workshop organized as described in the Ecosystem Committee minutes. The second relates to the Ecosystem Committee's report to the council on developments on an ecosystem workshop, and that's the council supports the Ecosystem Committee recommendations concerning design and scheduling of an ecosystem workshop. The third is on the marine debris issues, and my motion is to assist NOAA and others in addressing marine debris issues. The council is willing to provide a venue to facilitate increased awareness and understanding of the marine debris efforts throughout the state, and supports NOAA's development of a marine debris action plan for Alaska. The council requests the SSC consider the science questions of marine debris in the council's research prioritization process to better understand the role and risks of plastics in ecosystem health and human health. And fourth, on the Ecosystem Committee's role in the council process, the council appreciates the Ecosystem Committee description of its function and roles in the council process and the value that it contributes to the council, and encourages the Ecosystem Committee to continue to perform those functions. The council values the committee's role as one of numerous forums in the council process for public input, and encourages the committee to continue to assist stakeholders in accessing other forums and maintaining its focus, meaning the Ecosystem Committee's focus, on ecosystem issues. The council will continue to develop platforms for incorporating Indigenous voices in the council process, and expects the Bering Sea FEP will be the primary forum for that region, and hopes the committee can continue to support that effort as well as providing a forum for other regions.
Second, Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All of these are supported in the Ecosystem Committee minutes, and I'll try not to reiterate those minutes. But again, just flagging for the council that the forage fish workshop is something the council had considered at a previous meeting and decided not to endorse. In part, I think, because the council was concerned that the original suggestion from the SSC had a mixture of both science, exploration of the value of the current science, and monitoring capabilities, as well as management issues. And the Ecosystem Committee, in their review of that, understands the complications that can be posed by trying to combine those, and is suggesting instead that the workshop focus just on the scientific aspects of our understanding of forage fish, but really highlights the importance of assessment, because we expect forage fish availability to be one of the key challenges of climate change. Suggests that it's time for a scientific evaluation of the adequacy of the current forage fish monitoring framework. But I'm already forgetting the other three because my brain is getting totally dead. On marine debris, the council had requested the ecosystem look into the marine debris issue, and the ecosystem committee did get a good briefing from the agency on as well as the scientific, both on the scientific understanding of the marine debris event that caught both the SSC and the council's attention in the northern Bering Sea of 2020, as well as on the agency's plans to begin developing an action plan for marine debris similar to plans that it's developed elsewhere in the country. The council thought that the committee thought that the council could lend some value to that simply by acting as a venue for the agency to get increased public participation, council stakeholder participation in the process, and just supporting that the agency continue with that as well. Committee thought that it would be of value for the SSC to take a harder look at how it's currently prioritizing marine debris as an issue of contamination in the environment. I'm still forgetting one. In terms of the committee's role, the committee continues to see value in its current role and was hoping that the council would agree with that assessment. And then as well as it's thinking about a couple of ongoing challenges it's faced. One is that, and again, these are well described in the minutes, but one is just acting as one of several forums in the council for public input on ecosystem issues, and looking for some guidance from the council relative to its role there. And I've suggested that the committee can continue to perform that role, but should also be reminding stakeholders, informing stakeholders of other opportunities for public engagement in the council on ecosystem issues, and to the greatest extent possible, maintain its focus on ecosystem issues for public engagement, and not be sort of the one-stop shopping for any sort of public engagement. Some committee members also brought up the committee's role in elevating the indigenous voices in addressing ecosystem issues. And I've suggested that a council response might be that the council appreciates the work the committee has done on that, but if the council has gone on record as prioritizing the Bering Sea FEP as probably the primary channel for that, at least in the Bering Sea, but the council recognizes that there hasn't really been a forum established yet for the other areas like the Gulf or the Arctic Ocean. And with that, I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Go to questions. Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Twite, for the motion. I had a couple of questions just on kind of expectations, just to clarify some of the language for me. So in the third paragraph, and the version I pull up when I went to the link didn't have the numbers on it, but the third paragraph here says the council is willing to provide a venue to facilitate increased awareness. I'm not really sure what that means. What are your expectations there? I suppose, what does that mean that the council, it's not a term that I'm real familiar with, to provide a venue to facilitate increased awareness? I'd like to clarify that, and I have a second question. Thank you.
The committee was thinking of things like the council often is approached by organizations that would like for instance, to be able to schedule an evening meeting in concurrence with the council to take advantage of our in-person meetings when all stakeholders are present and with proper advance notice can easily take advantage of that kind of opportunity. That's primarily the sort of thing that as well as publicizing things in the newsletter, for instance. If the agency's holding a listening session or something like that on a marine debris action plan, that can be publicized in a council newsletter. Those kinds of things.
Okay, and maybe the answer to my second question is the same as the answer to my first, but I'll just check. So on the fourth paragraph, the end there says the council will control platforms for incorporating Indigenous voices in the council process. So I'm just a couple of examples of what that would mean for us to develop a platform to incorporate Indigenous voices, which I'm very much in favor of. I'm just curious as to what that means to develop a platform.
Well, what the council's done so far in the Bering Sea FEP is establish as one of the action modules, the LKTKS action module, and then has named a task force to accomplish that. And that's the reference for the Bering Sea. The Ecosystem Committee has, over the years, frequently heard from representatives of Indigenous organizations about issues affecting them. And again, that's the other thing. It's just a forum where they can raise issues, or in the case of the FEP, where they can actually work towards building a council product that serves as a venue for two-way communication.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Twite.
Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Twite. I'm wondering, this is really almost more of a process issue, if we might be better deferring this until April. There is a lot that is in this motion, some of which I think perhaps a number of us haven't really had time to fully process. And rather than either choosing to proceed or not to proceed, is there some way we could defer this conversation until April, noting that we still have, I think, two important regulatory issues and potentially making recommendations on issues that a number of stakeholders have raised. It's 5 o'clock, and I'm wondering if that would be possible for us to entertain at this time.
I think the committee really needs feedback on the ecosystem workshop proposal, and it'd probably be useful to also provide feedback on the forage fish symposium. The other two, though, I think that those are areas where the committee will appreciate the council's guidance whenever the council chooses to provide it. But the first two are probably a little more timely. And if Ms. Evans has any thoughts on that as well, that I'm not thinking of something that she is that might be useful to hear.
Ms. Evans, if you'd like to weigh in.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Twite, I don't have any more specifics. I have comments to add.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And we could address Mr. Merrill's approach in amendments when we get to that point. Mr. Merrill, did you have more thoughts? I see your hand still up. Okay. Any further questions on Mr. Twite's motion? Okay. Amendments to the motion. Or Ms. Kimball, if you had another question.
I did, Mr. Chair. My hand has been going up and down. I apologize. I just had a quick question, Mr. Twite, on the forage fish workshop, because I know that's not exactly a new issue, but is the intent there that that's a workshop that the Science Center puts on, and because it's referencing back, a lot of this motion's referencing back to the Ecosystem Committee report, I want to make sure I understand what you meant by that primary purpose. And so what I'm reading in your committee report is the committee recommends that the workshop focus primarily on the quality and availability of foraged species information. So to me, that's saying, how do we currently and how could we improve monitoring and assessment of our foraged species categories? So first, is that a Science Center thing to organize? And second, is that what you mean by the primary focus of the workshop, since it is slightly different or subset of what the SSC recommended?
Yeah, by intent, it's a subset of what the SSC recommended. The Ecosystem Committee thought it was important to narrow down the initial recommendation from the SSC to just focus on the science parts and drop management implications at this time. We didn't talk about whether the Science Center would actually host it, but I don't think there's any other entity that's in that position to host it. And okay. The Science Center representative on the Ecosystem Committee, again, didn't commit, but also was supportive of the concept.
Okay, I think I'll hold other questions, Mr. Chair, until I see what process we're undertaking, but thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Any additional questions on the motion? Okay, any amendments? Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as I understand it, perhaps the issues before us, the first two issues were the ones that required kind of immediate guidance. And so I think my motion would be to move the first two issues for potential consideration and delete number 3 and number 4. And with a second, I can speak to that.
Is there a second?
Second, Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think in the interest of time and trying to move us forward, we're providing guidance where it's needed and then recognizing that we can come back and address other issues later. I will note that, perhaps there is some obligations here for this forage fish workshop for the agency. So I think although we can certainly endorse the proposal, there's probably considerable work to do about whether or not we can actually host or how we would host such a workshop. So I think we can defer those details for later, but I think we can signal that we generally endorse the idea of it. And then again, in terms of the second issue, I think that is something that perhaps there's less challenge with us trying to move forward on. The other two, again, we can defer to and address later. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Merrill. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just sort of confirm what I think Mr. Merrill's observation. The choice of the word endorse was deliberate, that it's not a direct request. Rather, it's if this is going to happen, it is a good idea. And just to reiterate that the committee will be pleased to receive guidance from the council on issues 3 and 4 at whatever point the council is able to find the time to give the issues consideration and provide guidance.
Thank you, Mr. Dwight. Okay. Are there any questions or amendments on the amendment? Or comments on the amendment? Ms. Kimball.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just want to comment because I did sit in some of that Ecosystem Committee meeting, and I just think there's a lot of cross-referencing that needs to be done with the minutes to better understand. I'm with Mr. Downs on some of the terms and the intent behind 3 and 4, but I just don't want committee members to think that a vote on removing these pieces means we don't support those or some semblance of that in the future. The marine debris issue was really important to the committee, and they were raising it for our attention. And they spend a lot of time on their own role for the council and how they could be more helpful to the council and whether they're fulfilling the role that the council intended originally. And that work is not I guess, unnoticed. I just want to be sure if any committee members are listening that is something the council can take up later. I think we just are running out of time. So sorry to use more time to say that, but I think it was important.
I do too. Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Well said. Okay, if there's no additional comments, is there any opposition to the amendment? Okay. With that, the amendment passes back to the main amended motion. Any additional amendments? Any comments on the main motion? All right. We can go ahead and vote. Is there opposition? No opposition. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Twite. Okay. Mr. Twite, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We heard in public testimony a proposal that we use the council process, in specific the Climate Change Task Force, to evaluate a concept that's been developed by a group of stakeholders for a tool for ecosystem-based, to increase our ecosystem-based management capabilities. The ecosystem matrix is what I'm referring to. And it was presented to us by former council member Teresa Peterson and Dr. Megan Williams. I want to just suggest to the council that we follow their recommended request and refer this to the Climate Change Task Force to evaluate, as the task force is also evaluating other tools that have been developed for implementing ecosystem-based management and adapting to climate change as we do that. Just want to be clear that it's not part of the sorry, I just lost video on my end. And apparently sound as well. No, I think you have me back.
Yes, we have your audio, Mr. Twite.
Okay. That we're suggesting that it's appropriate to evaluate the concept. We're not actually endorsing the examples that are in that at this point with this action. We're just asking for an evaluation mostly of the concept itself. And that the Climate Change Task Force is probably the first area for that. If they find value in it, I'm assuming that it'll also, along with a lot of other products from the Climate Change Task Force, come back to the council, maybe through Ecosystem Committee review as well. I don't know if that needs to be a motion or if that can just be a suggestion.
My sense, Mr. Twite, is if the council agrees that can just be informal direction for the task force to take it up, I think that would be fine. See what other council members think. Okay. All right. Well, then, thank you, Mr. Twite. Sorry, Ms. Kimball.
Sorry. I just want to make sure I understand what's happening right now. Is that we're saying that the Climate Change Task Force use some of their agenda time to review this as an example of a tool that they might consider when they're previewing all their products under their 5-year work plan? Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, if I talked to you first, I could have done it more briefly, huh?
Okay. I guess if we're asking for comments on that, since we're not doing a formal motion where people are voting on that, I guess I would say as a tool that that makes sense as an example of something that might be useful in the future. I think it's important to be really clear that there is not an endorsement of the outcome or where it would be used in the process, because it is this kind of early planning stage for those folks, and none of our committee processes have reviewed those before. So I guess if that's the understanding, Mr. Twite, then I'd like to know if that's the understanding.
You captured my intent really well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Other council members? Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Twite. Further business for the council. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a motion that has been sent to staff related to the emergency rule request we received. And this is an emergency rule related to the IFQ transfer provisions of the halibut and sablefish IFQ program.
Okay. We'll wait for staff to post in. All right. Yeah. Whenever you're ready, Ms. Baker.
The council requests the Secretary promulgate emergency regulations under the authority of Section 305C of the Magnuson-Stevens Act to allow the temporary transfer of catcher vessel halibut and sablefish IFQ for all individual quota shareholders for the 2022 fishing season. This action does not modify other aspects of the IFQ program. And with a second, I'll speak to it.
There a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just as briefly as I can be, I believe that an emergency exists involving the halibut and sablefish IFQ fishery, and I am recommending that the council recommends to NIMS an emergency rulemaking to address economic, social, and public health situations present in the halibut and sablefish IFQ fishery. I think the continuing COVID-19 pandemic and the resulting health risks, mitigation measures, health mandates, and travel restrictions to Alaska communities and remote communities in particular are a continuing unusual circumstance that warrant an emergency regulatory change. Again, as we experienced in 2020 and 2021, the various restrictions to minimize the spread of COVID-19 and protect public health, including travel restrictions and health mandates, remain in place or have needed to be continually revised to accommodate new virus variants. And those mitigation measures are likely to have to continue through most, if not all, of the 2022 IFQ season, which is a situation clearly not foreseen when the council recommended this emergency rule last year. The travel restrictions, health mandates, and other operational challenges posed by COVID-19 continue to present serious management problems in the halibut and sablefish IFQ fishery. As we received in public comment, IFQ holders may be unable to travel to fishing ports to harvest their IFQ without significant personal health risk, in addition to substantial economic costs to comply with travel restrictions. Without the increased flexibility to temporarily transfer IFQ quota, it's likely that a significant portion of the harvest and the resulting economic benefits will be forgone. And as we also discussed in public testimony, the existing IFQ hired master and medical transfer provisions do not provide enough flexibility to a portion of current IFQ holders and others who may be limited by health or other economic factors. The current conditions facing the IFQ fishery, as we've learned, can be addressed through emergency regulations for which the immediate benefits outweigh the value of our normal rulemaking process. Again, the council received written comment and public testimony indicating broad support for this action among participants in the halibut and sablefish IFQ fishery. The need for this emergency action is well known and well supported by the IFQ fishery participants. And I will note that I did listen carefully to the public comment we received on this, and I will say that the requests for this action were heavily weighted for the western areas of the halibut and sablefish IFQ fisheries. But if you'll notice, the motion I am proposing would implement this, if approved, implement the same IFQ temporary transfer provisions for all individual quota shareholders for the 2022 fishing season. And that's because we did receive some support for that particular regulation. And again, in situations like this where we're recommending emergency rules, it was difficult to discern if there was a way to have a more focused regulation. And therefore, given the uncertainties and the challenges operating that we heard about in public testimony, I am recommending the motion that we recommend a temporary transfer for all areas for the halibut and sablefish fisheries. And Mr. Chair, I'd be happy to answer questions about the motion.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Any questions? Any amendments to the motion? Any comments? Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. I think because we've been doing these a lot lately, you know the agency votes no on emergency rules to preserve our opportunity to be able to review this regulation and avoid a unanimous vote. I'll just note that, one of the things that we obviously are going to be looking carefully at is all of the emergency rule criteria. Does the emergency exist, and do those conditions continue to apply during the point of time in which we're reviewing this? I do want to highlight one of the issues that I think has come up, because this is the third year that we have undertaken a very similar type of emergency for the halibut and sablefish IFQ fishery, is that an emergency action is not intended to address long-standing concerns that may exist. Certainly, we recognize that there are some new pandemic conditions, but I do want to highlight that I think we may be having some challenges, particularly last year. We chose not to extend the emergency rule and entertain a more longer-term solution to some of these issues. Certainly, the conditions may be very different this year and warrant the consideration of an emergency, but those will be factors that we'll have to consider during the evaluation of this particular request for this particular year. It may at some point help the council to have some conversation about what is the long-term approach to dealing with these issues, given sort of this regular occurrence of emergency issues. So with that, I just wanted to make those notes so that folks were aware.
Thank you, Mr. Merrill. Any further comments? Right. Then we can go to a vote. Mr. Witherell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Calling the roll on the request for an emergency rule to allow temporary transfer of CBIFQ shares. Ms. Kimball.
Yes.
Mr. Marks.
Yes.
Mr. Mesro.
Yes.
Mr. Twite.
Yes.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Yes.
Ms. Baker.
Yes.
Ms. Campbell.
Yes.
Mr. Down.
Yes.
Mr. Jensen. Okay, thumbs up for Mr. Jensen. Got it. Mr. Kineen?
Yes.
And Mr. Merrill?
No.
Motion passes 10-1.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Baker. Ms. Baker?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a second motion done separately for procedural reasons. And the council requests the secretary promulgate expedited regulations to remove vessel use cap regulations under 50 CFR section 679.42H1 for IFQ halibut harvested in IPHC regulatory areas 4A, 4B, 4C, and 4D for the 2022 fishing season. This action does not modify other aspects of the IFQ program. In a second, I'll speak to it.
Is there a second?
Second. White.
Thank you, Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe that immediate action is needed to address economic and public health situations present in the halibut IFQ fishery in areas 4A, 4B, 4C, and 4D. I note that the action requested here would be undertaken using Halibut Act authority because this action is exclusive to the halibut IFQ fishery. Much like we discussed in the previous motion, the impacts of the continuing COVID-19 pandemic on the 2022 IFQ fishery, halibut IFQ fishery, is an unforeseen and recently discovered circumstance due to the continued public health emergency, the evolving nature of the COVID-19 virus, and uncertainties related to the safety of fishing operations in remote areas of the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands. As we experienced in 2020 and 2021, various restrictions to minimize spread of the virus and protect public health remain in place or have had to continually be modified to adapt to changing conditions. As you know, the IFQ program uses vessel use caps in order to limit the amount of halibut that can be harvested on any one vessel. Due to the continuing pandemic, we heard in testimony and in public comment that the COVID-19 challenges still exist, and waiving the vessel use caps for the 2022 halibut IFQ season will help ensure that halibut IFQ can be more fully harvested than it would be without the waiver. Again, local quarantine or other measures at specific remote ports in area 4A, 4B, 4C, and 4D may further limit the ability of smaller vessels to operate without the vessel use cap waiver, because processing facilities and vessel services may not be available in those communities. In addition, small communities in Area 4 may be particularly vulnerable to the COVID-19 virus due to residents with underlying conditions and limited medical facilities and personnel. Just a reminder to the Council, this motion does not recommend waiver of vessel use caps in areas other than 4A, B, C, and D, nor for sablefish in any area. And this is the same expedited rule that the Council recommended in 2021 with respect to vessel use caps, so for all of Area 4. Again, so similar to my comments in the previous motion, I believe the continuing COVID-19 pandemic and the resulting mitigation measures, health mandates, and travel restrictions are an unusual circumstance that warrant an expedited regulatory change to allow this flexibility for halibut IFQ holders in Area 4. Be happy to answer questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Any questions? Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Baker, for your motion. Is your understanding that if the Council recommends this, that this would travel with or about the same time as the emergency regulation if we were to put that in effect? In other words, is this a priority action from your perspective?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair, Mr. Merrill. From my perspective, we heard in testimony that this is an important expedited rulemaking in conjunction with the emergency transfer actions, given the challenges, particularly out in the western areas and limited vessel capacity and crew capacity in many cases. So, yes.
Any additional questions or amendments or comments on the motion? Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Baker, for both this and the previous motion. It is unfortunate that these high priority emergency regulation requests really do occupy a lot of agency staff time to process and end up affecting our ability to get at other important priorities as well. Probably a lesson to us in terms of thinking about robustness of program design, but it's hard for me to imagine a robust enough program design to handle these kinds of impacts of a pandemic. But I think there are some good lessons here. But at the moment, I strongly support the requests and as well as the prioritization. These are crucial matters both to public health and to people's livelihoods.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. There are no additional comments. Mr. Witherell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Calling the roll on the motion to have expedited regulations to remove vessel use caps in areas 4, A, B, C, and D for health. Mr. Marks?
Yes.
Mr. Merrill?
Yes.
Mr. Mesereau?
Yes.
Mr. Twite?
Yes.
Ms. Vanderhoven?
Yes.
Ms. Baker?
Yes.
Campbell?
Yes.
Mr. Down?
Yes.
Mr. Jensen?
Yes.
Ms. Kimball?
Yes.
Mr. Kineen?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously, 11-0.
Thank you, Mr. Witherell. Anything further to the council? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And really very briefly, I did want to just acknowledge the public comment we also received in staff tasking for representatives of the ADAC Community Development Corporation in terms of consideration in April of their specific request to expedite the council's consideration of the residency waiver for harvest of their CQE. And while I'm not suggesting action right now, I just wanted to acknowledge that testimony and recognize that we received that and that we will have an opportunity to think about that in April.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Mr. Merrill.
Just briefly, Mr. Chairman, I think with the action that the council took today on the expedited rulemaking, and then should the Secretary proceed with the emergency rule action as well, we've got a number of new rulemakings that will take priority for the agency, and I do want to highlight that many of the same staff that are engaged on other IFQ issues, including the IFQ omnibus, are also going to be pulled into those issues as well. So I think I want to build some reasonable expectations for the council about what might be possible, both in terms of the IFQ omnibus and our engagement in that, and then obviously the shifting of our resources in order to address these issues, again, depending on final actions taken by the Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Merrill. Mr. Down?
Thank you. I'm not sure if Mr. Merrill, thank you, Mr. Chairman, if Mr. Merrill could offer any specificity to the timing on this. I think we heard him in public comment how important this is, because people are trying to line out crew and walk-ons and who's going to fish on what boat, and their ability to do those kind of things, and the season being what it is, whether we do something or we don't do something. If we did do something, the season is still going to open in May. So what kind of, is there any further expectations you can do to the people that are listening? We did hear that concern in public testimony that of course, they need to make plans. They need to figure out what their crew is, and to start off behind the eight ball is difficult. So I don't know if, I just want to make sure that the comments that you just made, is there an expectation that with the Secretary's approval that we'd still have the ability with the priorities that you have to get this in place for the season opener?
So thank you for the question, Mr. Down. I think it would be perhaps unrealistic to expect we would have this in place for the season opener, which I believe is March 6th of this year. Based on the emergency rule process that we undertook last year for a very similar rule in terms of the transfer provision, I believe it took us about a month and a half, 2 months for that to finally be implemented and approved. So we've got a period of time there that I would anticipate would be about similar should we proceed with the emergency rule this year. In terms of the expedited rulemaking for the vessel use cap issue, again, this is us crafting a proposed rule, providing a limited time period, a shortened time period for public comment, and then publishing a final rule on that. Since the vessel use cap provisions are only applicable once your vessel is close to that use cap, I think there's a little bit more lead time, if you will, in terms of when that becomes effective. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, it took us about two and a half months last year to complete that from time that the council took action until we had the rule, final rule published. But again, we can clarify that, but thinking in terms of months. And I do think it's important for the public to recognize that it's unlikely that we would have something in place for the start of this fishing season.
Yeah, thank you. That was the clarification that I was seeking. And of course, it's March, not May, I guess. Thank you very much.
Okay. Anything further? All right. Well, lastly, I'll just make an announcement that Danielle Dixon has been appointed to the Bering Sea FEP plan team. And with that, Mr. Witherall, I just need to acknowledge you and your staff's great continued work. Incredible job again. You make this work for us through these trying times. So thank you so much. All right, Council, we are adjourned. See you in April.